Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Guangdong-Hong Kong-Macao Greater Bay Area Entrepreneurs Forum 2024 will begin in a few minutes. Please be seated. Thank you. We have arranged for simultaneous interpretation in Putonghua and in Cantonese. Please contact our staff for any assistance. 女士们、先生们，早上好。2024粤港澳大湾区企业家论坛将于数分钟后开始，请各位入座。我们现场设有粤语及普通话同声传译，请联系我们现场的工作人员借取传译耳机，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm good morning. The Guangdong-Hong Kong-Macao Greater Bay Area Entrepreneurs Forum 2024 will begin in 5 minutes. Please do proceed to your seats. Thank you. We have arranged for simultaneous interpretation in Putonghua and in Cantonese. Please do reach out to our staff for any assistance. 女士们、先生们，早上好。2024粤港澳大湾区企业家论坛将于5分钟后开始，请各位入座。我们今天现场设有即时传译服务，如果您需要借取耳机的话，可以向我们现场的工作人员借取。我们今天有粤语及普通话同声传译，谢谢各位。 right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm good morning. Our event will be beginning in 3 minutes' time. Hence, we urge that you please do be seated. And once again, if you would require simultaneous interpretation headsets, please obtain them from any one of our staff assistants. Thank you. 各位来宾、女士们、先生们，早上好！我们的活动将在3分钟后开始，请各位尽快就座，谢谢。如果您需要借取即时传译耳机的话，可以向我们现场的工作人员借取。今天我们有粤语及普通话的即时传译，谢谢各位。Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our online attendees and media friends. My name is Laura Kasensen, your MC for today. A very warm welcome to you all to the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area Entrepreneurs Forum 2024, titled Hong Kong's Role in the New Era, presented by Chinese Manufacturers Association of Hong Kong's 90th anniversary. How are you this morning? I don't hear any clapping. Good morning once again. Thank you for joining us on this very important event. Today's forum is organized by our Hong Kong Foundation, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen, Shenzhen Finance Institute, the Chinese University of Hong Kong Business School, and Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Bay Area Entrepreneurs Alliance. Without further ado, we would now be inviting our distinguished speakers and guests to deliver their opening remarks. First off, our very own Dr. Jane Lee, President of our Hong Kong Foundation, for the opening remarks. Dr. Lee, please.
Good morning, Professor Wang Chong, Dr. Bernard Chen, Mr. Duway, Zuren, Mr. Jonathan Choy, Dr. Winko Low, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen and friends and media friends. On behalf of our Hong Kong Foundation, it is my great honor to welcome you all to the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area Entrepreneurs Forum 2024, Hong Kong's Role in the New Era. This year marks a significant milestone as both our Hong Kong Foundation and the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen celebrate our 10th anniversary. We are also delighted to have the Chinese Manufacturers Association of Hong Kong as our title sponsor, celebrating its 90th anniversary this year. This year also marks the 5th anniversary of the release of the Outline Development Plan for the Greater Bay Area, which introduced a range of measures designed to help Hong Kong's business capitalize on recent economic and technological advancements. These initiatives were designed to encourage firms to explore new opportunities from various new perspectives. In this dynamic context, our Hong Kong Foundation is delighted to launch a series of impactful events centered on the Greater Bay Area, empowering business to seize these emerging opportunities. Today's forum builds on yesterday's launch of our Hong Kong Foundation Daxing Bank GBA Industry Index 2024. The groundbreaking GBA Industry Development Index 2024 offers a comprehensive assessment of industrial development across all 11 GBA cities, covering 6 sectors: financial services, innovation technology, trade and logistics, manufacturing, construction, and real estate, as well as culture, sports, and tourism. It provides insights into city advantages based on public policy initiatives, growth trends, and the confidence index, making it essential for understanding the GBA's economic landscape. This index equips business leaders, entrepreneurs, investors, and hopefully also policymakers with crucial insights into market trends and growth opportunities. Yesterday's launch was followed by the SME pre-forum dialogue pitching and mingling session supported by Ernst & Young. The extremely successful pre-forum event sparked critical discussions on smart cities and sustainability by exploring cutting-edge trends in development and practices. It featured business leaders and entrepreneurs from the GBA and Pacific, with over 15 SMEs showcasing their innovative solutions. Participants had the opportunity to expand their business horizons and unlock new growth opportunities in this transformative dialogue that shapes the future of our GBA. Today, the forum brings together entrepreneurs and experts again to explore opportunities and challenges in the GBA, highlighting Hong Kong's role as a bridge between China and the global market. Featuring over 30 prominent speakers and panelists today, the event includes 4 industry insight sessions focused on critical sectors from the index: artificial intelligence and high-end manufacturing, financial services, green economy, and digital assets. The forum aims to facilitate knowledge sharing, fostering collaboration, and accelerating high-quality development across the GBA. I want to extend my warmest gratitude to all of our co-organizers, especially the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen, for bringing this flagship forum to Hong Kong. A special thanks to our sponsors, partners, and supporting organizations who contribute to this event. And I wish all of you a productive and inspiring day at the forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Please be seated. Up next, please join me in inviting on stage Professor Chong Wang, Associate Vice President from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen. 我们有请王教授。
早上好，因为我从深圳过来。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I come from Shenzhen, so I will present in Mandarin just to show these language characteristics here in Hong Kong. Distinguished Mr. Chen, Dr. Lu, Dr. Zhu, and Ms. Wu, and experts and leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Hong Kong University of Chinese University and Shenzhen, I would like to extend a warmest welcome to all of you. And also, I would like to thank all the government officials, business, industrial associations, partners for all your support to the GBA Entrepreneur Forum. GBA as an important part of the government's strategy. It is established to drive the regional development, while Hong Kong as the center for finance, services, and trading logistics, we have all the advantages of the location and talents, etc. And we play a very important role as a bridge between mainland China and the world. It plays a very essential role in driving the talent cultivation, economic development, and innovation in the area. We hope that through today's forum, we can exchange knowledge and discuss on how to drive the innovative development of the businesses here in this region and improve our competitiveness. Innovation drives development, and talents are a great engine. And regional development is not possible without the talents. And this year, it marks the 10th anniversary of our university. And since inception, we are committed to cultivate global and innovative talents and to service the GBA as well as the development for the whole nation. The past 10 years' achievements have been well recognized by both Hong Kong and the Shenzhen government. It is also well received and recognized by the whole public. It is a very good example of the great collaboration between GBA and Hong Kong. Now we have more than 10,000 undergraduates, postgraduates, and doctorates studying. And we also have more than 600 scholars, professors from home and abroad. And we cover artificial intelligence and robots, digital data, and new material, new technology, IoT, bioinformation, finance, and financial technology, clinical medicine, precision medicine, etc. In terms of the fundamental research, we have made many achievements. And we have established a lot of clusters and laboratories for different sectors. We follow closely the most cutting-edge technologies and stay very relevant to the industrial development, and also build a full innovation cycle and across the whole chain. Hong Kong University of Chinese University of Shenzhen and Hong Kong University of Chinese University closely collaborated and have made many innovations. For example, recently we have launched the dual major program, so the students can study in Hong Kong for 2 years and another 2 years in Shenzhen, and this program has been very well received by the students. Going forward, with our efforts, joint efforts, we will work together with the academic and industries in Hong Kong and make our contributions to the development of Hong Kong and the whole country. Lastly, thank you again to all the partners and supporters for this event, and also our media friends. I wish you all a fruitful conference. Thank you so much, Professor Wang.
Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we're very honored to have with us today Dr. Bernard Chan, Acting Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development from the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, to give us the opening remarks. Let's welcome Dr. Chan.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My pleasure to join you all today, sharing with you all my insights on the role of Hong Kong in the GBA and beyond. On behalf of the Hong Kong SAR government, may I first express a warm welcome to all the participants, particularly those coming from afar. Well, as we would all agree, the GBA is a fast-growing region with a GDP exceeding 14 trillion RMB and a population surpassing 86 million. Now, as the world's freest economy and China's most international city, Hong Kong certainly may play a pivotal role in facilitating high-level opening up of the GBA. I'm going to share with you all 3 aspects that Hong Kong may help in this regard. Number 1, under the one country, two system principles, Hong Kong has the distinctive advantages of enjoying strong support of the motherland while being closely connected to the world. We are an international financial center, trade center, and logistics center. We will give full play to our dual roles of going global and attracting foreign investment, helping mainland enterprises to go global and connect them with the international markets, as well as bringing overseas investments, talents, and projects to the GBA. Number 2, under the National 14th Five-Year Plan, the central government fully supports Hong Kong to further enhance our role as an international trade center. The Hong Kong SAR government has been actively exploring new markets, in particular the ASEAN region and the Middle East region. we are also doing our very best to maintain close ties with the traditional markets through our 66 offices from around the world. We will continue to forge free trade agreement and investment promotion and protection agreement with our trade partners so as to expand our trade and investment network, thereby contributing to the growth of Hong Kong, the GBA, and our motherland. We will continue to serve our country's needs with our strengths. Number 3, the Hong Kong SAR government will continue to enhance our work in attracting foreign investment. We will also strengthen our ties with the investment promotion agency or departments from different provinces and cities. We will work together to help mainland enterprises to go global. For example, we have been liaising closely with the Guangdong Department of Commerce and see if we may co-organize more investment seminars or trade shows together in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, Hong Kong is proud to be a key player in the national strategies, including the National 14th Five-Year Plan, the Belt and Road Initiative, as well as the GBA development. We serve as a super connector and super value adder for both mainland enterprises and foreign businesses. With our business-friendly environment, our low and simple tax regime, as well as a wealth of multicultural talents and professional services, together with many distinctive advantages under the one country, two systems, we are well positioned to facilitate local, mainland, and foreign businesses. My sincere thanks to our Hong Kong Foundation and many others who have contributed to the success of Hong Kong and the GBA as a whole. With concerted efforts, I'm sure we'll continue to enhance and empower the GBA, in particular, deepening its trade and investment network and facilitating its further opening up to the world. Together, we will seize the amazing opportunities ahead. Well, I wish today's forum a great success and everybody here good health and many fruitful years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chen. Please be seated. Indeed, well said. Together we will seize the opportunities ahead. Today we're honored to have with us Mr. Duway, Deputy Director of Guangdong Provincial Development and Reform Commission, Standing Deputy Director of the Leading Group Office of Guangdong on the construction of Guangdong-Hong Kong-Macao Greater Bay Area to give us the opening remarks. 各位女士们、先生们，我们有请朱先生。
Distinguished Mr. Li, Professor Wang, Dr. Choy, Mr. Law, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be with you here today at the 2024 GBA Entrepreneur Forum. Having the opportunity, together with all experts and guests, to talk about Hong Kong's role in the new era and the opportunities ahead. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you our practices and also achievements at Guangdong Province. Building an international technology innovation center and also building a modern industrial system is one of the important tasks at our organization. Over the years, Guangdong Province have made a relentless effort, and we have built altogether 9 important technology infrastructure. And it covers many different sectors. This is a historic milestone. We have built Tongcheng Laboratory and Guangzhou Laboratories, which are the country or state-grade labs. We also drive the development of key technologies, including telecommunication, industrial software, energy saving, and we have made significant breakthroughs. Shenzhen,香港, Guangzhou, this is a technology cluster, and for 5 consecutive years, it has been listed the world's #2 technology innovation cluster. At Guangdong province, we highly focus on manufacturing and building a modern industrial structure and a system. Now we cover about 8 sectors that are worth more than 1 trillion. We have solidified the fundamentals of the new productive forces. And the local government has introduced programs and initiatives to drive, for example, the future technologies like the chips and also low space, aviation, economy, etc. And we also established the work group to drive these sectors, and we have launched action plans to drive the low altitude economy and high quality development. And we share this common potential and opportunity.
We hope to work together to unleash our huge potential. We are also going to focus on the development of bioengineering as well as AI pharmaceutical development, so that more technologies and products as well as business models could emerge in the Greater Bay Area. Guangdong has always been the first choice for investors in new and innovative technology. We have worked on a business-friendly environment, and we have also improved the assessment of the business environment by adopting the World Bank standards. We also have adopted market entry measures in Nansha and Huangpu and other. For 4 consecutive years, we have been rated as the best business-friendly province in the country. We're going to improve customs, market entry, and create a more transparent, predictable business environment so that entrepreneurs can play their bigger role in the GBA area. With the development of GBA, more and more of our residents have decided to relocate in mainland China. We have promoted the GBA on rails. In the last few years, connectivity between Huizhou, Guangzhou, Foshan, Zhaoqing, the #1 metro line has started operating. Shenzhen and Zhongshan are also connected by the passageway between the 2 cities, reducing the physical distance between the GBA cities and enhancing the connectivity between these cities. People's lives are also closely connected. Now, permanent residents of both Chinese and non-Chinese origin can apply for the Return to Mainland China pass. We also have seen new measures in Shenzhen and Hong Kong to attract more talents. We have connectivity in terms of social insurance as well as finance and banking. With these measures in place, the residents here can enjoy higher efficiency in government services, better medical services, among others. We are also going to have low altitude, cross-boundary transportation, as well as cross-border cruise services to give a better entertainment service to our people. Dear friends, there's huge space for development in GBA, with enough space to accommodate a lot of dreams. And for those dreams to come to fruition, I encourage businesses to come to the GBA to enjoy new opportunities and to create new miracles in economic development. Thank you very much. So it seems that we're not just taking care of our businesses, but also the livelihood of our people.
CPPCC, Chairman of Sunhua Group and Chairman of Guangdong-Hong Kong-Macao Bay Area Entrepreneurs Alliance, to deliver his opening remarks. Dr. Choy, please.
各位朋友，早上。
Dear friends, good morning. On behalf of the entrepreneurs in the GBA area, to speak here, so I'm going to use 普通话. Dear guests, Professor Wang, Mr. Zhu, and other distinguished guests, now we are facing a lot of uncertainties in the international context, and pressure is faced by all businesses. We must stick to opening and reform to promote global economic integration and seek new opportunities and breakthroughs. President Xi Jinping has promoted the development of GBA as a major strategic step for the country to respond to his call in 2000 and by the end of 2017, we have established our alliance, and we have CPPCC members as well as MPC members joining this alliance, which covers traditional industries, high-end services, as well as high-tech industries. The alliance has also been supported by local governments as well as the Hong Kong SAR government and the central government's office in Hong Kong. We have supported the Belt and Road and Chinese companies going into Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and the Middle East. We have also invited the entrepreneurs from these regions to the GBA. We nurtured young entrepreneurs working with the government for 5 consecutive years, ran the Best Young Entrepreneur Award. Their businesses cover all industries and share a commonality, and that is the application of AI and digital technologies. They are the new force in high-quality development in the GBA. We have come to the realization that Hong Kong has a special role to play in the development of Belt and Road as well as the regional development of GBA. The central government asked Hong Kong to enhance and elevate its role as a financial, commerce, innovation, and cultural exchange center. This is because Hong Kong enjoys the special advantage of one country, two systems, but also it has a strong pool of talents mixing West and East. And we also have a highly developed legal system connecting with the Western systems. We also have many universities which are among the top 100 universities in the world. Because of these, the central government has high confidence in Hong Kong. While integrating itself in the national development of China, we must contribute more to the revitalization of China. In the uncertainties of the international situation, Hong Kong will play a stronger role. I hope to work together with all of you here to build a better future for Hong Kong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Choy. Thank you, Dr. Choy. Please be seated. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in inviting on stage Dr. Winko Low, President of the Chinese Manufacturers Association of Hong Kong, who is also our title sponsor for the forum. Let's give him a big round of applause. Dr. Low, for our opening remarks, please.
Dr. Jane Lee, Professor Wang, Dr. Bernard Chen, Mr. Duway, Dr. Jonathan Choy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you. It's a real honor to co-host this very meaningful and fantastic forum with our Hong Kong Foundation as we celebrate our CMA 90th anniversary. I'm very excited to see so many esteemed speakers here today, ready to dive into a topic that's vital for our region's future. 5 years after the launch of the Greater Bay Area Development Plan, the central government has renewed its call for the GBA to steer high-quality development. This forum couldn't have come at a better time for us to explore how Hong Kong can best contribute. The central government has laid out an inspiring vision for nurturing new quality productive forces, giving us a clear roadmap for Hong Kong's future development. Hong Kong's position is truly unique. Cutting-edge technological advancements are at the heart of these productive forces. Our world-class universities and our unique economic advantage set the stage for fostering technological innovation of tomorrow. But we must focus on turning these inventions into real economic benefits. We are pleased to see that the recent policy which address this head-on. Plans are in place to develop an R&D transformation and pilots production based in the Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park. This is an important step towards enhancing collaboration between research institutes and applying those breakthroughs in the GBA. The CMA has also rolled up its sleeves to facilitate technology transfer with its Technology Commercialization Center, CMA+, and a Pilot Manufacturing Center, PMC. Nurturing new productive forces also demands a skilled workforce. The SL government's talent recruitment program shows great promise, highlighting Hong Kong as a global talent hub. Moving forward, we must ramp up our efforts, including cooperating with other GBA cities to attract talents needed for our 8 centers and the GBA drive. Green development is another crucial pillar of high-quality growth. The overwhelming response to the CMA's Hong Kong ESG Awards and ESG Pledge is a testament to our community's commitment to sustainability. We can truly be role models for our peers in the region. Hong Kong can also leverage its strength in green technology, environmental standards, and green finance to support GBA business as they go green. High standards are the DNA of new productive forces. Hong Kong has a reputation for professional excellence, and recent events such as the mooncake incident remind us of the Hong Kong brand's value. This reputation gives us a unique competitive edge that we should capitalize on. While it's important to enhance our internal capabilities, we must also build strong collaborations with mainland parties, especially those who are active in the GBA. By combining our strength, we can nurture very powerful productive forces. We can harness our expertise in design, finance, trade, brand management, testing, and ESG compliance, and help mainland products make their mark on the global stage. Our subsidiary, CMA Testing, is doing just that. We have formed alliances with various mainland industries, such as agriculture and food industries, to help them expand their markets in Hong Kong and overseas. Seamless movements of goods and people within GBA will let us maximize what we can achieve together. The CMA has proposed setting up a designated zone in the Northern New Territories as a cross-border cooperation platform where products, testing standards, the custom arrangements, and taxation will be allied, and goods and workers can move freely across the border. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now an important historic opportunity for Hong Kong to lift itself out of the existing difficulties and revitalize its industries. The call has been made, and how we respond will shape our future. It's crucial that we craft a strategic and actionable roadmap for developing localized new quality productive forces, along with substantial reforms in all aspects. It's up to the SAR governments and all of us to rise to the occasion. I'm looking forward to the enlightening discussions that will unfold today, and I wish everyone great success with this forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Low. Thank you. Dr. Low, the president from the Chinese Manufacturers Association of Hong Kong. And once again, a happy birthday to the 90th anniversary of the Chinese Manufacturers Association of Hong Kong. Wonderful milestone. Well, the forum today has come to our third edition, our third year this year. And did you know that this is the first time that it's being held in Hong Kong? So indeed, as China's international city, Hong Kong's unique strengths in financial, technological innovation, as well as talent accumulation and global connectivity are crucial to the GBA's development. At today's forum, we have brought together entrepreneurs, industry experts, and academians who will be exploring the opportunities and challenges in the GBA with us, with a focus on Hong Kong's unique role as the bridge between China and the global market. And before we start today, we shall be taking a major mega group photo to recognize all our contributors and collaborators in contributing to the GBA development. So ladies and gentlemen, we would now first like to invite our speakers to come forward to the stage for the group photo. And they include Mr. Robert Locke from the Chinese Manufacturers Association of Hong Kong. Welcome. Mr. Eric Ho from Daxing Bank China Limited. Welcome. Mr. Louis Chan from Excite, welcome. Ms. Winnie Wang from Asia Insurance Company Limited, welcome. Mr. Ka Moon Chang from Lianfeng Development China Limited, welcome. Ms. Vivian Koo, CEO and Managing Director of the Private Wealth Management Association. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Evan O. Yang from Animoca Brands. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Grant Pan from Noah Group. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Nixon Chow from SenseTime. Welcome. Mr. Chevrolet Chow from Chow Pao Chi. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Marcus Burrell from D-Mall. Welcome. The Honorable Legislator Sunny Tan from Hong Kong Productivity Council. Welcome, thank you for joining us. And we also invite representatives from our supporting organizations, co-organizers, and our sponsors. And they include Mr. Charles Chai from Hong Kong ASEAN Foundation. Welcome. Ms. Li Ping Liu from Shenzhen Hong Kong-Macao Cooperation Innovation Research Association of Shenzhen. 我们有请刘丽萍女士。Dr. Chun Yan Chang from CCG Hong Kong Council. Welcome, thank you for joining us. Ms. Lin Chai, Hong Kong Office, Department of Commerce of Guangdong Province. 我们有请蔡丽云女士。Professor Jan Wang, Shenzhen Finance Institute. 我们有请王健教授。Professor Gang Xiao, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen. 我们有请邵耿教授。Mr. Harold Wang from Dasing Bank Limited. Welcome. Ms. Jasmine Lee from Ernst & Young, our silver sponsor. Thank you so much, EY, for sponsoring the forum. Mr. Shigami Takashi, Director of Business and Planning and Administration from Nissin Foods Hong Kong Management Company Limited. Welcome, Mr. Takashi. Mr. Wang Bin, Greater Bay Area Homeland Youth Community Foundation, our gold sponsor. 我们有请杨斌先生。We'd also now like to invite our esteemed guests, and they include Dr. Patrick Lau from Hong Kong Trade Development Council. Welcome. Dr. Stephen Wong, Head of Chief Executive's Policy Unit of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region Government. Welcome. Mr. Guan Xiangming, Leading Party Member and Secretary General of Guangdong Federation of Industry and Commerce. 我们有请冠相明先生，有请。Up next, Dr. Winko Low, President of the Chinese Manufacturers Association of Hong Kong. Welcome. Dr. Jonathan Choy, Standing Committee Member of the CPPCC, Chairman of Senwa Group and Chairman of Guangdong-Hong Kong-Macao Bay Area Entrepreneurs Alliance. Welcome, Dr. Choy. Mr. Duway, Deputy Director of Guangdong Provincial Development and Reform Commission, Standing Deputy Director of Leading Group Office of Guangdong on the construction of Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau, Greater Bay Area. 我们有请朱伟先生。Professor Chong Wang, Associate Vice President, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen. 我们有请王颂教授，谢谢。We'd also like to invite on stage Dr. Bernard Chan, Acting Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, accompanied by Dr. Jane Lee, President of Our Hong Kong Foundation. Welcome. All right, we shall be doing a couple of photos. So first off, ladies and gentlemen on stage, please look straight ahead with the official photographer. 我们先请我们台上的贵宾们可以向我們正前方的到會攝影師。對了，不要忘了笑一個啊，還有幾個讚。我哋有請咁多位先向正前方嘅大會攝影師，冇錯啦，影低張靚相先。Look straight ahead at the official photographer and smile for the camera. There is one more official photographer. Please keep that smile going. 我們來個讚好嗎？ Okay, do we want to do a thumbs up? Beautiful. That's right, looking straight ahead and keep that smile going. 笑容要保持。好，我来到我们后排的媒体摄影机。Please keep the smile going. That's right, that's beautiful. Looking straight ahead at our media friends at the back. 我哋有請咁多位向我哋後排嘅媒體攝影師保持笑容。冇錯啦。Keep that smile going. It's beautiful. All right, can we invite everyone to give our guests on stage a big hand? Thank you very much for joining us for the group photo. 我们感谢我们台上的贵宾们参与我们的合影环节，谢谢各位。现在我们的工作人员会领你。
Thank you very much. You'll be led downstage to your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now be proceeding to our first panel of the day. We will be diving deep into the topic of finding new paths amidst challenges to enhance business competitiveness. There are a total of 2 keynote speakers for the session. We will first be inviting Dr. Brian Koo, Vice Chairman and President of XPeng, to deliver a video address. Dr. Koo, please.
Chairman Bernard Chen, distinguished guests and friends, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to participate with video in this year's GBA Entrepreneurs Forum. It's a pity that I cannot be there in person, as right now, at this moment, XPeng is hosting our AI Tech Day in Guangdong, which is our flagship annual event to unveil the latest industry-leading innovations that we have developed in the area of AI, EV technology, and future mobility solution. This year is especially meaningful to both One Hong Kong Foundation as well as XPeng, as we are both celebrating our 10th anniversary. In the last 10 years, we have seen a tremendous transformation and progress in the Greater Bay Area, and XPeng, being a GBA company, certainly had a first-hand experience in this process. So today, I'm honored to share our journey, our vision for the future, and our insights into the GBA's pivotal role in our development, as well as the evolution of future mobility. XPeng began as a small, ambitious startup with a vision to redefine global mobility through advanced technology and AI. With roots in GBA, we have established our headquarters in Guangzhou with R&D centers in both Guangzhou and Shenzhen, leveraging the GBA's vast automotive supply chain, software talent, and technology-focused customer base to develop world-leading EV products, as well as autonomous technologies. We also operate our manufacturing facilities in Zhaoqing and Guangzhou, with cumulative EV delivery over 520,000 vehicles, ranking as one of the top pure-play EV technology company globally. Over time, with the support of our partners as well as local governments, we have also built a significant and sustainable supply chain clustered around our facilities, contributing to making Guangzhou as well as GBA a center for the China's new energy vehicle industry. We were also the first Chinese technology company ever to complete a dual primary listing on both the Hong Kong Stock Exchange as well as the New York Stock Exchange in 2021, and the first Chinese emerging automaker to be listed in Hong Kong and soon after to be included in the Hang Seng Tech Index. Looking back the past decade, XPeng represents a group of startups that's from GBA, has grown to be globally competitive players in their respective sectors, which points to many unique strengths and advantages that GBA has provided us. First of all, GBA itself is one of the largest markets in the world, with over 80 million residents and an economy of 14 trillion RMB, which is already the 10th largest in the world on its own. GBA itself represents a huge opportunity for companies like us. Secondly, GBA actually has one of the largest talent pool. It has many of the top universities in the world. I remember Hong Kong actually now has 5 universities ranked in the top 100, which is actually the only city in the world that has that credential. And with many additional institutes across the GBA region, it offers a seamless pool of talents that we can tap. The thirdly is the progressive business environment GBA offers for companies like ourselves, with a very supportive culture for investment in R&D, as well as the government support for various policies that encourage innovation in the region, and combining the strength of the vast supply chain in China, in Guangdong, as well as the many software and AI companies, as well as the vast capability of international trade and financing ability that's offered by Hong Kong. The combination of that strength provides a very powerful ecosystem that we can thrive in as a company. XPeng is always looking for the next big trend in future mobility. And we see a number of areas that's very exciting. First of all, development of AI and use of AI in future mobility. We actually start to see AI being used to power the development of autonomous driving technologies. AI is also going to be very essential to creating the most intuitive smart cabin experiences in vehicles. So with all these potential and changes coming, I think GBA and at the same time Hong Kong will play a central role in that development. Firstly, Hong Kong is an important hub for young companies like XPeng to establish global presence. Earlier this year, XPeng opened our first experience store in Hong Kong and launched 2 advanced right-hand driving EV models with the latest intelligent technologies. Secondly, Hong Kong is actively collaborating with other GBA cities to shape the future mobility. For example, the Hong Kong government has announced a plan to establish the working group on developing low-altitude economy. As many of you know, XPeng has been focusing on this particular segment through our investment into affiliate company called AeroHT, which is currently Asia's largest eVTOL company and aiming to deliver the first flying car to end customers by 2026. We look forward to working with Hong Kong and other GBA cities on this exciting future. Last but not the least, we are eager to work closely with Hong Kong authorities to introduce the most advanced autonomous driving technology to the Hong Kong customers. We see significant potential for Hong Kong to be leading international market in this development by providing regulatory support for R&D and testing in the city. Hong Kong's right-hand driving system and driving culture could serve as a showcase for international audience and help accelerate the adoption of autonomous driving in all right-hand driving markets. Again, congratulations on the 10th anniversary of One Hong Kong Foundation. Hong Kong occupies a very special place in our heart. My family has called Hong Kong our home for the last 20 years, and we have all benefited from the closer integration of Hong Kong into the Greater Bay Area in that period. I'm very excited about the future development opportunities by leveraging the many unique characteristics and advantages that GBA can offer. Thank you.
Indeed, exciting and innovative development of XPeng, Xiaopeng. Ladies and gentlemen, up next we shall be inviting on stage our second keynote for this session, and he is Mr. Marcus Sorrell, CEO of International Business of DMO, to deliver the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put our hands together to welcome Mr. Sorrell.
Good morning. Morning, everyone. Very impressive presentation there from Dr. Gu, so a little bit of a hard act to follow. What I did enjoy in seeing in that video, though, was some images from the XPeng listing on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, because that gets me very excited about the fact that we will be there in 2 weeks' time as we list DMO on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange here. So my name's Marcus. I lead the international division of DMall International. DMall is a retail technology company. We build all the technology that drives retail. We are Beijing-based, but we have development offices in Chengdu and Shenzhen, and we use really the Greater Bay Area and Hong Kong as our springboard for international development. For all the reasons that the speakers have discussed this morning. It's a free port, free trade, English is widely spoken, strong rule of law, huge talent pool, world-class universities. So Hong Kong is really our kind of base to jump into the world. Just to talk a little bit about DMall and my journey with DMall. I've been with DMall for a year. Prior to that, I worked for Dairy Farm here in Hong Kong for 5 years. I've been in Hong Kong for 10 years. My wife is from Hong Kong. I'm afraid I can't speak Chinese yet, but I joined Dairy Farm 5 years ago. Dairy Farm owns Wellcome, Manning, 7-Eleven, IKEA, 50% of Maxim's Group here in Hong Kong, but has 10,000 retail stores across Asia. And when I joined, I was hired to do 2 things. One was to build the YUU app. So I'm the person responsible for the annoying song that you hear in the supermarket on constant repeat. And also to replace all of Dairy Farm's technology. So we had 10,000 stores in 10 countries. All of our retail technology was end of life and a cybersecurity risk, somewhere between 15 and 20 years old. And I believe that the answer to our technology problems actually lay in China. I had lived in Hong Kong before, working for Adidas, and spent a lot of time in China. When I left in 2008, China was really still far behind Hong Kong in terms of its development, its tech development. It was starting to get hot as I left, but goodness me, over the next 10 years, China just jumped into the future. You had the rise of, at least in my world, the world of technology, you've got Tencent, Alibaba, JD in particular. You have these huge e-commerce pure plays who built all of this infrastructure, logistics infrastructure, but in particular digital infrastructure, right? Payments platforms, WeChat Pay, Alipay. And then eventually, and what caught my attention before I came back, was Alibaba and JD starting their own supermarkets. I've been in the supermarket industry for 15 years. That's my passion. I've always kind of followed what's happening in the supermarket industry. And when Ali and JD started their own supermarket, and it was built all on their own tech, that took the world by storm. And this whole expression of O2O, online to offline, seamless integration between the offline experience and the online experience started to kind of proliferate. So I went into China when I got here to Hong Kong to talk to some of them to see if they could help us at Dairy Farm. None of them really worked out, but we did run into somebody else. We met a gentleman by the name of Dr. Wenzhong Zhang, who is now my boss today, and he introduced us to his company, Dmall. Dr. Zhang has a PhD in systems engineering from Stanford. He is a Beijing native. He came back to Beijing after doing his PhD in 1992, and he started a technology company to build point-of-sale systems. Nobody wanted to buy them. So he started his own supermarket to test the technology. The supermarket went crazy. It's Wumart. It's the third biggest supermarket in China today. He forgot about the technology for a little while as he built a supermarket empire. But in 2015, he came back to the technology and he founded Dmall. Am I pressing the right thing? So Dmall we're a technology company, and the first thing that we did was start replacing all of Wumart's technology through that, the full stack. So replacing the e-commerce systems, replacing point-of-sale systems, auto-replenishment systems, warehouse management systems, ERP, until really we had built the full stack out. Excuse me. So we developed this system. It's an end-to-end system. It's SaaS. It's in the cloud. It's secure. It's real-time. It's digital. And we sort of created a bit of a revolution in China with the tech. Today, we have, over the last 7 years, we have invited other retailers to come onto our platform in China. We are the largest retail service cloud provider in China. We have 600 retailers on our platform in China alone. So I went and I met Dr. Zhang and met all of his team back in 2018, and actually Dairy Farm liked the technology. We did our due diligence. We signed a joint venture with Dmall to replace all of the technology across all 10 countries in Asia. Today, I can tell you that Dairy Farm, I'm no longer at Dairy Farm, is DFI International, as it's now called, has replaced about 80% of their tech. Right, so if you go into Welcome or Mannings or 7-Eleven in Hong Kong, the POS systems that you're interacting with, any apps that you use to shop online, all of that technology is provided by our company, Dmall. Do I have to point this in a certain... okay. Yeah, this is a customer base across Asia. So obviously, with the DFI partnership, Dmall has grown across the Asian region in particular. But we have a lot of other customers. We have SM Retail Group. We're talking to Central Group in Thailand, CP Group as well in Vietnam. So we're building a customer base there. But my job has also been to take us beyond Asia into the Middle East and also into Europe. In Europe at the moment, we have a partnership with the Metro Group, which is one of the largest wholesale retailers in Europe. This is just a sort of taste of what stores look like in Beijing. We've got a customer app. We are fully kind of O2O, so our philosophy is that if a customer walks into the store and walks out without having become a digital customer of ours, we have failed. Right? We want to convert everybody who comes into our store to be a digital customer, and we give you a lot of reasons to do that. So there's a lot of technology in the store to interact with, and of course you can order e-commerce, we have loyalty programs, CRM, so it's really a full suite. Inside the stores, you'll see we have what we call intelligent shopping trolleys. They have cameras on them, they have weight scales in them, they detect the product that you drop into the trolley. You can connect that to a self-checkout, or you can just pay and walk out without going anywhere near a human being or a checkout machine. The back rooms of all of the stores have command centers, usually 15 screens, 90-inch screens, with real-time data from across the business. We even have, in some of our stores, I don't think this clicker works very well, but anyway, even have QR codes on fish in our stores that you can actually scan to see the provenance and the sustainability of where we source the fish from. This is the tech, just very quickly. It's boring, but just to show you that it's a full suite. I made this slide for my CEO 6 years ago. It just tells you that really we have all the tech in the store, right? So we start with the customer and its e-commerce, digital mobile applications, its websites, it's got CRM, it's got loyalty built into it. You go into the store, all of our stores are paperless, all of our warehouses are paperless. We have all the tech in the store, all the goods receiving, all the store operations technology, as well as all of the apps for the customer to navigate the store, and then right down through the chain, through warehouse management systems, transport management systems, and then the big beast ERP, which replaces like SAP or Oracle or other technologies. So we have the full end-to-end suite. We've had that in place for quite a long time, 6 or 7 years now. And really today, our focus as a company is just building this unified, really a unified operating system for retail, that on top of which we build AI, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. So this is, I won't name which company in Hong Kong this is, but this is one of Dairy Farm's companies, and this is what its retail landscape looked like before and after. Right, beforehand you had dozens of vendors, very complex licensing agreements, lots of products that's gone end of life. Once you migrate to the DMall OS, which is really just a single operating system, you're dealing with one partner. You never have legacy technology ever again. It is secure, it's real-time, digital all the time, and you can surface that data to either a customer app or to a team member, store associate or warehouse associate, to any app. So any data, any time can be surfaced from the organization. And then last slide from me is just to say, this platform is digital, and as I said, and it's real-time all the time. When you have a platform and when all of the enterprise data is there and can be surfaced in real time, you can build amazing things on top of that. So with this platform built today, almost every single thing that we do is AI driven. We're building lots and lots of AI applications, smart energy systems to manage power switching between grids and solar and wind, intelligent cashiers, anti-fraud systems that can detect customers as they approach a checkout, read everything that's in their shopping basket before they start taking stuff out, track their hands and their motion, all this kind of stuff. So a very exciting time for DMall. As I say, we're 2 weeks away from our IPO here in Hong Kong, so we're very, very excited. We're very happy to use Hong Kong as really our springboard to moving out to the globe. This is the place for us to be, and we think that our long-term future will be here. We are incidentally based in Cyberport, along with Animoca, GoGo Van, and a whole bunch of other unicorns. So we have a lot of support from the government, and yeah, exciting times ahead for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Burrow. If you would please be seated off stage while we reset the stage for the dialogue session, and we'll be inviting you back in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming session will focus on how corporates can navigate increasing global competition and leverage the unique strength of the GBA. We'll also be exploring Hong Kong's unique pivotal role as China's most internationalized city and how companies can capitalize on its strong links with ASEAN countries and other Asian markets to your hands, and how their competitiveness will then, how our competitiveness would then add to our benefits. So without further ado, I would like to invite once again on stage Mr. Sparrow, please. Thank you. And before I forget, all the best to the IPO in 10 days. And we are also having a person joining us online, and he is Mr. Anthony Leung, Group Chairman of Nanfeng Group, Group Chairman and co-founder of New Frontier Group. Good morning, Mr. Leung. A wave for us. And our session chair today is Dr. Stephen Wang, Head of Chief Executive's Policy Unit of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region Government. And audiences, if you would like to pose a question to our panel, please utilize the QR code as displayed on the corner of the side screens in a moment. So, Dr. Wang, over to you.
First of all, very glad to be here, and a very insightful talk from Marcus. Thanks so much. And I wanted to first actually congratulate our Hong Kong Foundation for the index report that was published about GBA. It's very, very good. I also, from my perspective, the government recently launched a policy address, and a lot of them are also about Greater Bay areas, and there are specific policies that we discussed among how do we facilitate various flows among GBAs. And I wanted to discuss, just give you 2 pointers as we sort of kick off this dialogue session. One is that we highlighted one of the effort that the government have led in investing into the GBA area with mutual cooperation with the Dongguan government by actually investing into a air cargo logistic hub in the Dongguan region, so that the cargoes can go from the Hong Kong airport without, very, very simple customs directly to the Dongguan area by ship, and then go directly into the mainland, so vice versa. So this is a air cargo logistic park, if you will, that the government, with the help of the Hong Kong airport to invest into the GBA area as a mutual cooperation. So that's number one. Number two is we recently announced, as we sort of talked about the business activities within GBA, a lot of people talk about the data flow, and recently, it was announced that the standard contract for cross-border data was expanded to all industries within GBA. So that is a major, significant, effort, so that there are cross-border data between the two, basically with the GBA mainland and Hong Kong as well. So recently, I echoed Brian's talk. I was in his company visiting Nansha a couple months ago and seeing all the flying cars, pretty impressive stuff. And I was in Shenzhen doing sort of research with a lot of companies talking about sort of this going out trend and how Hong Kong can be a international platform to serve these outgoing mid-sized companies from China, from mainland, using Hong Kong as a service platform for their international business going out. So that was pretty much echo to what just Marcus said and Brian. So, but first I wanted to pass on to Anthony as he sort of, to get his immediate responses. I should look at here or there to his face, and so that to just get immediate responses with Dr. Khoo's and Marcus' talk, as well as really to share some of his thoughts about GBA, since he has such a successful business in the healthcare sector in GBA. So Anthony, to you first.
Well, thank you, Stephen. Glad to be here. Unlike XPeng and Demo, I'm more on the services side. The GBA opportunity in healthcare in particular, in a way, is now made possible by the very much improved CIQ, custom immigration and quarantine. And so much so that right now, a lot of people are crossing the boundary, not just over the weekends, but kind of in weekdays too, for kind of all kinds of consumption. So the term 北上消费, meaning northbound consumption, is now a daily event. And I must point out that this 北上消费, the northbound consumption, actually has a very positive impact on Hong Kong. In the past, Stephen, as you may know, we were kind of talking about 国情教育, meaning the nationalistic education. And right now, I must say the 北上消费 northbound consumption is really the best 国情教育, the best education on kind of nationalism. But most people view 北上消费 as kind of going there for food, going there for weekends, going there for kind of personal services. And actually, healthcare services is just one of them. Right now in Shenzhen alone, in our hospital, we have a hospital that is about 4 subway stations away from Wang once you cross the boundary. So it's very near the boundary. 30% of our new patients are actually from Hong Kong. Now, obviously, it is assisted by the 长者医疗券, meaning the coupon for the senior citizens in Hong Kong. But that one is actually just the teaser, if I may say. People can spend, say, $2,000 across the boundary. But people, once they get to know our hospital, once they get to know the mainland healthcare services, which is actually very good, but at a much cheaper price, people will start kind of coming to our hospital for other services. And Stephen, as you know, like in Hong Kong, if you have a knee problem, you have to replace the knee joints. You can go to the HA, which is very inexpensive, but the waiting time is 7 years. Assuming if you have a knee problem and you're going to wait 7 years, and that is actually very uncomfortable and very unhealthy. You go to a private hospital in Hong Kong, the more expensive one may charge you $400,000. The cheaper one may be $200,000. At the lowest would be like $150,000. Whereas in our hospital, $80,000 is about the sum that we charge. And that's why a lot of people are crossing the boundary for 北上医疗, northbound healthcare. But on the other hand, we are also seeing value in the Hong Kong system. So right now, New Frontier has outside the HA, the hospital authority, we have the most number of oncologists. In our Hong Kong clinics, we have about 20-25% of the oncologists. So for a mainland patient, if you have cancer, chances are you may want to have a second opinion or seek very high-end healthcare. And as you know, in Hong Kong, we also have medication that may not be available in the mainland yet. So we see a healthy two-way flow of patients, but clearly there are more people going north rather than coming south. But so the GBA is really integrating. And when I was in the government 20 years ago, we were thinking about how do we encourage Hong Kong people, particularly the seniors, to retire in the GBA, because in Hong Kong, land is limited. People, meaning skilled nurses and caretaker, is also limited. So we're trying to promote retirement up north. But we weren't too successful because healthcare was not kind of perceived to be adequate in the GBA, and it may not be as good. But now there are good healthcare across the boundary. So I see that going forward, there may be again a healthy flow of people. Those people that choose to retire or in a way live in the Greater Bay Area, meaning north of Hong Kong, may want to live there because of more space, lower cost. But those people that want to live in Hong Kong and can afford the higher cost will live in Hong Kong. And the situation is very much like what is happening in, say, New York, where people in Manhattan may choose to live in smaller space, but then over the weekend they will go to New Hampshire or Long Island. And there are people that will commute from those places in the Manhattan every day. So I see a much more healthy development of the Greater Bay Area in terms of living, retiring, working, and commuting. So I'm very happy to see that the integration of the GBA is really beginning to shape in a way very much like any other Greater Bay Area, such as in New York or London or Tokyo.
Thank you, Anthony. Maybe to Marcus, I wanted to just dig deeper as to the, your experience in Hong Kong as your first point. Obviously, you have a great success with DFI, the dairy farm, which is a great launchpad for your other international clients. But does it come as an, I don't know whether it comes as an intentional effort or it's just so the deal happens and so you therefore you use Hong Kong as your international launchpad. So, but if you can, is there other specific points that you think, hey, for other mainland tech companies that wanted to go international, do you still recommend them to use Hong Kong as their sort of launchpad, and why?
Yeah. Yes, I do. I think, so we were, I think, DMOR, I mean, I was wearing both hats. I don't know what I mean when I say we, but DMOR was, I think, lucky on one level to find us and have us as the initial client. But I think the key point for me was that DMOR developed its technology in China, right? And Dr. Zhang's vision of his company was to be a global technology company to compete with SAP, Oracle, and others, only to be a complete retail system, not just one component of it. But in order to, in the existing geopolitical climate, what he wanted to do was to internationalize his code. That was the first thing to start with, right? We didn't want to be selling just Chinese technology. We wanted to sell an international technology product, and bringing it to Hong Kong was the logical way to do that. Taking this very sophisticated code base that we have, bring it into Hong Kong, and then redevelop it over time to make it more to operate in a way and also to build business models around it that were more, perhaps more international in their aspect, right? So fortifying cybersecurity, building in privacy by design, and then looking at really what are the technologies that outside of China and indeed potentially outside of Asia that we might want to follow. And so the relationship with DFI for us was a very good way to do that. We brought the code out, we rebuilt all of the code, we deployed it into Microsoft Azure's server farms here, and that's been very successful. As well, I mean, in terms of sort of our whole approach to GBA and Hong Kong as a company has been what I would call almost a wave structure with regard to talent. So we were born in Beijing. We built our initial R&D teams in Chengdu, and then from Chengdu, as we decided to deploy out, we moved a lot of those resources to Shenzhen. And having built up a workforce of about 1,000 people in Shenzhen, we then deployed into Hong Kong. And so we've really kind of driven a wave through GBA into Hong Kong, and now the future base for us, for our company, for our tech, is here in Hong Kong in Cyberport. We will have other places. We will have development centers, I'm sure, in Singapore at some point, Vietnam, maybe in Estonia, in Europe, as we try to fulfill our ambition to be a global company. But Hong Kong delivers all of the things that we need as a platform and as a springboard to do that, right? Everything we've said before, free port, English spoken, rule of law, all of that.
Can I follow up on that in the sense that when your client adopt DFI, let's say, or yourself, a DFI adopt this system, the digitization of the retail space, how does that affect the way you look at digital supply chain as well? Because obviously then, as you said, all your supply chain, how you buy, how you pay, how you transfer goods, now becomes, on a different system with different data available. Would that actually have implication not just on the consumer side, but also the way you sort of deal with, the trade, the finance, and the logistics, and the warehousing, and how can you describe a bit more of how that changed the business landscape since it's happening in Hong Kong? So just curious how does that digitalization effort will change the Hong Kong landscape as well?
Yeah, you have to just, retail is, and particularly supermarket retail, is a crusty old world, right? So supermarkets have 4% profit lines normally, and when you're only making 4% profit, you haven't got a lot of money to invest in technology. So a lot of supermarkets in particular, but also all retailers, have a lot of old systems. The DMall system is a transformation, a digital transformation, right? And you cannot overstate how important that is. When you take all of your data and you digitize it, and then it is in a single flowing system that you can access and pull that data out anywhere, it's hugely transformational for your business, right? You can run analytics on top of that and transform any part of your supply chain, your value chain, the customer experience, whatever it might be, right? So on one side, it's the customer. The customer has access to you from an e-commerce perspective, offline and in the store. You have AI-driven auto-replenishment systems that mean the shelves of your supermarket or your Mannings or 7-Eleven or whatever it is are always full. They're always full because AI knows what's selling across all the stores, and it's dropping just-in-time order deliveries into the warehouse that go into the trucks. The trucks are digitally driven, and they go out. Our suppliers are connected into our ERP system and APIing their inventory levels into our ERP. So we can now see the inventory levels not only of our own business in our own warehouses, but also upstream into P&G or Unilever or whoever, and then we can see what the movement of inventory at their level is. That helps us to be much more efficient in planning promotions and drive sales, more efficient for logistics. That drives costs down. Our store operational costs are down because we're more efficient in the stores, we're paperless, and that means lower prices for customers, right? So we're more competitive in the market.
I want to also discuss, aside from opportunities that both Anthony and you discussed, maybe we turn to some of the challenges or pain points. And maybe Anthony, I turn back to you as you sort of build a business to capture the northbound consumption opportunities. What are some of the pain points? And I know that we have one of your hospitals are accepting the health vouchers from the government, so that we can utilize the sort of the PPP services. And I was just wondering, are you seeing that any pain points in the usage of insurance, for example, health coverage, because a lot of your clients probably buy insurance as well to cover their cost. Are there sort of any pain points that you can share with us, please?
Well, I won't say they are kind of pain points. It's just kind of a lot of work in progress. You mentioned insurance. And in the past, in insurance, if you buy health insurance in Hong Kong, you go to China, if you get sick, you have to pay first and then you claim later. But recently, we have signed with quite a number of insurance companies, Prudential, AXA, in the process of signing AIA, that you can do direct pay, meaning that you basically come to a hospital and you just kind of got treated, and that's it. I mean, and our hospitals will then settle with these insurance companies. And I see that it's not just kind of covering our hospitals in Shenzhen. In our group, we have now 31 hospitals across first and second tier cities. We also have home health care that we are providing to 70,000 patients a day in about 40 cities in China, and growing very fast. And I hope that one of these days we can provide such services in Hong Kong too, because when you are old, when you're sick, the best place to receive healthcare is not just hospitals, but actually at home. So we are trying to build a system that caters hospitals, both the home and the hospital, and the interaction between these two places. Another area that obviously we are trying to solve with both sides government is health data. Right now, the health data cannot really cross the boundary, which obviously makes the seamless flow of patients and the data across the boundary a bit more challenging. So assuming if you do a kind of a scanning, MRI scanning in the mainland of China, you can't really just come back to Hong Kong and expect your doctors in Hong Kong to access the data freely. You probably have to take a USB or some other ways in transporting the data. So there are some of these issues. There are the issues of obviously language, but with AI, language is becoming much less of an issue. Most of our hospitals are bilingual, but writing medical reports for both the patient and for the hospital, it has to be bilingual. Recently, we just launched a medical language AI bot, and that has results in accuracy much better than any other AI translators in the market. And so, I mean, like almost any other business, we are all using tech and AI to help. But I can only see the two-way flow, particularly the outbound flow of patients seeking better healthcare with kind of much more reasonable price, continuing and growing.
Anthony, actually, just curious to follow up, just ad hoc question. I saw that some of your competitors have built both clinics and hospitals on both sides of the border. So they have done mainland hospitals as well as actually building clinics and hospitals in Hong Kong, so that to sort of get around the problem that you mentioned, whether if you've done a CT scan in mainland, whether that would be recognized by the local doctors, so that you can create a bit more seamless sort of the health service journey. Would you consider opening a hospital in Hong Kong?
Well, hospitals in Hong Kong is a bigger problem. We have clinics in Hong Kong.
Okay.
As I said, in oncology, we have the largest number of oncologists in Hong Kong outside of the exchange.
Okay.
But hospitals, you need a good piece of land, and land in Hong Kong is expensive. Also, doctors in Hong Kong are very good, but then is much more limited in supply. So the cost structure of building a hospital is something that we have to figure out. But if the opportunity arises, why not?
Thank you, Anthony. Marcus, pain points, and especially I think this, a lot of people have talked about Hong Kong. You said that mainland has sort of jumped into the future in terms of tech. And a lot of people obviously said that Hong Kong is still catching up in a lot of digitization effort. When you actually digitize the retail space, do you sort of, run into a problem of sort of, disconnecting with the Hong Kong ecosystem, where we're trying to in the process of digitizing?
Yeah, I mean, let me answer that, but I realize I didn't quite answer your last question. I just very quickly, 1 minute on recommendation of tech companies in China coming to Hong Kong, because I do think that is the way. I think that is the right path. As I've spent the last year trying to jump DMall over to the other side of the world, into the Middle East and into Europe, and I've come to the conclusion that it is actually better to sort of start on your own doorstep. It's a huge investment. It's a huge kind of cultural change to make that leap. And so I would definitely highly recommend that if you're a technology company in the mainland, that your first venture into international territory should be into Hong Kong. That just logically makes sense. Cultural affinities, the government is super supportive. You can get on board with all the kind of the regulation and all of the different things that you need to conform with or be compliant with before kind of breaking out into other markets. So I think for me, it's definitely a very logical step. Yeah, Hong Kong's changed a lot in my view, in the last 6 years. So when I came back, as I said, China had jumped 10 years into the future, and what was stunning to me was Hong Kong didn't seem to have moved. but I've definitely seen over the last 5 years a significant transformation in Hong Kong, right? So when you're doing when you're bringing advanced technology into an environment, and in my case, a retail environment, you've got this coin that has two sides called change and resistance, right? So people are resistant to change. Whether it's customers, right, in terms of online shopping and the transformation of that, it takes time to convert people to online shopping, at least for food. Or it's actually the people that work in your stores or work in your warehouses who've been doing doing things the same way for 25 years, right? I'm the store manager. I don't need an AI bot to tell me what I need to order today. I'm going to order it, and I want to keep ordering it myself. The truth is that we put the AI bot in place, and instead of being 20% out of stock at shelf, we're 1% out of stock at shelf. So the reality is you can kind of build a coalition of the willing in the beginning, and then you sort of spread that out and use those people as advocates for change. So I would say, yeah, I'd say that's mainly, for me, being the main pain point is really just converting people to the digital, the new digital world.
Thank you. Well, I think time is running to an end, because I think that we were overrun a little bit, and really appreciate Marcus, Dr. Gu, and Anthony for sharing their thoughts and in their businesses in GBA. Thank you.
Can I invite everyone to please remain for a group photo? And Mr. Leung, if you could look straight ahead into the camera. That was efficiency, okay? That's right, please look straight ahead and smile for the camera, everyone. We have our 3 speakers for the session. That's beautiful. Okay, keep that smile going. Mr. Leung, you're doing very well. Thank you so much for joining us. That's beautiful, and thank you for calling in for the session. And a big thank you to Dr. Wang for chairing our session, Mr. Leung for joining us, and Mr. Cyril for joining us as well. And now, up next, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be proceeding directly into industry insights on financial industries in the GBA, cross-border collaboration, and global opportunities. To begin with, we shall be hearing from Mr. Guan Xiangming, leading party member and Secretary General of Guangdong Federation of Industry and Commerce, to the stage to deliver the introductory remarks. 各位来宾，我们有请关向明先生。
Distinguished Jen Li, Mr. Zhu, Mr. Wang, Ms. Wu, and distinguished leaders, experts, friends, entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure to have you all joining us in this beautiful city of Hong Kong on a beautiful autumn day at the 2024 GBA Entrepreneur Forum, Hong Kong's role in the new era. On behalf of the Guangdong Federation of Industry and Commerce, I would like to extend congratulations to the organizer and also express our heartfelt gratitude to all the co-organizers and sponsors for this event. This forum aims to accelerate discussion, exchanges, and development. And it's also a great opportunity for us to have communications and to drive together the economic development for the GBA area. And it is of great significance to the whole area. Coming up, we are going to talk about this topic, cross-border collaboration and global opportunities. All the financial institutions, how they can tap into the favorable policy environment, huge markets, and also to reinforce the important position that GBA plays. And also we will talk about how Hong Kong is going to leverage its unique strengths and strengthen collaboration with the global markets. I believe with this forum, we will gain deeper understanding of the financial industry development. GBA is one of the most vibrant and economically advanced regions in China. Finance industry is one important pillar. We have Hong Kong in GBA, and Hong Kong now restores its position as the world's #3 in terms of its financial position. We also have Shenzhen, which ranks #12, and Guangzhou, which ranks #29. On the third plenary meeting of the Central Committee, it is pointed out that we need to build a financially strong country and to reinforce Hong Kong's financial international #1 position.
The GBA framework strategy has also talked about developing Hong Kong into a hub for international trade. In the policy report has also put forward a series of measures for reform and opening to elevate Hong Kong's position as an international financial center. We believe that GBA has a unique position and can leverage the international financial infrastructure, and with policy support and business-friendly environment, we will be able to give a special play to the role of Hong Kong as a region with free flow of finances and a strong pool of talents, as well as strong government and legal support. We could connect in the industries, people, and finance. We have reason to believe that with the strong support of the central government, Hong Kong can enhance its traditional advantages while continue to reform and open to the outside world and develop new quality economy and build new competitive edge. Hong Kong will hold a stronger position as an international financial center, leading GBA in its internationalization, as well as contribute to the prosperity of the world economy. And finally, I would like to wish this forum a complete success and wish you good health, happy life, and prosperity in your business. Thank you very much.
High-quality development. We shall now be zooming in the next session on how financial industries in the GBA are seizing cross-border collaborations as well as global opportunities to solidify GBA's position as a key player in the world stage. We would now be first inviting on stage Mr. Grant Pan, CFO of Noah Group and CEO of Noah Hong Kong, to come forward to the stage for a keynote address. Mr. Pan, please. 我们有请潘先生。
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Jane Lee, for the invitation and distinguished guests. Good morning, and thank you for our Hong Kong Foundation invitation. I'm very thrilled to be here to discuss a topic that's not only very relevant to Noah Holdings, but also to the financial industry, central to the future of the global finance and business, financial industries in the Greater Bay Area. As the largest independent wealth manager and also one of the earliest fund-to-fund manager serving Mandarin-speaking high-net-worth individuals with 20 years of history, and we're dual-listed on Hong Kong Exchange and New York Exchange as well. I'm very happy to share from a slightly different perspective, especially from the entrepreneur's perspective and also private equity fundings. As predominant portion of our clients are first-generation self-made entrepreneurs, many of them actually accomplished their success in the GBA area that's always been pioneering the modern businesses. Aside from their successes in running businesses over the past few decades, we also have witnessed their personal growth as investors. From pure clients that would just take simple advice from a bank clerk on which product to deposit to now becoming sophisticated and professional investors themselves. Blessed by the trust of tens of thousands of clients, we now manage over 260 billion in assets for our clients, global. NOAA has also been extremely blessed to have access to one of the fastest growing and largest group of qualified individual investors globally, particularly in China, where there are 3 million households that meet the criteria of high net worth individuals with on average over $1 million to invest. By estimation, we probably have about 1/3 of that size who have also established global presence, business or personal-wise. The Greater Bay Area has recently seen significant shifts in cross-border wealth management, particularly with the advent of cross-border wealth management 2.0, offering a more diversified and accessible range of investment products, which has also been highly frequently asked by our clients. NOAA actually has very early presence in the GBA area. Our Hong Kong office was founded in 2012. So this year is actually, it's Ben Ming Nian, the year of dragon. We actually established Guangzhou office in 2008. And we have offices in Foshan, Zhuhai, and Zhongshan. And as a group, the GBA offices actually rank the highest in the group level in terms of AUM and number of clients. Our insights reveal that the demand for diversified investment products is increasing rapidly, as opposed to the only metric people care about a few years ago is only duration and the return of a single product. Now, with over 80% of surveyed individuals expressed a heightened interest in products denominated in non-RMB currencies. This surge in interest underscores GBA's growing appetite for sophisticated financial instruments that can help in asset allocation and portfolio diversification. Investors' transformations towards professional and rational investors has created a present need for financial institutions like NOAA to offer products and services that are not only in line with the region's evolving needs, but also address the existing gaps in the market. And NOAA is well positioned to capitalize on these trends, leveraging our extensive experience and robust risk management framework to serve the unique needs of our clients in the GBA area. Our global reach actually is further enhanced by presence in Hong Kong, a strategic financial hub that connects China with the world. Our long-standing presence in Hong Kong and the Greater Bay Area is not just about business. It's about being part of the community and contributing to its growth. We have witnessed firsthand how Hong Kong's unique position has been instrumental in the globalization strategies of our clients. As many guests have already mentioned, Hong Kong's role in this narrative is actually very multifaceted. It's the gateway to the China's vast market, a connector of technologies and resources, and a springboard for Chinese entrepreneurs into the global arena. The city's strategic importance is underscored by its ability to facilitate connections between mainland China and the rest of the world, especially, in my opinion, as a financial center, its access to capital, both public capital through its exchange, and equally important, to private capital. The mere amount investable assets that possessed by the high net worth individuals is around 130 trillion, which is 1.3 times of China's GDP. This is a significant amount to invest. We all know that before Silicon Valley, you probably don't know, before Silicon Valley was called Silicon Valley, it was actually called the Heart's Delight. It was actually known for its manufacturing of fruit cans. It's after the first $3 million check from a private equity into the Fairchild Semiconductor it got its name. Therefore, private funding is critical to innovations. It plays a very, very important role. We're seeing great capital flows from public market, from government support into innovations. But I hope we can see more trend in private funding that feed into the innovations in this area. NOAA's strength lies in our ability to link up private funding to innovations across the world and also the GBA area, and to serve a diversified clientele to be able to invest in the future innovations. We also want to have our own Silicon Valley in the GBA area. And whatever NOAA can do, and whatever ARC can do, people actually see the flyers that we have. We do have a new global name called ARC Group. So ARC is the international brand of NOAA Holdings. So if we're able to help and become part of the contribution to build our own Silicon Valley, the new innovation center in the Far East, we'll be very, very happy and very, very honored. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pan. Please be seated. We'll invite you back on stage in a moment after we reset the stage for discussions. And thank you for a bit of history lesson on Silicon Valley. I had no idea. Well, the next session shall explore how financial enterprises can leverage innovative financial connectivity mechanisms and policy measures within the GBA to enhance regional cooperation, expand their global reach, and solidify GBA's position as a key player on the world stage. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the following panelists to come forward to the stage. And first off, can we have once again Mr. Pan, please? Thank you, Mr. Pan, for joining us back on stage. And we'd also like to invite the following guests to join us on stage for the dialogue session. And they include Mr. Eric Ho, Chief Executive Officer and Director of Daxing Bank China Limited. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Ho. Ms. Winnie Wang, CEO and Executive Director of Asia Insurance Company Limited. Welcome, Ms. Wang. And our session chair for this session is Professor Jian Wang, Associate Director of Shenzhen Finance Institute. Welcome. And audiences, if you would like to pose any questions to the panel, feel free to scan the QR code on the top right corner on the screen on the sides to pose a question to our panelists. So Professor Wang, the floor is all yours.
Okay, thank you. First, I would like to thank Mr. Grant Pan for the very insightful speech. Also thank Eric and Winnie for attending today's session. I would like to, kind of echo Grant's, comments about the role of Hong Kong as the most important international financial center in Asia. How Hong Kong help mainland China companies to raise capital abroad, help them, to go IPO, attract this PE company to help the growth of China's company. But today's, theme of this forum is about the Hong Kong's role in the new era. I guess, probably this is mainly because in the last few years we observe, a big, change in China's economic model, including not only like the economic slowdown, including the real estate sector, also due to the geopolitical tension, there are like a new development for China's business model. For example, China tried to switch to this like a dual circulation, especially emphasize on the domestic consumption, etc. This type of new economic model. So I would like to ask about some role of financial sector in helping China's model switching in this process. Especially, I know, Eric, your bank, has a very strong, business connection in the Great Bay Area, especially in Hong Kong and Shenzhen. So I would like to, hear your opinion or perspective about how your bank, or more broadly, the banking sector, help China's new economic model, including this dual circulation.
Thank you, Professor Wang, and it's my great honor to receive the first question from Professor Wang, and it's also my great honor to share the stage with esteemed panelists, my fellow panelists. Well, in fact, today I will humbly share my view about two key terms in our country. So firstly is the dual circulations, and another one is new quality productive forces. So I just make it simple, advanced manufacturing. Well, in fact, bank is not an institute which create the value, but the bank supports the community to create the value, because bank is the fund provider, is not really the one who really operates the business. So the banks always follow the trend, especially the industrial development. So for the time being, very importantly, the country is using a lot of efforts to promote the economic recovery and then further growth. And the key theme and the direction, firstly, is the dual circulation. So we always hear quite a lot of descriptions, probably in the media, probably in the public speech by the esteemed figures talking about the dual circulation. But actually, what exactly it means, dual circulation, what exactly it means? Well, in my understanding, dual circulation, so firstly is external circulation and then internal circulation. So we call dual circulation as a combination. But what exactly is internal circulation and external circulation? So probably as a metaphor, circulation in a human being is like the blood running around the body. So in order to maintain health, so you keep yourself healthy, you need to keep the blood circulating. So using that metaphor, we may start to understand what exactly it means. So in fact, it's talking about flows. Internal circulation is a flow within the country, and external circulation is talking the flows across the border. So flows is not just money, not just capital, it also talks about talents, goods and services, data, whatever it is. But today is a finance section, so let's just talk about money. Money and capital. So money and capital flow across the border, it is the external circulation. So why is this so important? So firstly, the external circulation, we're talking about the money flowing across the border because payment, because of trade. Our countries sell and receive money, or the other way around, we buy and we pay. So therefore, the money will flow across the border. So that is the so-called import and export. When in the old days, when we talk about China, we always think about export. We always pay a high attention to the export growth. So because export growth, it becomes a proxy of the strength of the country. But I don't think it's the same now. In fact, today, the country is promoting both import and export. And we saw the Shanghai Import Expo, which is a very high profiling exhibitions of the country's strength in the market. So I strongly believe that the country, the government is pursuing a balanced trade instead of a huge trade surplus by exceeding the import exceeding the export. Export-import exceeding the import. So I think this is the first point I would like to highlight, because in the past, we pay high attention to export, but in fact today, we are serving both import and export of the country, and import is getting more and more important. So this is a part of the external circulation, and other part is even more important. Grant just shared with us the private equity, the importance of capital. So in fact, the other part of the external circulation is capital flow across the border. So in other words, FDI and ODI. In the past, people pay a high attention to FDI. So we always look for high FDI for the country. So it means it's a good news for the country. Wow, the FDI slows down, people worries. But in fact, our country is investing offshore. Like the Belt and Road Initiative, we make a lot of investment offshore, and it built our value chain, and that value chain link up the country and the rest of the world. So this capital two-way flows of the capital across the border, I think is the key theme for the finance industry for us today. So what I would like to say is, what's the implication of the so-called external circulation, especially capital flow? Hong Kong played a crucial role in this capital flow. Because if you look at the statistics, even though the statistics was a bit old, it's 2022, Hong Kong share about 60 to 70% of the capital flow out of the country and flow into the country. So you may tell the rest of the capital flows shared by the whole world. So Hong Kong is an obvious leader in the facilitation of the capital flow across the border. I'll fully echo Grant's speech earlier. Hong Kong is very important, especially for the financial industry like us. Well, we serve the capital flow across border, we serve the payment and money flow across the border. So of course, the financial industry is the first-tier beneficiary, and second-tier beneficiary will be the professional service providers like our sponsor, EY, today. So, in fact, it's also important to everyone, also to the entrepreneurs, because the capital flows and money flows create opportunities. So first thing I would like to share is we have to understand what exactly is the so-called dual circulation and what is the meaning of dual circulation to us, especially to Hong Kong. So the second terms I would like to share my humble view is the new quality productivity forces, a little bit difficult to pronounce. So I just call it advanced manufacturing. Well, advanced manufacturing, probably people may think, hey, this is scientific research, rocket science, because it's advanced, it's new, it's quality. But in fact, it's not really the 100% new quality productivity forces. Rocket science is one part. Aerospace, quantum computing, something probably we are not scientists, we don't know. But in fact, something that we are very proud of at the moment also form part of the advanced manufacturing. For example, the electric vehicles, batteries, green energies, nuclear power generations. These kinds of leading industries in the world is also part of the new quality productivity forces. But probably you may say, hey, you are talking something very remote from me. I'm not running this kind of business. We are entrepreneurs, probably running, say, supermarkets. So are we part of the new quality productivity forces? In my opinion, yes, we are. It's not far away or remote. It's just at our floor step. Why I say so? Because we just look back at some academic terms. If we may recall our university time, the professor will taught us there are three elements of productivity. So first is the labor, capital, and land. But other than that, nowadays, we are not just talking about these three basic elements. We talk about big data, we talk about knowledge, we talk about new methodologies, we talk about entrepreneurship, we talk about talents. So if we can combine these new elements of productivities and then to work together with the traditional ones, so we are new quality productivity forces. So just imagine, in the Stone Age, human has some place to store the food, right? Nowadays, we have the warehouse run by robots. So storing things is old, but we're using a new method, new technologies to run a warehouse more efficiently. We produce goods, higher quality, but at a lower cost. So this is new quality productivity forces. And as a bank, we follow these trends, and hopefully we'll help our customers, help our entrepreneurs to strengthen their capabilities to embrace these new technologies and use these new technologies in their daily business, and then to make their business decision and make a right investment. So probably I used too much time. So my last advice to my fellow audience is, so we think ahead, we think positively, be brave, get ready, go out there and grasp opportunities in GBA. Dr. Wang.
Eric, thank you so much, because I think kind of your comments partially respond to the question I just received from my iPad, because some people worry about the Hong Kong's economy because the consumption is going down with a lot of people going northbound consumption, the local economy is slowing. I think you give a very good response, like Hong Kong's role is changing. Like Hong Kong used to be the consumption haven for people from mainland China, very important hub for imports, exports, important hub for FDI, ODI, etc. But now, as you mentioned, especially for FDI part, because the FDI is going down, but on the other hand, ODI is going up, skyrocketing, especially they use Hong Kong as a new platform. So this also offer new opportunities for Hong Kong. So I think you did a great job, partially in response to this question. Just following up, with your question about going abroad for Chinese companies. Actually, I'm director of the EMBA program in finance of our university. We have a lot of students. Actually, they are going abroad, investing heavily in the last few years. But one question they consistently raise during our conversation is when they invest abroad, a very important or a crucial problem they are facing is they cannot get enough service, including like a financial service, localized service, financial service, accounting service, legal service, etc. So I know Asia insurance company provide excellent service in the past, not only to the high net wealth individual customers, but also to a lot of business customers. Help them to manage their investment risk, especially for both in advanced economy and emerging markets. So I would like to Winnie to share about what kind of insurance service or products you would recommend Chinese company who invest abroad to manage or transfer their international investment risks.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Wang, for your question. You mentioned about our company, Asia Insurance. We do mainly B2B business, serving corporate clients on their corporate needs on the general insurance side as well as life side, because we do have a composite license. We do have another brand, Avo Insurance, serving customers who would like to take care of the personal insurance and protection needs online. So it's a pure digital model. Going back to your question and echoing what Eric just mentioned, in supporting dual circulation as well as mainland Chinese companies or Hong Kong companies going overseas or facilitating them to invest back into our country, our industry, insurance industry has been playing a very pivotal role because we take care of the risk. Eric mentioned about the upside opportunities and also, be brave in embracing those opportunities. But at the same time, we have to look after the risks associated with these, particularly overseas investments, because they are the markets we are not familiar with. The legal system, the risks may not be, we are, aware of. So we look after a corporation's risks by assessing the risk exposure, quantifying the risk exposure, as well as designing risk mitigation, risk transfer programs to look after the risks through insurance and as well as other risk improvement recommendations. So insurance companies have actually been doing a lot that the general public may not be aware of. Take the Belt and Road Initiative as an example. I have to say a lot of those markets are emerging markets. Of course, the risks are something that we cannot underestimate. Unfortunately, in our industry, we have seen a lot of unfortunate examples. Not trying to be a negative, but this is something that we have to plan ahead for. We have to assess the risks, what we need to get ready to protect ourselves. And insurance and risk management programs designed in a proper way can really help us mitigate the risk and transfer our risk properly. I can give you some examples on some of the typical risks that we have seen. First of all, when you go into the market, of course, you sign contracts with local customers, local partners, right? And we see a lot of cases, there are contract defaults, and not what they expected. So that's why we, together with the legal firms, we design a lot of the warranty and indemnity insurance to protect the default of contracts. You know, this is something that is very critical because, you know, sometimes you only look at the upside, forgetting about the potential risk, whether there are fraud cases involved in it. Are they real or fake? You know, unfortunately, we have seen a lot of these cases. So contract is something that they very often ignore, particularly in our, you know, mainland. Their legal system may not be something that they're familiar with when they invest into the Belt and Road countries. And another example, of course, you know, political risk and war risk. This is not, unfortunately, getting really serious. So we do have political risk insurance, helping companies to mitigate their risks in case the land that they bought, the factories that they invested in, got confiscated due to political reason. Something like that, that huge losses can be incurred. So we can design programs to protect and mitigate and transfer the risks to insurance companies. And terrorism is another one. You know, terrorism, we do have terrorism risks insurance to protect companies when they invest in countries with higher terrorism risk exposure. And another thing around human beings, our key man, you know, key man insurance, and as well as like kidnap and ransom. Are you aware of kidnap and ransom insurance? Probably most of us are not aware of it because this is probably the only kind of insurance that insurance companies do not allow the client to disclose to the public or even to their staff because that can attract kidnap cases. So that's why insurance companies offer this protection, but they require the client to keep it strictly confidential. Yeah, but often, very often, big corporate clients, if they see this risk exposure for their key man, key staff going into some higher risk countries, they arrange kidnap and ransom insurance. And the insurance company not just provide the financial loss in case there are any need for it. They also provide a lot of advice. You know, before they go into the country, they provide a lot of risk prevention advice. You know, sometimes advising them not to do that, this or that, as well as providing, if unfortunate cases really happened, they hire experts to help on negotiation and how to save, you know, the victim. So we provide a lot of these associated services that people may not be aware of. And after all, you know, there are different risks and emerging risks that we have to take care of, and insurance companies can help them to ride through these the risks so that they can, you know, get on with their business. We see a lot of these cases every day, and there are, after all, there's some risks that may not be able to be transferred to insurance companies, or too costly to be transferred to insurance companies. And then that's why, if you notice a policy address this year, there's a mentioning of captive insurance that the Hong Kong government is going to promote and support large companies to set up their captive insurance companies in Hong Kong. In other words, it's self-insurance companies. So for companies who are already spending a lot of money buying insurance, they can actually retain some of the risks themselves in their own self-insurance companies called captive. So this is something that can help Hong Kong and as well as help the client to look after some of risks that are too costly to be transferred to insurance companies, or some risks are very manageable. You know, they don't need to spend the premium to buy insurance. They can actually retain the risks themselves in their own captive insurance companies. So this is something that we are doing a lot too, and Hong Kong government is supporting a lot of mainland companies. So far they are mainly state-owned companies setting up their captives in Hong Kong. But going forward, I would see the high potential for private enterprises from the mainland China who are so big, especially when they're growing into different parts of the world, to be able to set up their self-insurance companies, captives domiciled in Hong Kong, and we can take care of the risks there. So probably I stop here and let other panelists talk about it. But I just want to say, you know, Eric mentioned about all the opportunities, but at the same time, you know, also think about risk management, how to properly mitigate and transfer your risk properly, and that gives you peace of mind.
Okay, thank you so much, Winnie. Now let's go back to Grant. In your speech, you talked, several times about this cross-border capital flows, how that is so important for the entrepreneurs and also important for the development of the new company, especially high-technology company. In the last few years, personally, I also involved in some of these projects, try to promote the cross-border capital flows, especially within the Great Bay Area. But for those projects, we mainly focus on, how this financial service to help the flow of labor, flow of goods, service, data, etc., such as the payment system, cross-border payment system, the cross-border banking service, etc. But I think your speech is more ambitious. Try to give more space for cross-border capital flows in order for the company to raise money to grow faster. But this type of capital flows usually involving this bilateral collaboration of policies from both sides. I would like to hear your opinion about what kind of collaborations between Hong Kong and mainland China may help to promote this type of capital flows going forward.
Thank you very much, Professor Wang. And I actually learned a lot from the co-panelists' knowledge. Very interesting. I'm not a policymaker, obviously not expert on policies either, but I think a few things that could promote GBA area to be much more powerful than before is obviously, one, like I said, to pay a little more attention to private funding. I think on both sides, policymakers trying to encourage, obviously, the deals flows, the capital flows. But when it comes to private funding, the exit, the initial investments, even the distribution of profit within a reasonable range, I think it's still not as efficient as we expect it to be. So if we could have, I don't know if either side actually have a policymaker to look after the private funding, but it was really what's driving most of the successes in the AI technology, as you will. As private funder, they probably have much quicker decision-making process, and nowadays they really have the rational expectation in terms of returns. So I guess one, private funding, a little bit more policy towards that. And two is obviously, cross-border payment facilitations. Yeah. We actually have worked with quite a couple of partners and also clients in e-commerce, especially global e-commerce, right? So they go through many different hoops trying to get the settlement done. I think Singapore probably did a better job in terms of a global settlement center, but I think in the GB area, especially within an hour of car driving, the settlement really should not be that difficult. So we have so much technology on both sides. Yeah. And so actually so many successful companies to work on the areas, but how do we really put the GBA area, give a little more convenience in terms of technology and really the talking to each other, the APIs, I think that will be very helpful. I think my third point is really the taxation. As a former Deloitte partner, so tax is also something I pay attention to. Is when you are distributing profits either side, it's not gone out of China. It's from mainland to Hong Kong. You pay a withholding tax of 10%. So that really adds to the, I guess, when you're making a decision or to start a business on either side, that's something you really think about, especially nowadays. Your gross profit margin probably comes down a little bit. So 10% actually becomes pretty heavy. So as long as the capital is operating within the GB area, I think that relief should at least be discussed. That's something I would love to see. So 3 points.
Okay, that's great. We have 5 minutes left. We got a couple of questions kind of in a in a similar, direction. They're curious about the role of Hong Kong in the process of internationalization of RMB, including, right now China is promoting the new payment system BRIC. They are curious, like, how can Hong Kong, improve its role as international financial center on the international use of RMB and also the new payment system. Any of you would like to, share?
So probably I give my humble opinion first, and then I'll allow my peers to give their opinion. So Hong Kong, I think, is already an international finance center, and Hong Kong is already the largest offshore renminbi center, and we have quite a lot of renminbi in Hong Kong. And this market is getting deeper and deeper, especially when our government is very keen to develop the business and trade relationship with, for example, ASEAN countries, Middle East, or even Latin Americas. So if we build the connections with the rest of the world and people are more willing to trade with China by using renminbi as a settlement currency instead of US dollars, Hong Kong will be getting more and more important. So in fact, I really hope Hong Kong will become a China version of London. London is a center of US dollars. Now, I'm hoping Hong Kong will become the international center of renminbi when our country trade with the rest of the world. Well, it also echoes the government's efforts to promote the so-called dual circulations and also the advanced manufacturing. It will help to build a closer tie with the rest of the world, even though globalization is no longer a buzzword now. But I do believe that people still need trade. This world still needs trade. So if the trade happens, if the trade with our country is going to boost, Hong Kong's position will be secure. So of course, Hong Kong will still need to use a lot of effort to build, for example, the digitized renminbi. The platform is not yet built. So in fact, our country is still testing the digitized renminbi. Is still testing, but I do believe is the future. Is the future of our country's trade, our country's capital flows, and our connection with the rest of the world. Dr. Wang.
Yeah, I just want to say that at the Financial Services Development Council, we have recently released a paper on internationalization of RMB with a number of different recommendations. And you can refer to the FSDC website for the full report. I just want to say on the role of the insurance industry, we can play a very crucial role in helping RMB internationalization as well, because our industry transacts very large volume of premium, insurance premium for investment purposes, And we also are an international reinsurance center. Reinsurance means the wholesale of insurance. Actually, I always say that the biggest buyer of insurance is actually insurance companies. We buy a lot of insurance. We call reinsurance because we have to transfer our risk as well on a portfolio basis. So for that volume of business, if they're on RMB based and kept to be on RMB based, and if we can give incentives for insurance companies to keep them on RMB, for the reinsurance that we write from, say, the mainland China market, I think that can also help to strengthen Hong Kong's role and the RMB internationalization. So,
we have 1 minute. Grant, can you?
Sure. I just was invited to a Greenwich Economic Forum in the U.S. a few weeks ago. I think one thing I can share as perspectives. I think it's still probably a long way for any country to replace US dollar as the world reserve currency. But it's almost like at the eve of, before iPhone was released, everybody thought Nokia is going to dominate everybody's cell phone. I think the way that they call it the weaponization of US dollars actually caused concerns in many countries. I think they're trying to diversify their currencies other than US dollars. So I believe, as long as we stay, friendly to the world economies and trade partners, I echo my co-panelists' opinions. I think
RMB's internalization is probably also on the go. Thank you.
Okay, due to the time limit, let's stop here. Thank our three panelists again for their excellent comments and insightful sharing.
Can I invite our panelists to have a group photo together, please? Once again, a big thank you to Professor Wang for chairing the panel for us, Mr. Eric Ho, Ms. Winnie Wong, and Mr. Grant Pan. That's right, posing for the camera. That was one of the most insightful and in-depth sessions on the topic. So thank you very much to our panelists and panel chair. Well done, thank you. Please do be seated. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be proceeding to our next industry insights that zooms into artificial intelligence, high-end manufacturing in the GBA with strategic visions and tech-driven future. Our next panel of industry insights would talk about corporates who are at the forefront of integrating AI, robotics, as well as high-end manufacturing, propelling the region towards becoming a global hub for AI applications with a projected GDP of exceeding 600 billion renminbi soon. So up next, please join me in welcoming our first keynote speaker, Mr. Nixon Chow, former Managing Director and General Manager of SenseTime, to deliver the address. Let's welcome Mr. Chow.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to be able to speak on this forum to share my view. Thank you all for joining me today. I'm Nixon, and let's kick things. As we are getting into the third plenary section, I can see some of you are getting tired already. Let's relax a little bit and kickstart with something light-hearted joke. Let me ask you guys a question. Why did the robots get on a diet? Anybody have any clue? Let me give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Because it had too many bites. Now that I've lightened up the mood a little bit, and let's dive into the fascinating world of AI and high-end manufacturing in the Greater Bay Area. I'm trying to discuss the strategic vision for a tech-driven future in the GBA, particularly in the realm of AI and high-end manufacturing. In this section, we'll explore how corporations in the GBA are leading the charge in integrated AI, robotics, and high-end manufacturing, aiming to propel the region toward becoming a global hub of AI applications. The GBA is on track to achieve a projected GDP exceeding 600 billion RMB, thanks in large part of its focus on high-quality development in new economies and technology. But what does this mean for businesses looking to capitalize on advanced manufacturing trends? Firstly, it is essential for companies to upgrade existing industry by developing new quality productive forces, known as 新質生產力. These involve embracing cutting-edge technologies such as AI and robotics to streamline processes, reduce costs, and enhance product quality. By adopting these innovations, businesses can push their competitiveness and foster the emergence of new industries and business models. Consequently, this will contribute to the GBA's goal of becoming a leader in AI applications. Secondly, fostering innovation is key. This involves investing in research and development, as well as collaborating with academic and research institutions to stay at the forefront of technological advancements. By nurturing a culture of innovation, companies can develop new products and services that meet the evolving need of customers, both locally and globally. Additionally, leveraging Hong Kong's strength is a strategic advantage. Geographically positioned at the center of Asia, Hong Kong provides access to one of the largest global manufacturing chains and a substantial consumer base within the GBA. Over the years, the city has developed world-class capabilities in basic research, a strong framework of intellectual property protection, and a favorable business environment. Furthermore, Hong Kong is home to 5 universities ranked among the top 100 globally, ensuring a steady supply of talent for the GBA. Moreover, Hong Kong's digital infrastructure is a significant advantage. The city has a 5G network with 95% coverage, ensuring fast and reliable connectivity for businesses and individuals alike. Additionally, Hong Kong serves as one of Asia's premier data hubs, with 12 submarine cables connecting it to the rest of the world. According to Year 22 Global Data Center Market Comparisons, Hong Kong's data center market ranks 6th globally and 2nd in the Asia-Pacific region. These digital infrastructures provide a solid foundation for high-tech industries, including AI and high-end manufacturing, to thrive and innovate. By harnessing these strengths, companies can build an integrated innovation and technological chain that span the GBA, creating a seamless flow of ideas, talent, and resources. In conclusion, the GBA is poised for a tech-driven future, with AI and high-end manufacturing at the core of its strategic vision. By upgrading existing industries, fostering innovation, and leveraging Hong Kong's strengths, including its world-class universities and advanced digital infrastructure, businesses can position themselves for success in this dynamic region. Thank you for your attention, and I hope this session provide valuable insights into the opportunity and strategies for thriving into the GBA tech-driven landscape. I'll be open up to any questions at the end of the next panel session, and I look forward to any engaging discussion soon. Let's make the most of the remaining time we have together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chow, for your insights. Thank you. And I wonder if you have a collection of jokes on robots. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, may we invite our next keynote speaker, Professor Zhexiang Li, Professor of Department of Electronic and Computer Engineering of the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, founder of Export Park and founder of Shenzhen InnoX Academy. 我们有请李教授。
Thanks to our Hong Kong Foundation for inviting me to give this sharing. And also, I give part of this talk yesterday to the 25th anniversary of HKUST Entrepreneurship Center. But the audience was young entrepreneur and also students. And I understand today's audience is different, but I don't know how much influence I could have, but I hope that it may indirectly for the children of, or even the younger generations of today's audience. So my sharing is from new engineering education to startups, and how to build an end-to-end, high-quality, efficient innovation ecosystem. And of course, it's stuck somehow. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think communication technology still needs more improvement. Okay, so of course, it took many years because, anything like this will take hundreds of iterations. And the earliest effort really started 30-some years ago when I joined the university, 1 year after the founding of HKUST, and there's a name tag in front of the lab. It's called 3.126 10年史. Okay. So I do the normal things all professors at HKUST, typically do. And they also, we try to think, what we, did at the laboratory can have a influence to manufacturing industry across the border. And those three gentlemen, during a meeting, come up with a new model for this effort. So I established my first company called Google Tech, 25 years ago. Okay, and we still need to figure out what kind of business we are going to get into. Then we decided perhaps all the manufacturing industry need support of advanced equipment. And the motion control technology is critical to design of all advanced machinery for manufacturing industry. And we were already now, helping more than 60 different sectors, in the country for their machinery. And also Google Tech went to IPO last year. And this, looking back, is a startup by professors, okay? And they are cases, but very rare, okay? Over 500, some faculties, maybe a handful of faculties, could understand how this works and be able to do that. So how can we have more impact? Well, our education curriculum is really modeled after that of MIT, Berkeley, and Stanford. You look at the curriculum, it teaches students how to analyze and solve problems. Where does the problem come from? We don't have that element in our curriculum. So then, and of course, hands-on is another issue. We only do the test and also exams. So then they go for graduate school or go for work for big companies. So I happen to teach a robot design competition. And students not so interested in the traditional, test, homework, become fascinated in this kind of learning. And Frank Wang, took the course twice and also used this experience to set up, establish DJI and also other students similar. So we look back, this is called the project-based learning. You from design to build, debug, multidisciplinary teamwork, and go to Shenzhen to make use of the supply chain for fast iteration of the project. And of course, during the final year project, most students took a project from professor, but he insists that he wants to have his own final year project, design an autopilot for model helicopter. And from then on, he established a little company in Shenzhen in a garage to sell autopilots for hobbyists, and finally to the all-in-one products. And finally, this is, he has his own company headquarters. And many students ask me, how do you, from a little company become a successful company? I tell them, move your office 5 times, and this will be a good, signature. And of course, that has a profound impact on my lab. Before, all students go to MIT, go to Ivy League schools, or go to Silicon Valley. And after Frank Wang, 9 out of 10 students, they went back to Shenzhen to start up their own companies. Overall, of 100 students, 1/3 went to startups. They founded more than 50 companies. So that, and of course, in between, I still try to attract the students to work at Google Tech, not successful. So I, volunteer myself to help HIT Shenzhen to establish a program, and also working with 2 Hong Kong companies to, gain industry experience. Very fortunately, out of 250 graduates from the 7 years, 1/4, went to startups. They founded, 30-some companies. And, we know this, long death valley between university and the industry. So we have to build a bridge. And the bridge consists of, university government built a platform, and the professors have to know how industry works, and also we have to have a new engineering kind of project-based learning, and also role models, whether successful and failure are both important. So that are the earlier experiments that we did, and of course, 10 years ago, exactly 10 years ago, we began to think, can we enlarge this model to let more cities, more younger people also benefit from this kind of experience? So in 2014, we established export park system in Songshanhu, because Songshanhu, Dongguan was a manufacturing OEM, ODM, heaven. But innovation was still not there, our major innovation. So we established a kind of system, helping students who want to start up company, form teams, understand which direction to get into, define products, and then iterate. So we worked with more than 60 such teams, and they look back, 80% of them survival rate, and 15% become unicorns, and they also pseudo-unicorns. The leading few, become, more than $10 billion valuation, and they're still growing very fast. And so those are the examples. I will not go into there too much. So over the years, we have worked, with many student startups, 140 of them, 1 listed, and 6 unicorns. So that was, after around the time that about 4 years ago. So this model is now being extended from Songshanhu to Ningbo, and also Changzhou, Chongqing, also Hong Kong, Hong Kong Center, supported by Hong Kong government, and also Shenzhen Kechuan Xuyuan, and Guangzhou. And also now more places and the cities are, approaching us, want to do something similar over there. And also with Saudi Arabia as well, So this is, and in Shenzhen, I think over, really bad. Yeah, over, a short period of 3 years, we have already, 400 full-time entrepreneurs pursuing their dreams, and the 16, project teams already in angel phase. So And of course, this allows us to understand that our traditional model, we know how to train engineers, how to train scientists, how to train artists. But how do we train product manager? How do we train entrepreneurs? We need a horizontal model, okay? And you cannot spend 4 years in each of those schools. So, and of course, MIT Media Lab, Stanford, this school, all trying to solve this problem. And one school has probably the most comprehensive solution is Olin College in Boston. And it is really project-based learning, but the project consists of how do you define and understand the need, define the problem, and integrate all the math, engineering, hands-on to build prototypes. Okay. So this is really, we believe that the future, if we are going to build a knowledge economy. And now we are working with more than a dozen universities across the country, starting from freshman year, okay, to train, new generation of product manager. And we give this model called 一地一校一平台一园区. And we believe it is a powerful model that will change the manufacturing and also the supply chain, everything here. Because, this Greater Bay Area has a nickname in the Hollywood of makers. The supply chain, the completeness or comprehensiveness is nothing to be found anywhere in the world. But we also see there are problems. In the consumer side, this is not our, strength. And we need to, really, for many examples, have so-called, many global brand names, okay? And this will put together our, material components, manufacture, and all those. But the, 领头 is still the consumer brands. And the best age for doing consumer brands is 20 to 30 years. We say that if you are over 30, probably you are not best or more efficient on the 2B business, okay? So there are two issues we have to address. One is the product definition. The second is the supply chain, to address, scale up or even for small batch production. So we establish what is so-called the shared factory, and pulling together leading suppliers across the global leader. We call the Foxconn, the Taijidian for startups. And of course, with all the lessons, all the data that we have, how are we going to help the younger entrepreneurs and also students? So we first work with the college, undergrad to grad, to establish this kind of, program. And also now we are, moving, even earlier stage working with K-12. And we also establish a 科创幼儿园 with, I think the best age to start is 1.5 years to 6. So this gives you a, idea of what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for the mesmerizing actions that you're doing. And as a HKUST graduate, I'm very proud of what I see after school. The following dialogue session will lead us to dive into the world of artificial intelligence and high-end manufacturing in the GBA. We'll also be examining how companies can leverage Hong Kong's uniqueness and strengths in basic research, a robust IP, intellectual property protection framework, as well as other areas in order to build an integrated innovation and technology chain, positioning themselves in the GBA's dynamic and tech-savvy, tech-driven future. So up next, I would be inviting our speakers previously, Mr. Nixon Chan and Professor Lee, once again back on stage to join us for the dialogue session. So Mr. Chan and Professor Lee, once again, please join us on stage. 我们再次有请李教授来到台上，与我们有一个对答的环节，谢谢。We'd also like to invite the following guests to join us for the dialogue session, and they include Mr. Louis Chan, CEO of Excite. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Ka-Moon Chang, Managing Director of Li & Fung Development China Limited. Welcome. And to chair our session today, we have Mr. Robert Locke, Vice President of the Chinese Manufacturers Association of Hong Kong. Welcome, gentlemen. And now, Mr. Locke, the stage is all yours.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you to Nixon and also to Professor Lee for your insightful presentation we have today. And I think both of you pretty much highlight the transformative potential of advanced manufacturing in the GBA. And for myself, I'm coming from very traditional industry, textile and garment anyway. So I'm coming here to learn today. And so we are expecting hearing a lot of, about the technologies anyway. So I would say I'm particularly interested in how we can leverage this potential to boost Hong Kong's economic growth. And next time you're talking about the progress of the productive forces in GBA. And I think Professor Lee is talking about the startup and also the innovative ecosystem and how you can help students to really expand the company, but by moving office five times, okay? If for factory, we can't move for 5 times. It's too much work to do for factory if we were going to move even 1 time, okay? But we will take that into consideration later. So I think what you just talked during the presentation is going to be very useful for us on ongoing discussion. So since we have 4 panelists here, so the time is short. So I will just go straight into the questions. So I think we always talk about ambition goal of increasing Hong Kong's manufacturing GDP from 1% to 5% by 2032. And I think this requires multi-pronged approach. So I would like to ask Louis, what concrete steps, I mean, both from the technological perspective and also a policy perspective, can be implemented to achieve this ambitious goal, 5%? Thanks, please, Louis.
Thank you, Robert. It's a very great question, very tough question, so I'm a little bit nervous. I come from a manufacturing background. I think this is a very relevant question. How do businesses learn to leverage AI? I think it's relevant to manufacturing businesses and it's relevant to many different businesses of all of us today. I have learned a framework that has been somewhat useful to me. I will look at this adaptation of AI in 3 tiers. The first basic tier, I call them the operational users. These are companies who are able to access AI through off-the-shelf AI products that would improve productivity just in their business functions and various processes. The second tier, I would call them a strategic tier. So these are companies who are able to leverage existing AI technology, but they typically will have to build data on top of it. They will have to build their own systems on top of it, and that would afford them to build strategic advantages. The third layer, if you can think of it as a staircase, if you like, right? The capabilities of really integrating AI into their businesses. The third tiers are companies who really make and design their own AI systems. They build their own databases. They build their own AI tools. So they have really AI baked into their own business models. So to make it concrete, maybe I can give some examples. That first layer of business I've seen on the shop floors of a factory. So I'd say the previous era of AI was more of a strong memory AI. So you were talking about technologies that were natural language processing, image recognition, right? So on the factory floor, I've seen, rows and rows of QC workers, right? These ladies, they're just pushing through products really quickly. So a factory was able to use image recognition AI systems to just match the photos of the products to a database they've built of defective product images. So that they were able to reduce the workload by 80% in the labor force, right? So I would say that is a very practical use of existing AI technology to really improve efficiency. The second tier I'd call the strategic users. Strategic users, to give an example, would be someone, let's say if you're a factory that is your ODM factory, and you want to become really good at product development. Product development involves a big BOM, a big bill of materials. Materials are multifaceted. You're talking about the specifications of it, the quality standards of it, the origins of it, the price levels of it. Now, if a company can build their own data about these raw materials, and they can leverage existing AI technology to make wise choices of these, to develop products for the right customer group, for the right scenarios, for the right applications, for the right product specifications, this will make them really stand out in a strategic way, potentially, right? So a third level are companies that are, I mean, that's a really very different tier. These are, I would call them the staircase. They're quantum leaps of value creation. The third level will be these great companies, for example, that Professor Lee may be baking out of Xbot Park. These companies will have to have a DNA in their business model that they will build a business model to leverage AI technology. They will typically have to go in a later stage, maybe they will have to have their own full team of data analysts, of data engineers, of data scientists, just to get it going. So those are the tiers, right, for businesses to try to really adopt technology. On the policy side, if I would flip this model and just look at the three tiers, I'd say the government's probably doing already quite a bit in helping user sort of operational use of technology. If you're a factory and you're trying to adopt, let's say, the image recognition system I was talking about, there are probably a lot of programs here the government's already offered to financially assist, to help you find vendors that can put this technology together for you on the shop floor. I think at this level, maybe with this explosion of generative AI that's happened post-2020, we can do more in training, in coaching, in maybe even consulting, to help people put the generative AI tools to work. If you look at these sort of the Fortune 500 companies, in 2022, the generative AI adoption rate would have been about 1/3. 1 out of every 3 companies were using it. By 2020, by last year, it was 2/3. And these are typical functions like, because you have these general tools that can build you 3D models, they can, ChatGPT, they can write you speeches, they can, if you write a title, they can give you a PPT. So these are tools that would help businesses in the functions like sales and marketing is a strong one. Product development is another strong one because these are AI tools that can weave through tons and tons of research material for you and just summarize it, right? So your scientists can really become very, very much more efficient. Obviously in IT, right? These are, and even generic functions like HR, I think. So at that level, maybe we can do a bit of a coaching. In the second tier, that's a bit harder. Maybe some idea is to go through vertical industry associations, let's say, to build specific databases for specific vertical industries that can be shared among a lot of different companies. And when these companies start using it, the data comes back to build that database a lot more. So it becomes a public good that can be good for an entire industry. At the third tier, those are really difficult to make, and that's why Professor Lee is doing such a wonderful job. And I'd say maybe some things government policies can address, maybe sort of just the general environment of how capital, research and businesses come together. For example, one of the pain points would be to build a company like that, the typical 5-year VC cycle doesn't work. 5 years does not a unicorn make. Like the professor says, it takes hundreds and hundreds of iterations, and that cycle may not be. So the government may be able to come up with some very innovative ideas. I'm not saying it's an easy question, but maybe I'm saying if anyone can solve this problem, maybe Hong Kong can do it. So those are my simple thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Louis. Yes, it's not easy. It's a lot of work to do anyway. So AI application should be crucial. And also, I think maybe from the policy perspective, if we get more fundings from government can be also helpful too, right? Anyway, so come on, building on Louis' points, okay? And how can Hong Kong's strengths in supply chain management, that's your expert, right, supply chain, and be leveraged to attract foreign investment in advanced manufacturing? And what incentives or support mechanisms would be most effective in attracting international companies?
Thank you very much. Firstly, I suggest you to read the Chief Executive Policy Address. He actually and literally gave a very good explanation about what kind of supply chain services Hong Kong is able to provide to foreign enterprises in the area of, for example, manufacturing, management, surveys and orchestration, market penetration in the established market like US, as well as the emerging markets in ASEAN, South Africa, or even Africa, as well as all the training facility, the credit risk management facility, trade financing in Hong Kong. I think that these are all very important supply chain services. I would say another jargon is producer service. Hong Kong is very, very, have added advantages on top of our one country, two system. Now, but the challenge of this question is that, now, for example, from a business perspective, for example, I'm from enterprises. I follow the market. For example, we source from more than maybe around 5,000 factories all over the world. But if you are asking our company whether we source from Hong Kong manufacturing enterprises, I really don't know. Now the challenges, now your question is how to attract investment on advanced manufacturing to Hong Kong. So let us define what is advanced manufacturing. What part of the production process or the supply chain we are referring to? When we are talking about providing more high-end manufacturing, are we referring to the final stage of the production? That is the final assembling of all the parts into one single product according to WTO rules? Or are we considering simply to attract the control tower of the advanced manufacturing enterprises to Hong Kong? A lot of multinational enterprises, establish the headquarters in Hong Kong to do the highest control tower activities, such as financing, orchestrating the whole supply chain, design, human resources, recruitment, something like that. But if we are serious in making Hong Kong as a high-end manufacturing sectors to expand our manufacturing percentage of GDP from 1 to 5%, then we are, in a very, very different thinking mode. So how can we do that? How can we do that? We are so expensive. The first thing, the products we produce must be of very high end. We are from a garment industry. Li and Feng is trading lots of goods, but we are also the largest trading company in garments. Now, if you are talking garments, there are some very expensive garments. Maybe this can be manufactured in Hong Kong with good design to take advantages of our excellent airport services. Maybe this is one thing. And the other is some biotech industry, very, very expensive product. Maybe they can also be able to afford to use Hong Kong factories to manufacture. But we have to think more strategically about Hong Kong relationship with the GBA. We understand that Hong Kong has a lot of universities. They are high-ranked universities. And in the GBA, there are a lot of very advanced manufacturing facilities. They are the powerhouse of the world in manufacturing industry. Now, how to really commercialize the 0 to 1 process in Hong Kong into products is always a challenge. So we have to understand the whole commercialization process. Of course, Professor Lee is a great expert in this area. For example, 0 to 1 is only one part of it. Actually, there are 4 different stages of commercialization. 0 to 1, 1 to 10, 10 to 10,000, and 10,000 and beyond. So we have to be realistic. If you want to produce the stage 3 and stage 4, the 10,000 part, or the beyond 100,000 parts and the beyond 100,000 parts, it must be in GBA. However, 0 to 1 is within the university. How about 1 to 10? So this is also a part of advanced manufacturing. I strongly recommend to learn about the experience in Akihabara, Choy in Japan. This is something of the iteration from 1 to 10 after the professor invents a technological concept. So how to make this first prototype into from 1 to 10, make 10 products to attract the highest value consumer all over the world, including GBA, to come to Hong Kong to test these products. To test the product, mainly from a functional perspective, then you will, understand what's the defects and how to do the redesign and to improve and other products. And I think that this is a very important stage of manufacturing. So I think that we need to think about along this line to really do some kind of advanced manufacturing in Hong Kong. So I don't think there are a lot of ways to do this. Most important thing is Hong Kong is too expensive. And everybody understands that Hong Kong is extremely good in doing 0 to 1 because of our very strong university. But how to build a manufacturing sectors to increase from 1% to 5% is really a big challenge. Not to talk about the producer service the advanced manufacturing company are doing. We are not talking about that. I'm talking about WTO compliance, the final stage of production. So 2 products, I would say, pharmaceutical and also high-end consumer products, leveraging mainly on our airport. But for other more strategic perspective, I can only say the 1 to 10. Or not exactly 10 products. Maybe we have all the makers, we can produce maybe 100 products in Hong Kong to test the market. So this is something that I will suggest. Thank you.
So thank you, Carmen. what you're saying is that Hong Kong is expensive, right? But hopefully Hong Kong is creative and innovative, so we're still able to survive. I'm coming from government, so when you're saying that we are not making in Hong Kong anymore, but we still do the R&D in Hong Kong. And just recently, do we have some sort called micro factory, which is more emphasized on technology transfer and also use the technology for the development of products. So we still on the way, though. Even though 1% of percent is seem to be hard, but I do think we should have some sort of way to achieve that one. So since you mentioned about the 0 to 1, so what do you think about the journey from initial idea to industrialization is crucial, right? Of course. And what do you think about the challenges Hong Kong company they face? If just based on what you say, we need to do 0 to 1 or 1 to 10. So what would be the challenge we have in Hong Kong?
I think that we need to have sufficient maker space in Hong Kong. And actually, it is not a challenge. It is the advantage of Hong Kong because of our testing and certification facilities and reputation. I think our IP protection reputation is extremely important in Hong Kong to retain some part of the value along the supply chain to be still stayed in Hong Kong. This is actually very, very, I would say it's quite sensitive because from a company perspective, we don't care at all. As long as, we can create value, we will distribute it all over the world, especially Li and Feng. You must have heard about our global supply chain network and orchestration. We distribute all over the world. But as far as these topics is concerned, it's about how to retain the advanced manufacturing in Hong Kong is really a big challenge. For example, it is a big challenge. I really don't know a lot about how to do it. But I will say that as long as we can attract more companies no matter they are from the mainland or overseas, to come to Hong Kong to leverage on our technological base because of our excellent universities, I will see more opportunity for our 1 to 10 or 1 to hundreds opportunity. So how to do it is actually to be more aggressive in doing marketing in the mainland, to let mainland company understand the Hong Kong advantages, our niche, all the preferential policy we can offer to them, and also how Hong Kong can help them to penetrate into other established or emerging market. Actually, from the overseas company perspective, they are only looking for 3 different things. One is to penetration of new market or established market. The second is to have production in your place, and the third one must be R&D. Of course, with a reasonable, low cost and business favorable environment. And I think that with the Invest Hong Kong and the Trade Development Council, they can provide a basic infrastructure for us, for them in Hong Kong. However, as long as the advanced manufacturing is concerned, then I think that it is really important to attract more company to establish their operation in Hong Kong. Then it is very, very natural if they know that we have a capacity in doing the 1 to 10 or 1 to hundreds iteration process, then I think that it will be a very important perspective to attract more user for this kind of manufacturing in Hong Kong. And I really can't answer this question. Because I really want to focus on how to retain high-end manufacturing in Hong Kong. I'm not talking about the product, producer service in Hong Kong. I'm very confident about that. No need for me to further elaborate. But how to increase the manufacturing process in Hong Kong is really a big challenge.
Thank you so much. Anyway, so let's go back to Professor Lee. When we talk about innovation, talk about from 0 to 1. So, Professor Lee, your experience in fostering innovation is invaluable. So beyond technological advancements, what other factors do you think crucial for creating a successful advanced manufacturing ecosystem in Hong Kong? And how can we attract and retain the talents in this field? Please, Professor.
Yeah. First of all, I come back to your first question. Okay. It is unfortunate Hong Kong manufacturing, accounts for only 1% of our GDP. This is a reality, but can be changed. 5% is a first step, but not really, the goal of Hong Kong, right? Because Singapore, 18%. Yes. Switzerland, 20-some%. Yeah. And their cost, menu costs are just probably as high as Hong Kong, okay? And we are next to the Great Bay Area. All those people, Silicon Valley, Boston, Israel, they are so envious of the conditions that we have. The problem is, the government, the university, and also the sectors have to work together to build a new system. Just I heard the earlier talk, two sides of the coin. Change, resistance to change. In this regard, over the last 30-some years, change is so difficult in Hong Kong. I sit in the Government Innovation Committee for a few years and finally decide, not to bother with it. Because you get, people from real estate, from retail, from hotel, all those come together to talk about innovation. This innovation are going to affect the old money, right? So the end is the government do nothing. So I think how do we come up with a new strategy to initiate, a critical change, taking advantage of all this happening. All the high-tech companies want to come to Hong Kong to be listed, right? That will bring lots of, needs for financial and all those. And all those companies need to go overseas. They need to establish R&D. They need to establish the supporting Hong Kong is the best place for it. And Hong Kong has, universities, but they are training more or less engineers of the past. We need to train engineers or entrepreneurs of the future, and also including our, elementary education system. They only send kids to Ivy League, to top schools, but how do we make that change? So I think their conditions are now mature to do this. But the thing is, our government and the different sectors have to have, a thorough discussion and, making the change. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. So how about how we can attract and retain the top talents in Hong Kong? So it seems to be, for having advanced manufacturing, we need a lot of talents, right? So how can we do that if we want to?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he just, for now, the 3D printing technology is advancing so rapidly. AI, all those, the maker space is the first step, right? And then the model of shared factory, that we develop for all the founders and the young entrepreneurs that also support entrepreneurs from Saudi, from, other places. Hong Kong is so close, so we need to have some kind of such facilities, yeah. So probably afterwards, we can talk more.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so next, we do have a broader economic impact of manufacturing, and you just mentioned about the new called the productive forces. So what do you think we can better communicate this kind of significant contribution of new productivity force and it relate to the surface of Hong Kong's overall economy? And so what do you think about it?
Can you hear me? Yes. I think before I talk about the advanced manufacturing, let me elaborate a little bit more about what's happening right now. So why AI is so critical to this new quality productivity forces. Yes. As we are just in the midst of electing the new president in the United States, so both of the candidates has mentioned that they cannot let US lag behind in this next generation of AI battery. As well as our President Xi also mentioned that we have to catch up in this new AI era. So speaking of our own language, the new quality productive forces. So the gist of it is we have to utilize the key advanced technology. In this example is AI to create a new productivity. So let me give you an example so that the audience can sort of understand more about this new quality productive forces initiative. So the example I'll use is the low altitude economy. Speaking of this, some of you may not understand we are talking about the altitude is 9,000 meters. So it's roughly equivalent to 2 IFC tower in Hong Kong. So with this space, we are going to, no matter we are offering the service of commuting within the city or transfer the goods, that we are offering a new quality, which is 5 times of the transportation time versus transportation on the ground. So this really creates a new quality. But then at the end of the day, we are talking about this economy that we want to implement in Hong Kong. So thanks for our Hong Kong government that just laid out a plan of just the latest policy suggests that we are going to have a pilot run in Hong Kong for the next couple of years. But why is it so important? Because when we look back into the history of this new economy, of low altitude economy, the entire idea has been, starting actually is a decade ago. Actually, almost since the JDI has been formed 10 years ago. So in China, this initiative has already, up to this year, has already bring to the economy, in terms of the economy scale of over 100 billion of this year. So as we use this example, we can actually see this new initiative can not only bring in the new technology, but also to drive the economic growth. So having speak a lot of these new quality productive forces. So from this example, we can see there are 3 major elements in this to complete of this initiative. First is the technology itself. In this case, either it's AI or robotic. Secondly, is the talent. So we need a lot of the talent. Hong Kong have a vast talent pool to support this initiative. Third, we always cannot forget our own employee. That means education. We have to upskill our existing employees. So for every one of you who are in your own industry, you have to embrace your existing employee, upskill them, so that they will be able to drive the new initiative. The change will be much more smoother. So when we look at the process of this initiative, as mentioned, so first thing you have to reskill your employee. Second, hopefully, we want to bring in the enhancement of your existing industry. Ultimately, in some case, we will be able to emerge a new industry or even a new business model. So hopefully, my example will give you a little bit more understanding of this initiative and how do we able to ride on this initiative to bring your transformation to every one of your industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we almost time's up, right? It's like come to the end. Anyway, thank you so much for all the panelists and keynote speakers and for a very productive discussion we have. And we do explore many practical steps to enhance advanced manufacturing in Hong Kong and GBA. So I think I have confidence that through the cooperation and also strategic planning, and we can achieve our ambitious goal, 5%, hopefully. So thank you so much for everyone.
Thank you so much. Can I invite our panelists and panel chair to please pose for a group photo together? Gentlemen, please. 我们有请台上的贵宾们，我们来个合影好吗？ So once again, thank you to our session chair, Mr. Robert Locke, and our panelists, and they include Mr. Nixon Chan, Professor Lee, Mr. Louis Chan, and Mr. Carmen Chang for the insightful and pragmatic session on the topic. That's right, give it a like. Let's put our hands together for our session. That was very insightful. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, you have been an amazing audience. This concludes our morning session. We will be back after lunch for another round of engaging panels. We'll brainstorm on how to create growth opportunities, foster a green economy in the GBA, and most importantly, how we can together shape our future of digital economy. So please do enjoy your lunch and be back at 2:15 p.m. Please be back at 2:15 p.m. for the afternoon session. Thank you very much, and I will see you after lunch. Hi, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good afternoon. The Guangdong-Hong Kong-Macao Greater Bay Area Entrepreneurs Forum 2024 will be beginning in a few minutes' time. We urge that you please do be seated. And today we've arranged for simultaneous interpretations in Putonghua and in Cantonese. If you require an SI headset, please don't hesitate to reach out to any of our staff who would be more than happy to assist you. 女士们、先生们，下午好！2024粤港澳大湾区企业家论坛将在几分钟后开始。今天我们的活动有即时传译服务，如果您需要借取耳机的话，可以向我们任何一个工作人员查询。今天呢，我們有粵語及普通話的同聲傳譯。咁多位女士們、先生們，大家好！2024粵港澳大灣區企業家論壇將喺幾分鐘後開始，請各位盡快入座。另外，我哋現場設有粵語同埋普通話嘅同聲傳譯。如果你需要借取耳機嘅話，可以向我哋現場嘅工作人員聯繫。唔該。 Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm good afternoon. The Guangdong-Hong Kong-Macao Greater Bay Area Entrepreneurs Forum 2024 will be beginning in 5 minutes. We urge that you please do be seated. Today, there is simultaneous interpretation available in Putonghua and in Cantonese for your access. Should you require an SI headset, please do reach out to any of our staff who would be more than happy to assist you. 各位来宾、女士们、先生们，下午好。2024粤港澳大湾区企业家论坛将在5分钟后开始，请各位入座。我们今天有预备了即时传译服务，有粤语及普通话的同声传译。如果您需要借取耳機的話，可以向我們現場的工作人員示意。咁多位來賓，大家好！2024粵港澳大灣區企業家論壇將會喺5分鐘後開始，請各位盡快入座。我哋今日現場設有粵語同埋普通話嘅同聲傳譯。如果你需要借取耳機嘅話，可以聯繫我哋現場嘅工作人員。唔該。Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to our event today, especially for those of you who are joining us just this afternoon. Welcome! Let's hear it from the audience. That's right, that's the spirit. My name is Laura Kosensen, and it's my pleasure to be your MC for today. We're starting this afternoon with a module that is titled GBA and Hong Kong, Advancing Global Competitiveness of Mainland Industries. Indeed, a very important topic to get diving in. So let's join me in welcoming Legislative Councillor Mr. Sunny Tan, Chairman of the Hong Kong Productivity Council, to deliver the keynote address. Mr. Tan, please.
Distinguished guests, esteemed representative from Hong Kong, the GBA, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope I'm not going to bore you with my presentation after lunch, after the break. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to our Hong Kong Foundation and CUHK Shenzhen for inviting me as a speaker for this afternoon. It's my honor to present to you to share my view about Hong Kong-Macao GBA Entrepreneurship Forum 2024. Let's see if this works. Okay, before I start to talk about the competitiveness on the industrial development, I would say that the first thing, let's look at the evolution, what happened in China, and what's the implication of what happened, all right? So if you look at this simple chart that many of you may know already in your head, it's since 1978, 國家改革開放, okay? That was the time that really the economic development got engaged between China and the rest of the world. And Hong Kong played a very important role. We bring what? We bring money, capital, we bring knowledge, technical, we bring orders into China. And at that time, what do we have in China? Labor, all right? We have labor, we work really hard. Maybe we have land. Sometimes we may not even have factory, but maybe we have some old factories. And we even bring in machines. If you all remember 三來一補, okay, there are a lot of different arrangements. So we really work hard during that time. And most of the products are really very low value add. In my sector, textile apparel, maybe I can refer to, let's say, a Yunlang Zai, like a crew neck t-shirt. Very basic, very simple, tolerance level very high in terms of margin of error. Maybe that's why sometimes, if you remember many years ago, when you buy a t-shirt, sometimes it's too big, it's too small, because it was the kind of primitive lower end production, right? And then if we move forward, fast forward to 2001, for that, 20-some 30 years, we evolved, all right? I think there are two dimensions that I want to share with you. Number one, it's in terms of number of products or the type of categories of products, we really expanded. If you look at the US Custom Code, all right, I think we cover over 90% of items under the customs directory. So this is a very big implication, which I'll explain to you later, but this is very, very important. Our width, okay, got a lot wider. And then the depth also, right? Depth in terms of volumes, we have big volumes because we are really big. That's why people call us what? The factory of the world. But at the same time, precision. Precision has improved a lot, right? I talk about those oversized or undersized, whatever we call on the t-shirt, but now we can do a lot more products that requires precision. If you remember, we always need to import a lot of important equipment from overseas. And I think that was the evolution. We have not gotten there yet, but then we have improved a lot. And WTO really opened the door. And because of that, we really got a lot more opportunities to continue to expand and to get better and better. That was the background. So I want to share with you and how it evolves to what we see now and how we see the future. All right. So we know kind of what happened to the past. So what does that mean? Okay, how we see China right now. We noticed that we have manpower shortage. I mean, not that we don't have enough manpower, but then I think because of the GDP per capita and industry mix, our basic labor, they no longer want to work in a very hard, fat, sweaty factories. They are looking for maybe become a waiter, server at a Starbucks, for example. So things got upgraded, but then what does that mean? It means the lower end business may no longer be viable to be made in China. So the entire industrial development evolves, improves, what I can say. And a lot of times people say that, okay, those industry goes to other developing countries, which is true. So it could be, for example, like Southeast Asia country, you say we go to Vietnam. For our industry, again, I mean, before I joined LegCo, I've been flying to Cambodia, Thailand, Myanmar, Philippines every week. Okay, so 1 month I finish 4 trips. So I always need to go to a cheaper country to make. But China has evolved. Increase in wage, I think that also goes along with the economic development, which is very good for our country and for our people. But also there is a problem for us in terms of the lower value-added industries. And it becomes very productive and very competitive. Remember I talked to you about we are very comprehensive in terms of product type and parts, okay? Why China is so competitive, not only that we are cheap before, but more importantly, we have very complete supply chain. In my industry, again, let me take that as an example. We can really come up with products or finish up an order really fast because sometimes when we are in need, the customer pushes us. What can we do? We call up the fabric suppliers, which is also in Greater Bay Area. Okay, are you done with your fabric? He said, no, only half. I would say, that's fine. I get a pickup truck right now. I send it to you 2 hours, whatever you have, bring it over. Okay, I don't think many countries can do that or many cities can do that. We have that firepower. We can be really go onto the short cycle. All right, so we are very competitive, and there are so many ways of the business interaction that happen in China that never happen in other countries. All right, so we built a very sophisticated and very competitive supply chain, which makes it strong, but also is very competitive. And again, I said it, we cover almost all areas of products. And because of that, we are able to put together better and better products that you will see. And on the other hand, well, as we're seeing, it's the evolving middle class. I think we all know the evolving middle class allows us to have a 内销, the domestic sales. But the domestic sales in the past, we may notice, let's say, a 20-something young gentleman. That person may want to say, okay, I want to buy a foreign brand phone or car. If you remember, right? I want to get if you're richer, maybe I want to get a BMW 3 Series. I want to get a nicer watch, a nicer cell phone. But at that time, maybe 5-10 years ago, would you consider like a Xiaomi phone? No. Okay, what do we call those? Later I will tell you. But then it's getting more and more sophisticated because our supply chain is getting more and more complete because we get all the parts, or most of the parts, all right? Oops. All right, so I explained to you what happened in China, but then how about the macro side? The macro side, we are seeing that the market has been redefined, okay, in my perspective. In the past, my company, our family business, we sell to the Western market. So for apparel, we make for Ralph Lauren, I make for handbags for Coach. So you can see it's really the US market, US brand, maybe some with the European market, and some attached with the Japanese business. That's really the core, all right? But then another one in the past 10, 20 years is domestic market in China. But one thing is, if I'm good at doing business with the Western world, most likely I'm not good at doing business with the domestic market in China because the way of doing business, the culture, the language, the cost structure, they are very different. But then these are opportunities. We have 2 different markets. And as a result, we have 2 different supply chains, all right? But then now we have the third one. The third one is really the Belt and Road, okay? One is because, you know, our Chinese leader has been promoting Belt and Road strategy, but then there is really another big business, and we have to find our way out. Many of you may or may not agree with me, but then we do see frictions in terms of getting orders from the West, from the Western world. It's more and more difficult, I believe, because in the geopolitical instability, that caused a lot of risk assessment. From the sourcing strategy, from the board of directors assessment, a risk committee, they will always ask, what happened, right? If something goes wrong with China, then the immediate first thing is, I reduced my percentage of business with Chinese companies or China orders. Okay, so sometimes it may not be only China orders, but Chinese company like us. So we need to find our way out, and Belt and Road market is something that we really need to seriously look into it. And it's not so bad. If we're looking at ASEAN country, we're talking about a big, big population, okay? So this is a market that we used to not exploring much, but this is an area that we have to be very active in looking at it because we cannot count on the Western market. But then the market is so big, you can see we have 3, right? The traditional, conventional market, the China domestic market, and the Belt and Road. But one thing that I want to bring to attention is these markets requires different supply chain. Okay, some may be 100% in China. No, I would say nothing 100% in China nowadays. We can see the conventional one, they will say that, okay, if I'm making in China, okay, where's your non-China strategy? So I need China +1, +2, +3 that you have heard of. For domestic market, you also need China +1 because the wage is too high. Okay, maybe for the high value add, maybe EV. Okay, maybe you can make everything in China. But then if you're looking at lower end, we all need to have cheaper labor country to make your production. Belt and Road, I think mostly it can be China because it is really a byproduct of the domestic market moving out. It doesn't have that much change. But in terms of sales, going outside of China, I think that is an opportunity. Oops, sorry. Oops. Okay, I missed one point. With the market, we are changing the supply chain, and the third, it's what I wrote down is I 4.0, IoT, AI, robotics. What does that mean? To me, it's the in Chinese we call it 第四次工业革命. Okay, it's the 4th round of the Industrial Revolution. It is a fundamental change in industrial development. I think being Chinese, we missed the first two. We are catching up with the third one, and this is a very, very important one, the fourth one. And that's why I think our President Xi Jinping has been putting a lot of effort to talk about the new quality productive forces, or in HKPC we just call new productive forces, because I think there are a lot of things that we need to do in all areas to make us being competitive along with such revolution. All right, so let's come to the meat. We call NPF New Productive Forces. I think allow me maybe a minute to explain to you how I see it. Everything goes down to, if we want to bring up the productivity, or being, I always would say being competitive, all right? If we want to be competitive, the key solution within the background that I just mentioned to you all is really the technology evolution, the technology application in all aspects. But what aspects are we talking about? Number one, it's really in terms of the materials, okay? Your input, your materials, maybe a new type of products. For example, I learned about the smart coffee machine, okay? I don't think I need it, but you do have a smart coffee machines, okay? With the sensor on the temperature of the water and all these things. So we have a lot of new products. So this is the application of technology. We have innovation in terms of production process, but the Chinese government is very smart. They emphasize two more things. Number one, as we are improving on technology, better not touch on pollution. Got to be green. Okay, this is one very important aspect our Chinese leaders have told us. Number two, it's talent. Meaning that as we are progressing with the development, we got to make sure that we are bringing our people up at the same time. And all these things, of course, comes with quality. So that's why we don't talk so much about quality, because it's already embedded in. You can see that we're talking about materials, we're talking about production process, got to be upgraded, improved, okay, through technology. And I think we possess a lot of those, but we need to apply it to the industry and to the entire supply chain. And that was being mentioned at the two sessions last year, this year, and I think, sorry, that was wrong, it should be 2024. And what does that mean to us in terms of Hong Kong? What does that mean with our industry? I will explain to you later. But there's one more important point that I want to share with you. Okay, now I know where to point it. Okay, I like this slide because I purposely asked my team to put it up. 10 years, not 5, maybe 10 years ago, I remember I bought a Xiaomi phone. And I really don't like it because it seems like it's very fragile, it's not working, I got to reboot it all the time. At that time, if you remember, how do we call that phone? That kind of phone, we call it 山寨手機, okay? So it's a bad reputation, right? But then that was the beginning. That was the beginning of Chinese manufacturer coming with its own brand and getting stronger and stronger, okay? We used to have Chinese brands, but really selling domestic. But that in the past 5 years to 10 years, we are getting better and better, to the extent that we are not catching up. Why I put up these two pictures is because I think we're leading, not even catching up now. The 3-fold phone, the 2-fold phone, I bought one for my brother, it's so thin, okay? The Honor phone, I think it's private, so I can say the brands too. But then we are leading, okay? So what's happening is really the application of the new productive forces. But how can we do that? We have the technology. We have the parts. We have the parts. We have a complete supply chain. We have the speed. Remember I talked about it? That's what we have built upon in the past 30, 40 years. That foundation is very, very competitive, and we are coming up with our own products and with our own brands. And another example that I share with you here, maybe a little bit too small. One is in the middle. Those are shoes. In the past, we might have not many choices. We always buy Adidas, Nike for running shoes, right? But now you have the Anta, Li Ling, all these brands. And to be honest, a couple of years ago when I look at it, on picture it looks nice. When I put it on, I really don't feel good enough. Maybe it's the fitting, maybe the design, but now it's pretty good. Okay, I would say it's very good, and especially if I count on the price. What does that mean? It means that our price value proposition on our China product or some Hong Kong product is competitive. Okay, at the beginning maybe it's cheap, but now it's good price value. You look, see, it's different. Low price and good price value, these are different things. All right, so we are getting to the extent, and maybe Western market will appreciate a lot more on Adidas, Nike. But then for the rest of the world, not everybody is so rich. The price value products can be very, very big market. And that's what you have seen, right? You have seen the Huawei phone, Xiaomi phones been selling to India and other countries because the price value is good. Anta's shoes sells very well in Southeast Asia. All right? So our brands are going out. What does that mean? What was being written at the Liang Hui, the 2 sessions? It says the new productive forces, the last point, is stated that is to establish our made in China or China brands goes international. Okay, in the past, let me finish this way. In the past, we are making contract manufacturing. All right, so I get a single-digit profit margin. All right, while Apple makes the rest. We make the Apple phone, but then they take most of the margin. But as we are establishing our brand, we as a country, we are able to capture a much bigger margin. And that is also the quality and the new productive forces, how we can bring more economic development and benefit to the country and to our own people. All right? And let me show you another price value, which I just missed, but that's my personal experience. My wife got a new, maybe 2-3 years ago, a Dyson phone. Remember the small one? Like there's no blade in the middle? Okay, well, very cool and quite nice. And I said, how much? I think it's like 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, right? Or maybe more. And after COVID, first trip we went back to China, I saw a Xiaomi store. I bought one, the one downstairs, down there. 200, not 2,000, okay? I said, this is good, okay? That's price value. And to be honest, I prefer the Xiaomi hairdryer better than the Dyson. Okay? Okay, the technology may not be that advanced, but that for whatever reason, they come up with a very, very strong and competitive product. And I think it will continue on. So how do we capture this moment, and how can Hong Kong can play a role along the entire new productive forces? Okay, for that development, Hong Kong has a very important role. Before I talk about that, I think let's review a little bit on the role of Hong Kong. I think the important part, Hong Kong INT, the chief executive had put up a lot of plans already. You do see, so I'm not going to read it out much. It's quite comprehensive from basic research all the way down to on the HKPC role, on the more technology, commercialization, and work with all the industry to come up with products and solutions. So we are quite comprehensive. We may need a little bit of time, and the government has put a lot of money onto it. So I'm quite confident with it, but I think more importantly, wrong direction again. Okay, this one, I briefly talk about it. We are basically, on HKPC side, we are more on the downstream, on the product commercialization. Okay, I got to do some marketing before I move on. So for HKPC, how are we going to help the infrastructure in Hong Kong? Is really we are trying to provide technology upgrades. We are trying to provide funding support through government, and also try to provide the training we call future skills. As the technology goes up, the skills to go up. Remember I talked about the new productive forces? It's also about the talent, the people. So that's what we are trying to do. On the technology side, we also work on the green. So we are quite comprehensive as an ecosystem provider. So what's important about us in gaining the new productive forces? Number one, I think Hong Kong is a very important place for new industrialization. All right? People a lot of time forgot that we can build factories. A lot of time people think that Hong Kong has no more factory, but we will have new form of factory. Of course, we are not going to have like the old factory making a shirt, but we will do a lot more high-end items. I will explain to you. And along with it, you can see that we have smart, we have green. These are what I call the green elements, right, on the new productive forces. And with all these IoT, one important aspect we cannot miss is cybersecurities. The cybersecurities that sometimes we forgot, but we are here to support you. So what does that mean in terms of, as we go along with the new productive forces, we have to integrate with China, our motherland. Okay, I talk about the evolution. So for Hong Kong to be successful, what we need to do is to have Hong Kong to provide the necessary support to make the new productive forces and the China industrial development to be a success, and see what is missing and where is our edge to make it happen, to do it right. And in GBA, we try to, in GBA for HKPC, we put up a few offices because we want to make sure that different industry will have different requirements. So we want to make sure that we cater them. But then we need to rush. So we also have Shanghai and Beijing area. We also form joint venture, a partnership with the local institutions to make sure that we can speed up in all three areas. This is very important because time won't wait for us. We got to move on fast. But then, what can Hong Kong do? Hong Kong, as I said, we can do new industrialization, working on factories, but new ways. Number two is the internationalization, which I will give it to you next slide. Okay, this simple example, Wai Yun Tong, some of you may know, is a traditional Chinese medicine. They came to us, HKPC. We helped them to get the government funding. We worked their factory to become a smart production line. And as a result of that, manpower requirement went down 90% on packing. Okay, everything got automated, but at the same time, I did not put down because I just got the number 2 hours ago. The output went up by 6 times. Not 60%, 6 times. So we become much productive, high value add, more standardized, and the products can be sold more, not only to Hong Kong, but to the international market. And believe it or not, this is a smart factory, all right, for traditional industry. The other one, this is very important. I was in Beijing, and I met this company. And what happened was this company is based in Zhongguancun, okay, the tech hub of Beijing. This company provides AI technology to Beijing airport for the driverless vehicle at the airport. They tried to go international, and they got into a problem. The overseas investor and customer, they said, you can make it right in Beijing, but it doesn't mean that you can do it right outside of Beijing or China. Partly true. So what can they do? They approach us, we talk about it. We brought them to Hong Kong. We work through us, we work with the Hong Kong Airport Authority. Okay? We demonstrated the system work in Hong Kong. Because of that, other countries in, other airports in other countries came to us and came to this company, and they are going international. What does that mean? What does that mean here? It shows that Hong Kong has the international environment we call 场景. Okay? If you can make it happen in Hong Kong, most likely you can make it in other country. So the product application, the real scenario that you can do in Hong Kong can showcase to international market. This is Hong Kong's strength. And we, HKPC, and I'm sure many of our other institutions can help. And also we can provide international standards, right? So there are a lot of opportunity along in Hong Kong. How do we help the Chinese companies go international? How can we help ourselves to bring in the right manufacturing in Hong Kong? And to make all these successful, we have a lot of the peripherals on the ecosystem. And I think HKPC and many of you, for example, like STP, Cyberport, and all the other Quangos, we all can work together. And along with the Chief Executive's plan, Sun Dong's plan, the blueprint, I'm sure that we can do it right. But we need to understand the background and how we can fit it well. And don't underestimate Hong Kong, because we do have a unique position to add value and really bring the entire supply chain and industry development to be even a more competitive stage and to capture the fourth industrial technology evolution and revolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Legislative Councillor Tan. Thank you. Illustrating the point of global competitiveness of mainland industries, from real-life examples, from phones to sneakers to hair dryers, and if I may say, that same brand have excellent vacuum cleaners as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, up next in the increasingly complex global market, building resilient and innovative industries is crucial for maintaining our competitiveness. And in the following dialogue session, we will be diving into how businesses can enhance competitiveness by mastering GBA advanced manufacturing capabilities and technological innovations, while, of course, leveraging Hong Kong as a gateway to international markets. And in a second, I would like to once again invite on stage Legislative Councillor Mr. Tan to please join us on stage for the dialogue once again. Let's give him a big hand. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. And our following guests who will also be joining our dialogue section, and they include Ms. Irina Fan, Director of Research at the Hong Kong Trade Development Council. Welcome. Our session chair is Professor Gang Xiao, Associate Dean of School of Public Policy of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen, as well as Chairman of the Hong Kong Institute for International Finance. And audiences, you know the drill if you are here this morning. If you have any questions that you would like to pose to our panelists, please utilize the QR code on the top right-hand side of the screens displayed on the sides. Ladies and gentlemen on stage, please be seated. So, Professor Xiao, the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. I was listening this morning. We have wonderful meetings, and our section, I think, shows the Hong Kong advantage. You know, the very special feature of our keynote speak, and also we have a panelist. You know, everyone in China and around the world, they know Hong Kong is very special. And out of those specialties is this Hong Kong Productivity Council, and also you know, Trade and Development Council, and I think one thing give me a very deep impression is how much, you know, our keynote speaker knows about China. I think the same thing you will probably discover, you know. Arena also, you know, know about the China. But more than that, both of them know about the world. And so I think our section is really, you know, very good in trying to discover our Hong Kong's position in the future, and how we can better realize the value of Hong Kong. By the way, myself, just like the two of our guests, you know, also spend a lot of effort in the Greater Bay Area and also in Hong Kong. I have been here since 1992. And 20 years ago, I was at the Security the Futures Commission, helping to develop this linkage between Hong Kong market and the mainland market. So from my perspective, Hong Kong used to be a bridge between the US and Europe and the mainland. But as Sonny mentioned, you know, in the future, you know, we need to build new bridges between the mainland and the, you know, ASEAN, the Middle East, and a lot of other countries. And in order to achieve the new value for Hong Kong, you know, we need a better understanding, you know, about, you know, ourselves, and also about the mainland, and of course about the rest of the world. So I actually would like first invite Irina to give us, you know, his views, about how we see the mainland industry, their competitiveness, because that's the first thing we need to understand before we can understand our value. So please, Arena, give us your assessment about the mainland industry. Its strengths, weakness, and also how we then can help. Please, Arena.
Thank you, Professor Shah. And well, I have to give you a little bit of my background because Sunny have shared a lot of the competitiveness of Chinese industry in terms of his personal experience, as well as in terms of I think there are a lot of entrepreneurs and big owners of corporations that I think you know better than I do. So I'm actually an economist by training, and I'm the director of research of Hong Kong Trade Development Council. But we do work closely with companies, corporations, to look at things from a more macro industry or aggregate level. So I would tend to share it with our research finding or other international organizations research finding. I mean, just like this morning they do, or yesterday they do launch the Greater Bay Area indexes, right? So that gives us an overview. So I think in terms of follow-up on what Sunny have mentioned about, to remain competitive. So let us look at it from an international or global perspective. So because Sunny have also mentioned about right now, this is a mission or a vision that our Chinese brands or Chinese companies would like to go global or go overseas. So, so there are, I think, several main factors behind that we have to look at. If you wanted to stay competitive in a global markets, then you have to understand the global trends. So what are the key global trends today? I think I mean, similar to Sunny have just mentioned, but I put it in 3 points. First of all is the risk diversification. Because whatever COVID tell us that, for the global supply chain, it doesn't work, we may have disruptions to the global supply chain, so we have to manage the risk. And the other thing is also geopolitical tension is also another risk for our company's operation. So to make diversification of the risk is one of the key global trends. It's for global companies as well as for mainland companies. So that's why the China +1, US dollar +1 is not just for, so to speak, foreign or Western companies, but all companies look at it. The second thing is about innovation and technology. So this is, if you go, you look at whatever company's latest strategy, they try to encourage, companies with high-tech component to come home. Whether it's US, whether it's Korea, whether it's Japan, whether it's Europe, all the new industrial policy welcome this to come home. And, this is the area that we have to work on. And then if, Sunny go and visit whatever countries every week in a month, right? Then visit all the countries along the Belt and Road and ASEAN, you will find that Middle East or every other country, they welcome the collaboration in terms of the innovation and technology front. And the third one is sustainability. So, I mean, this is our nations and many of other countries aim to, achieve net zero. Some of them aim to do it by 2030, and the others, our country want to aim to do it by 2060, some it's 2050, right? So all these things are the key things that not just happening in our own country, but everywhere. So if you wanted to stay competitive globally, I think we have to look at these 3 factors. How could we excel ourselves along these 3 factors? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right now, the economy is still in a stage of recovery, right? And I already got a lot of questions from our audience. But before we get into this detail, how to help from the mainland industry going out, both of you mentioned, and also how to help Hong Kong, because we have actually, because of the cost, a lot of people moving to Shenzhen to consume, so we need to find our role, I think my first question to Sunny is that you had a lot of experience, and also you mentioned about going out to help Chinese manufacturers, going out, and then you use that example. Hong Kong itself could become a very important platform. But also the standards in which Hong Kong Productivity Council has been helping to set. So we have a lot of questions from the audience about whether this is the right direction and whether we actually have the capacities to achieve the both. I think your example mentioned the car, right, is one, and you also mentioned a lot of factories are moving out, right? But can you, expand it a little bit more so our audience have a better understanding about these directions? Is this really our direction to move, and what are the potentials?
Thank you. Hear me? Okay, now it's open. Okay. Thank you, Professor Shao. Allow me to elaborate a bit. As a manufacturer with factories in China and in overseas, what we realize is we are very good at the international network. We know how to talk to the customer. We talk to our banks. I saw some of our former bankers together here. We know how to manage the Western world, the capitalist culture. All right? We're very good at it. And then we got a production gold mine, which is China. That's been how we have been operating, in short. And going forward, China has evolved. So how do we adjust ourselves to do reverse? If you remember, I just said, when we went to China, we brought money, we brought capital, technology, and orders. But now we do it reverse, right? We are bringing the technology and the product from China to go overseas. But then the network is still the same. The experience is still the same. When we sell to overseas market in the past for whatever product that we are all working on, we know the international standard already. Whether we are making a generator, we are making a cell phone, we are making a shirt, okay? Even making a shirt, you have the US fit, US size fit. China has its own way of measurement. So, but we know. I think all our manufacturers here or trading companies, we know. And you mentioned about capacity. I think we've done a lot using the China market as a production. So when we are doing the other way, I do think that we still have the capacity to do it. But I think we forgot about it, that we can do it, but on the reverse way. So once you flip it over, I think we have all the capacity that we need. And also, we have to understand, mainland Chinese company is not competitive overseas because they have optimized their operation to deal with the domestic China market, except for a few, like the EV or mobile phone or laptop computers, right? They are optimized for domestic market, the 内卷. And when we, as a manufacturer making for the US brands, my setup is not optimized for the domestic market. That's why I become not competitive. Likewise, the mainland Chinese company, they are not optimized for the foreign market. They do not have the whole team of the company knowing the culture for the Western world. They don't understand how to communicate with the customer, not only just taking order at a cheaper price, but also risk management, trust, reliability, for example, right? So, but Hong Kong, we have that reputation. We have that background, culture, and knowledge. And that's important that we should excel and continue to treasure and move on. I hope I'm able to answer the question.
Yeah, excellent answer.
Yeah,
please.
A little bit on that. I think fully agree with Sunny have just mentioned. I just share with you some of our findings. We did a survey last year with about 800 mainland companies, and we asked them whether they have plans to go go overseas or going out. So at that, we actually do a continuous tracking of their intention. So in the year 2021, about 70–80% of the mainland company mentioned about that they would like to go out to explore the international market. But then in the 2023 findings, we find it's about 90. And this year, we did again in May, and the number becomes 92. And that means, in this, I would say, more difficult geopolitical tension or whatever those factors we mentioned about, more of the mainland companies would like to try to go to overseas market. But then, because of all those, when the world becomes even more complicated, they would need more professional guide and support. In the end, actually, 62% of them, all over China, from the mainland companies, they mentioned that they would like to go to Hong Kong to seek for the professional services support, be it on the finance side, legal advice, or accounting, so they will have a global tax planning, and all these things. And for those closer to us from the Greater Bay Area, the ratio is even higher, so close to 65% also. So I think this is also fully in line with something I've just mentioned. They all recognize the quality of services and the quality of the Hong Kong platform. So that's why they would like to come here, and that's what they tell us. So I think this, and that's why I mentioned, Sunny tells you the real, his real life, real battle. But, this is from HKTDC, it's like, this is an aggregate findings from a lot of companies. So this is their real, this is what they've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. I also basically met with a lot of companies in China, mainland. For example, Meituan, they actually want to come to Hong Kong market to test their model, revise their model, and then they move outside of Hong Kong to other international market. But there's a challenge. The challenge is that we, Hong Kong, are not used to suddenly, the mainland companies come here, they want to test the Hong Kong market. It's very difficult for them to, for example, find labor. They get used to find a very relatively cheap labor in Shenzhen, right? But once they come to Hong Kong, so there's a lot of institutional constraints. Because we have one country, two systems, right? So a lot of companies in mainland, they actually want to use Hong Kong market as a platform to test their product, test their business model, particularly going out model. But do you think we are ready? Personally, I don't think we are ready. And frankly speaking, I made a lot of recommendations to our chief executive, and basically, I think we need to really think hard, because we are actually helping the world's largest economy in the world, the mainland economy, and they need to basically engage, non-US, non-European market that's bigger than the European and the US market in the future, right? But if we are going to handle that service, what we should do, in the future. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Professor. I would say I don't think it's a yes or no, but I would say Hong Kong has its own uniqueness, reflecting the similarity Hong Kong as a city to some of the other successful metropolitan. All right? I can see Hong Kong being a metropolitan, similar to like, I mean, there must be some difference, but like in the same league like London, like New York, all right? So when I'm looking at it, our Chinese products and brands, if they want to go into that kind of international metropolitan, you test it through Hong Kong, because maybe the labor structure, the density, the affordability, everything, it's quite similar or closer. Okay, so if we are not able to survive your brand on Canton Road, okay, I don't think you can survive on Fifth Avenue. Okay, so that's the kind of thing that we are talking about. We are facing the similar challenge, but we are mimicking a similar metropolitan, all right? But we are not comparing ourselves to say that our market is similar to, let's say, Kuala Lumpur. It's a very nice city, but we're different. So, but it's a good start. And Hong Kong can showcase as an international city backdrop or the testing field, like what Professor you said. But then Hong Kong can also provide the support to extend that to the other countries as it evolves. Just like one example is our own company. We are partnering with a Chinese brand, and we expand into Southeast Asia. And that's our competitor. Okay? But we work together, we join hands, and we develop the Southeast Asian market through Hong Kong. And Hong Kong can be the one-stop shop for them to go. And a lot of things might not happen in Hong Kong, but the headquarters situation and the arrangement for the international expansion can happen in Hong Kong. And the supply chain management can happen in Hong Kong.
Great.
Maybe I can add on a little bit. So maybe Professor Zhao is really from the university. So I really advise the entrepreneurs and companies to join HKTDC's events. So that's where you can find the partners and testing of your products. So the other thing is about talent. I think I would like to draw on one number. I think according to IMD's talent competitiveness ranking, Hong Kong is actually among the top 10 in the world. It ranked 9th in 2024. And I think 8 out of the 10 are actually from European countries. So we are second in Asia. And I think this also tells us that, this is what the talent, how competitive, Hong Kong's talents are there. But will never be, complacent. So that's why I think the Hong Kong government also launched a lot of, talent engagement programs to try to attract even more talents to get into Hong Kong to work together. And especially we get a lot actually from mainland and from the Greater Bay Area. I think that will also give even a stronger talent boost to work for the future.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Just add on to Irina's point. Some of the comment people said, it really depends on which snapshot, the time of Hong Kong to make that judgment. Being a strong metropolitan, the city has to be very attractive to have talents to come in. We got to be aggressive enough, but they are willing and happily coming to Hong Kong. In the past few years, there could be various reasons why our talents left. But I can tell you they are coming back. And not that I said it, but I was checking with some principals of those international schools. And they said they have a long wait list now. Okay, what's that mean? They're coming back. So I don't need a lot of research, but then these are the basic implications that we have fixed ourselves already. And I think as we progress, as we move on, I think the talents will continue to come in.
I agree entirely. In fact, I was 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago, the first talent program, from Hong Kong. I came to Hong Kong in 1992, so that's a long time ago. And then I left Hong Kong to move to Beijing and Shenzhen, but I always come back, still now, in both places. By listening to our two guests, I'm thinking about some new development, which I think is very important. The first one is if you read our chief executive's policy address, he picked up one specific example as the most successful cooperation between Hong Kong and Shenzhen, which is our Hong Kong airport. Our Hong Kong airport opened a huge operational center in Dongguan, and that is basically using Hong Kong system, because our airport, our regulatory systems, standards, all this is very good. So our airport is leading in the world. But our space is limited. So Hong Kong airport, opened the mainland headquarters, basically in Dongguan. And that is very, very successful. Another example, is my university, Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen campus. This is a wonderful university. Why? We give Hong Kong degree, which means Hong Kong standard. And then we also charge Hong Kong tuition, actually even higher than Hong Kong tuition. And then that's why we professors are paid like Hong Kong professor, here. And, we attracted the leading professor from around the world, the business school, School of Economics and the business management at our school now has more than 130 professors recruited around the world. I mean, that's less than 10 years. And our student, the best in Guangdong by, 高考, 分数, the high entry score for, university, right? So this is another example, we use Hong Kong software, Hong Kong standard, and then use mainland space and the market. So I think basically 3 of us all agree with each other. I just provide more examples to support them that we do have the capacity and we do have the right direction, right? So, and I was told our section needs to close now, So actually I already incorporated the questions from the audience. So first, thank our guests, give us, proud, and also thank you all for, listening in the afternoon. Okay, thank you.
And a big thank you to Professor Zhao for chairing the session for us. Can we invite the 3 of you to please pose for a photo? Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's put our hands together for this wonderful panel discussion. Professor Zhao for chairing it for us, and Legislative Councillor Mr. Tan and Ms. Irina Fan for joining us. That's right, keep that smile going. It's a beautiful photo. One more. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please do be seated. Thank you. Much appreciated to our speakers for an engaging session, and I do have good news for you because we're now off to a 15-minute coffee and tea break. So please be back at 3:45. Please be back at 3:45 and do enjoy the coffee break. Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We shall be beginning the second half of the afternoon session in 5 minutes. We urge that you please do be seated. Thank you. 各位來賓，我哋下午嘅第二個環節將會喺5分鐘後開始。5分鐘後開始，請各位可以盡快就座。各位來賓，我們下午的第二部分將會在5分鐘後開始，請各位盡快回座，謝謝。Hi, ladies and gentlemen. The second half of our afternoon session will be beginning in 1 minute. We urge that you please do be seated. Thank you. 咁多位來賓，我哋下午嘅第二部分將會喺1分鐘後開始，請大家盡快回座，唔該。各位來賓、女士們、先生們，我們將會在1分鐘後開始我們下午的第二部分，請各位回座，謝謝。 Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the conference. Before we begin our third industry insights, allow me to invite Professor Xufei Ma, Associate Dean of the Chinese University of Hong Kong Business School, to come forward to the stage for the introductory remarks. 各位来宾，我们有请马徐飞教授，有请马教授。
So good afternoon, distinguished speakers and guests. I believe, the coffee here is really nice, right? Nice time for us to have a very exciting session. I'd like to introduce the next 1 hour session titled as Green Economy in the GBA, Pathways to Sustainable Growth. As we know, as China progresses toward peaking carbon emissions by 2030 and attaining carbon neutrality by 2060, corporations in the GBA area are uniquely positioned to lead the green transformation. This session will focus on how business can integrate sustainable practices to accelerate the green transition. We'll explore how companies can leverage Hong Kong's expertise in green finance and adoption of international standards, combined with mainland China's advancements in greener production lines and in manufacturing capabilities to drive sustainable growth and position themselves at the forefront of Asia's green economy. Now, it's my great honor to introduce our two distinguished keynote speakers, Mrs. Winko Low, Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Regal Hotels Group, founding manager partner of Alpha Choy Capital. Mr. Chong, Chairman of TPC, founder of OCTIF, Chairman of Council of Western Family Business Network International. And also I'd like to introduce the so-called dialogue with keynote speakers and our session chair, Professor Christine Law, Chief Development Strategist of the Institute for Environment, Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, and our two distinguished panelists, Dr. Kang Chu, Managing Director of Sustainable Strategy at the Bank of China, Hong Kong, Vice President of Hong Kong Green Finance Association, and Mr. Pat Wu, Partner, Head of ESG Hong Kong, KPMG China. So we are looking forward to a fruitful discussion and a successful session and our speakers' insights on developing the green economy in the GBA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ma. Please be seated. 谢谢马教授. In the next industry insight session, we will be discussing, as professors mentioned, the topic of how green economy is the pathway to a sustainable growth. We would now like to invite our first keynote speaker, Ms. Winko Low, Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Regal Hotels Group and founding Managing Partner of Alpha Trio Capital, to deliver the address. Ms. Low, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Such a pleasure and honor to be here to discuss a topic that is not only close to my heart, but I'd say crucial to the future of our planet. And also, as a native to Hong Kong, to really explore the role, the very strategic, important role that Hong Kong can play in today's world. So let me just begin with a few words sharing my journey to sustainability and why I believe that urgent action is needed now more so than ever before. So for those who might not know me, I run hotels, invest in climate technologies, and also launch initiatives to drive impact in the world. I'm a business leader driven with a sense of purpose. Because I feel a very deep moral responsibility to care for the next generation. I'm also an animal lover. I used to be vegetarian for almost 19 years, and I care deeply for the well-being of all living creatures in this world. So that's why sustainability is at the heart of our group's DNA, and also why I'm here today as an evangelist for purpose-driven investments and also sustainable business practices. So just a bit of sharing on our journey. To me, impact sustainable investing comes in two forms. First is the green transformation of our own companies, and secondly, impact investments in climate solutions. So as a hotelier, I'm a little ashamed to say that the hotel industry is perhaps one of the most wasteful ones in the whole world. Fortunately, Gen Z travelers do tend to care, more so than perhaps my generation. And that's why when we launched the first carbon neutral hotel in Hong Kong almost 12 years ago, before ESG became such buzzwords, we actually found that there is demand, and it's been a good example of doing well by doing good. So since then, we have opened another 6 iClubs, and we have been implementing various solutions, including energy-saving solutions, building management systems, to reduce on energy and also reduce on costs. And we have also been experimenting with the use of innovative materials, such as thermal insulation wallpaper, radiative paint, again to reduce the use of energy and air con. We also have gone completely plastic-free. In fact, we have used to consume over 3 million plastic bottles across our 12 hotels before. And now we have been using filtration technology developed by Stanford. We're also one of the first hotel groups to commit to SBTi, working with the Hong Kong UST to actually set a very clear pathway to net zero, focusing not only on scope 1 and 2 emissions, but also the whole supply chain. And 2 weeks ago, we were the first hotel group to launch green meetings, because we believe that we shouldn't be just doing it ourselves, but empowering the entire business community to turn all meetings green, because conferences and business events actually drive as much as 10% of all carbon footprint globally. So we actually help them, first of all, reduce emissions as much as possible, and then we come up with a carbon accounting report, and we offset these emissions, and we're able to issue a certificate as well. And secondly, because of our need to decarbonize our operations, we have been investing in impact ventures, and that inspired me to launch a platform called Alpha Trio, and I'm so happy that I have my co-founder here, Mr. Fred Chow from, you're actually from Hong Kong and Singapore, and I'm very, very honored to be partnering with Fred on this journey, because actually in Asia, we are responsible for 2/3 of the world's emissions, and yet we only account for 17% of impact investments around the world, of the total AUM. So we are clearly lagging behind. Asia is hit the hardest by climate change, but given the drive here and the young talent, I think there's also great opportunity for Asia to be a solution provider as well. So Alpha Trio is called Alpha Trio because we believe that impact can be alpha generating. It's also the brainwave associated with innovation. And triple stands for our belief that every investment can indeed drive triple returns on people, planet, and profit. So we focus on prop tech and mobility. We focus on clean tech as well as agri-tech solutions that can help us overcome the most pressing environmental challenges like climate change. So we serve as an impact partner, helping these startups with their impact strategy measurement. We also help to, as a commercial partner. In fact, I think that is key because, in fact, a lot of the technologies and innovations are already out there. But in order to truly accelerate the transition, we have to drive scale. And that is precisely why we need a fund, an ecosystem of like-minded partners that can help to evaluate these deals in the first place. So when we come across a prop tech solution, we actually test whether they can drive emissions down, and if they work, whether they are affordable. So we help them to fine-tune their product, their business model, so that they can actually better thrive and scale through our network. And thirdly, we are also an Asian partner. And this is where Hong Kong really comes in, because there are actually a lot of cutting-edge, very top-notch startups in, say, Europe, in Israel, but the local markets can be quite small compared to Asia. So all of them are very keen to come to Asia, where we can actually be their Asian partner to help them navigate through the challenges, to support tech exchange, knowledge transfer, and for specific markets, even establish JVs. So now, Hong Kong, we really do have a very strategic role to play in this transition as a global green tech and finance center. I always say the greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. So globally, climate risk is actually contributing to trillions, 38 trillions potential damages. So the urgency for this transformation is clear, and Hong Kong is already Asia's biggest green bond market. I think with the election results, we may very quickly be the biggest in the world. So there's a lot that we can leverage on in terms of our financial hub status to be a global leader. So again, Hong Kong, needless to say, is a global financial hub with very robust legal systems, advanced infrastructure. It's got the best of both worlds with China on its back. We are also just ranked #1 in terms of economic freedom, in fact, surpassing Singapore. And also, this Hong Kong government is extremely committed to driving this. So I myself sit on the board, the Green Tech and Finance Committee, and the Hong Kong MA has just launched the Sustainable Finance Action Agenda in October. In terms of education and talent, we are definitely a world-class hub with a higher number of top-ranking universities than most cities in Asia. In fact, even more than London and New York. And we also have over 1,500 scientists that are ranked at the top 2 percentile in terms of being referenced. And in terms of weaknesses, Hong Kong, sadly, is a latecomer when it comes to technology. So in terms of GDP, we have traditionally only spent about 1% on research and development compared to 6% in Shenzhen. So we need to double up on this funding. But the good thing is the government realizes this need and is determined to become an innovation hub. So we have just expanded our top talent scheme to recruit over 10,000 professionals. I would say with rising geopolitical tensions, Hong Kong does come across a very attractive hub for overseas scientists as well. And the government has also committed over 100 billion in terms of R&D support for enterprise development and reindustrialization, also including a tech hub near the border. Also an industry acceleration plan, another 10 billion for clean tech, for life and health technology, AI, and advanced manufacturing. And AI actually can really play a very key role in driving green tech, fintech development in Hong Kong, turning all these risks into opportunities. Generative AI and machine learning can help us identify patterns and trends to mitigate climate risk. So we can actually automate a lot of complex processes, streamline operations, and reduce wastage, and therefore reduce carbon footprint. And we can also combat greenwashing, because without proper data and measurement, everything is greenwashing. So AI can really help to provide transparent insights into ESG data, allowing investors to make more informed decisions. So Hong Kong already has great potential, but with integration with GBA, beyond, just dining and entertaining in Shenzhen. I think Hong Kong, together with GBA, really has the potential to be the leading green tech hub in the world. I would say China is the most committed country to the green transition, because in the West, perhaps the commitment cannot be beyond one term. So a lot of ambitious targets are set, but whether or not progress can be made beyond this term, we don't know. But in China, the goal to be net zero by 2060 will be achieved at all costs. So green tech is probably one of the sectors that is least subject to policy risk. And the GBA actually just contains less than 1% of land area, but generates more than 10% of GDP. And the GBA is actually growing at 6% yearly. And we expect a higher growth rate as Hong Kong further integrates with the GBA. There's billions of dollars spent on R&D, and over 20 Fortune 500 companies, including Tencent, Huawei, BYD, Ping An, and almost 100 unicorns. So Hong Kong definitely can play a very pivotal role as a super connector. Again, sadly, we will expect more and more geopolitical tensions, and that's perhaps where Hong Kong can really start to leverage on its position as a window to China, and also play a role in, again, uniting the whole world against the one war that we all should be fighting against, and that's climate change. So I'll leave perhaps more questions to Christine later, and may I invite Fred to...
Thank you very much, Ms. Low. Thank you. Please be seated. And up next, we would be inviting our second speaker on the stage, Mr. Charlotte Chow, Chairman of TPC, founder of Octave, and Chairman of Council of Wisdom Family Business Network International, to deliver the keynote address. Mr. Chow, please.
大家下午好。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are here exploring Hong Kong's role in the new era. We need to first understand what is this new era. And Hong Kong plays an important role. Hong Kong is part of the Greater Bay Area, and GBA is a window to China, and Hong Kong is where companies go overseas. So we need to first of all understand the background and the context, so that when we have the panel discussion, we can really go into details. I would like to walk you through this big context first. I will share with you my views. I was born in Hong Kong in a family business. The end of Qing Dynasty, this business was established in Shanghai. This is a bit of background of our family business, and a lot of the business is driven by the system and collectively. So understanding my background and also where my views come from. Grow up in Hong Kong. I don't speak the best Chinese, as you all have noticed. I can speak, but not perfectly. We've got a family business. At the end of 80s, I thought about the heritage and sustainability of our family business, what is our values, and what is the culture we have. From the family's history, and I know what our rules are in our family, and what if we break the rules, we'll be punished, and also how we live our day-to-day life, being born in this family, following all the rules. And we want to make sure that our family business sustain, and that means the culture, the values are very important. Before I take over the business, for me, I'm the 4th generation. Having this business passed down onto me, and I was really scared taking over the business. And I really give it deep thoughts, and I established this research center for researching on Western Eastern culture. So we were studying modernity, the values, and also sustainable development, globalization, and also the changes driven by technologies. We also studied culture. That's when since I wasn't speaking very well Chinese, so we want to really study the core, the essence of Chinese culture, and then apply it, because I want to make sure that our family business can be passed down from generation to generation. So back then we published almost 40 books. They're all research reports. I wrote some of the books because I need to put into practice first and then write the books. I wrote 3 books in English. And recently I wrote a book. It's called Impact Investment. Well, systems are very important. You want to have the system because you need integrity, and this needs to adapt and change in a dynamic way because everything is connected. So we need to really study and then apply. So that is the context. And we've got great culture in China, and the Chinese culture can be really useful. Sometimes we don't always understand the Chinese culture. How can we develop in a sustainable manner? What is core to it? So there are things that we cannot really explain, but for the Chinese culture, it's all about practicing the right principles. And you need to understand from inside and then really cultivate yourself according to these disciplines. And you need to know and then to act, and constantly knowing and acting, and then to realize sustainable development. As human beings, we have shared our common future, and if we cannot develop in a sustainable manner, then we will not be able to survive. Every individual is pursuing happiness. We would like to have happy families and happy work life, and this is happy society. However, wars are happening now in this world. We're sitting here having a forum. Can we really get pleasure and joy? No, we cannot, because we have a shared common destiny, and we need to really address these common challenges so that we could really feel the joy and pleasure deep down. So we need to understand the position, the role that Hong Kong plays, what is happening now in China, and how do the Western world see us. These are all very important. Why all these Western countries keep coming and going? Because they do not have the wisdom of change. They do not have the wisdom of practicing acting. So they keep talking, like at the UN, they keep talking about sustainable development. Because everything is connected, we need to have a total solution, and then the same topic has been covered again and again over the years. We need a happy economy. We cannot constantly just produce, which goes into waste. We see socialism with Chinese characteristics, and this can be a very broad idea. We would like to have harmony in the society. We want to be tolerating, accommodating. Why do we need entrepreneurs? Because entrepreneurs are pivotal to create an economy, and we need the entrepreneurs together to create this economy that suits the Chinese society and also the happy economy at the UN. These are all very crucial. We need to really value the true, the good, and the beautiful. We need to really leverage this. And China is committed to sustainable development, and we make much more commitments than the other countries. We have more products than other countries, more higher productivity than other countries. We invest in circular economy, energy transition. Actually, social investment is the most challenging. Social transformation, this is the most challenging, because it's not just about education of universities, schools. We need a transition at a collective level. We need to leverage market economy to realize the transformation. Hong Kong is part of the GBA, and Hong Kong is a window. And we are also seeing that Hong Kong is slowly taking over what London is doing. And it's the offshore R&D center. Hong Kong is the port for import and export. Hong Kong supports the productivity in the GBA area. And we also have the greatest policy support from the central government.
So
the role of Hong Kong is really important. So we must have an outlet which has a lot of functions. As I said before, Hong Kong is slowly replacing London because China is the largest in many ways as a country. There's nothing in London. We must have efficiency and close proximity to the market, and we must have harmony. And if we divide, it is ultimately for the purpose of coming together in harmony. It is very true that an integrated system is much more complicated. But you have to understand the transformations that take place in that oneness. As he said in I Ching, the book of change. When we change, we fear. We are anxious. And how do we become less anxious? We have to go back to the roots of Chinese culture, and that is we should not jitter too much. We must be focused. So the role of Hong Kong in China, what is it? China is developing and leading the world, contributing to the welfare of mankind. Hong Kong must play its due role. We must be the outlet for China. We could have so much to talk about. How we could be the door, the window, the mouth for China. In the bigger context of the United Nations efforts, we can talk about the China Plan. We can talk about what are some of the practical roles that Hong Kong can play. Thank you very much.
Please be seated. Thank you. Thank you for connecting your wisdom to the topic of today. And up next, our upcoming session will explore how companies can leverage Hong Kong's expertise in green finance, as well as the adoption of international standards, and of course combined with mainland China's advancements in greener production lines and manufacturing capabilities to drive for sustainable growth and position themselves at the forefront of Asia's green economy. So the two keynote speeches, as well as the leading speech at the very beginning of today's session, will set a great scene for the upcoming exciting and interesting conversation. And I would now like to invite on stage once again Mr. Chow and Ms. Low back on stage to join our speakers. A big hand together for Ms. Low and Mr. Chow. Thank you for joining us on stage. We'd also like to invite the following speakers to the stage for the dialogue session, and they include Dr. Kang Chu, Managing Director of Sustainability Strategy of Bank of China, Hong Kong, and Vice President of the Hong Kong Green Finance Association. Welcome, Doctor. And Mr. Pat Wu, Partner and Head of ESG, Hong Kong from KPMG China. Welcome. And to chair our panel, who is already on stage, Professor Christine Low, Chief Development Strategist of Institute for the Environment of the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. And once again, audiences, if you have any questions that you would like to pose to our panels, please do scan the QR code on the top right-hand corner of the screens on the two sides of the venue. Professor Low, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. We only have 30 minutes for this panel, so therefore we must make the most of our time. Fred, you started us off at a very high level, so I think my first question should really go to you. I'll go to you first, and then Poman, and then we'll engage both Pat and Kang. You've kind of given us, Fred, a kind of yin-yang view of the internal, the external. You've asked us to draw from the depths of our Chinese culture and thinking. And you have framed Hong Kong as, you know, this is the pathway, this is the mouth, this is the entry and exit point. And you said something incredibly provocative, that Hong Kong is now going to replace London. So it's extremely provocative,
Not
ladies
replace,
and gentlemen.
Transfer, a very big part of function.
Yes.
It just makes sense.
So I thought, you know, you having such a, both a philosophical as well as a seer's view of what might happen, I wonder what advice might you have for both policymakers and business entrepreneurs based in Hong Kong and the GBA as to how we should act?
Well, let me give you something very provocative from a geopolitical. The One Belt, One Road will eventually end into UK, as the UK's colonialism moved to Hong Kong. We follow the path. That's how the West come here, and that's how East go back, because that's a natural path. If you look at geopolitics that's going on, I think it's very fast. All the show hands on the table. A couple of years showed up. Now we need a landing spot in the West too. Who is the best, who need us most, that we can make a deal? UK. His children, US and Canada, say, Dad, I'm too much problem. You have to look after yourself. Then turn to Europe, his family. You betrayed us. The F word comes out, so there's a little tiny island, which once the empire, of course, the British are very seasoned international. The British Empire has a lot of wisdom about diplomacy, trade, and all kind of thing. Where would you think the UK economy do? Would they survive in this situation? And if we have a common destiny of humanity, and China embrace, I come help you.
So what I understand that to mean is that the UK and Hong Kong, we should reestablish our very friendly relations, and there's a lot of business to do, and we can benefit each other greatly. So Pullman, perhaps I can come to you next. Again, rooting ourselves in what Hong Kong and GBA can do. In terms of your views about sustainability, about impact investing, what would you like the government or the private sector to do more of in terms of more activities here in Hong Kong and the GBA?
Well, first of all, let's begin with the goal, the end in mind, and then we figure out the pathway. And I believe that impact investing is actually the key to driving this transition forward. Firstly, again, it has to do with transformation of existing businesses, and secondly, investing in other companies and technologies. So traditionally, there has been this artificial distinction between impact, sustainable investing, and philanthropy. So I would say that there is no lack of philanthropy, of good-heartedness in Asia. But there is this belief that as, you know, stewards of business, our main responsibility is simply to maximize profit. And then when we get older, we donate. That's the generic mindset. But what is needed now is a complete paradigm shift, because if we only depend on either philanthropy or on alternative investments, we'll never be able to catch up in time. I think we all know about the urgency of the climate challenge. We only have a few years. We are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change, but we are probably also the last one to be able to make a difference. So we are in this decade of action. We are at this critical juncture where we can actually reverse the trajectory. But to do that, we have to embrace impact as part of every business decision. Because in the past, it's always been driven by this Darwinian model of survival of the fittest. So we simply compete and we drive profits, and that's our only fiduciary duty. But now that we are faced with such challenges, existential challenges, there's no reason to believe that actually companies that fail to manage ESG risks can actually survive. Just like 20 years ago, if a firm fails to embrace technology, it would go obsolete, right? Like Kodak, like Nokia. So now that we're faced with this challenge, companies that fail will not be able to survive as well. So again, I think we need to really bridge that gap between impact investing and philanthropy so that we can mobilize sufficient capital and use the whole spectrum of capital to address various funding needs. Again, it's that belief in doing well by doing good. The need to invest with purpose. The need for companies to actually see it as their responsibility to actually drive social and economic benefits and also measure that impact. Again, without measurement is all green impact washing. And then my second point has to do with the fact that we are all going through this transition for the first time in the history of humankind. We have never had to transition away from this fossil-dependent economy. And we have been dependent on it for centuries. So obviously, this is difficult. And no one is an expert in this. No one in this room, in this whole country, in the world. So in order to succeed, the only way out is by turning all this competition into collaboration. And what I hope Hong Kong can really do is foster that type of collaboration between the East and the West to build these tech corridors for exchanges, to bring the whole world back together so that we can rise above all our boundaries and divisions and come together to solve this problem. And also to turn these risks into opportunities.
Well, I'm going to push you and Pat a little bit on these kinds of nice-sounding things. Of course, we won't disagree with you, but I'm going to push both Poman and Pat. Impact investment is not going to be enough, and there's not enough investment sitting in Asia. So a response from Poman, but also for Pat. You know, all this Poman Whiteley talked about making sure ESG reporting and so on, you know, disclosure, and we're embarking on ISSB. Yeah, that's all very good. But if we're really talking about the amount of money they sit in North America, BlackRock has $11 trillion under management, you know, so how are we going to get some of it? Poman first, and then Pat. This nice corridor, you know, friendly. How are we going to do it?
Well, I mean, if we are serious about driving this transition, again, Asia can't be left out. This is where, you know, again, the GBA area, 6%, that's very significant. China has always been growing. As much as people complain about the economy, still is one of the economies that have continued to grow. And one cannot deny the fact that China is still the main player in terms of the whole supply chain, right? In terms of batteries, solar energy panels. So we need much, much, much more to actually be able to drive this transition forward. So it wouldn't make sense to leave China out. So this is where perhaps Hong Kong can play a role to help these Chinese technologies export and establish JVs such that it become less sensitive to use Chinese manufacturing.
Pat, money. How are we going to get some of it?
Yes. I think that, you know, thank you, Poman, and I agree that we need to have that view of, you know, kind of like it has to be beyond profit and looking at the environment and society and this whole triple bottom line view. However, our markets are really not set up that way at the moment. And it, in the end, goes back to whether you are, you know, whether there is the business case for it. So, I mean, you know, I've been looking at sustainability for 16, 17 years, and it's really come a long way from where it was before. What for probably about 12, 13 of those years, nobody really wanted to hear what I had to say. But in the last few years, people want to hear what I had to say. And then I really felt that kind of like 2-3 years ago, it was kind of like ESG peak, where everybody was like, everything was about ESG. And everybody was agreeing that the environment was the way forward, all of that. And then I would feel that actually at this point in time, it feels a little bit like an ESG lull. Not as low as like 16, 17 years ago. It's gone way up a lot already. But from kind of like 3 years ago, it's kind of like dipped a little bit. And I see that predominantly is that the investment returns of a lot of these sustainability funds or green projects and all of those are not bearing as much fruit as people had thought in the short term. And so kind of like people have been pulling money away from that. But I think, in the end, there is going to be peaks and there are going to be troughs. But for sure, this is a long-term strategy that is going to be here to stay. And it's one of the biggest kind of like transformational initiatives in our lifetime. So I think that if you have patient capital, you will see that growth. But I think that, fundamentally, we have to be able to weather these storms over the time. But sooner or later, that money is going to come this way.
Right, so we're assured that the money that is not coming yet, it will come, right? So hope capital, it is important, right? Okay, but let's go to Kang. You are a real banker, right? And you're a banker for also a lot of transition business. So, again, how do you see as a banker in sustainability that we can do more? And what would you like to see in Hong Kong and the GBA?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Christy. I just want to talk a little bit about Mr. Tao's point of view about London and Hong Kong, because I used to work in London for 20 years. And 3 years ago, I relocated from London to Hong Kong. So if London is going to replace Hong Kong, I think I'm on the right track. Yeah. In terms of the money, real money, because for banking sector or for any financial institutions, it's easier to do it as a social responsibility. Because it's like, we talk about charity, talk about supporting some kind of social responsibility events, sort of things. They are limited, to be honest. But the thing is, we need to make it sustainable. The only way to make it sustainable is to find a business model which can benefit both the financial institutions and the industries to make sure the clean or new clean energy or new low carbon industries can generate this kind of proper profit. So I agree with Pat's point of view. But the thing is, we are still seeking this kind of solution for a sustainable business model for sustainability economy. But that's not the reason, or that should not be the reason for us to stop invest in sustainability. For example, for banking sector, for Bank of China Hong Kong, we offer a discount to our clients who got like transition or green projects in terms of interest rate. We also offer our clients a little bit more in terms of interest income for the green deposit, which means for us, we squeeze our margin comparing to our normal business. So this is something we are doing, but this is also, we need to find a business model which make it sustainable. So that's that's the way I think all the financial institutions, all the participants in this kind of area should think about. In terms of Hong Kong, I think my feeling is Hong Kong is very unique, to be honest, compared to London, compared to New York. The common thing is, New York, London, they are all global financial center. Behind them, there's a very strong economy, US and European economy. So it's same for Hong Kong. Hong Kong is serving a strong economy as well. Right now, mainland China is the second largest economy in the world. But the difference is there's no onshore and offshore difference in New York and in London. So Hong Kong's position is unique. But this is also some kind of advantage as well. Something Hong Kong could do, which in mainland China may not be able to do it easily. So that's the value of Hong Kong. So I think it's Hong Kong should not to replace or repeat like Shenzhen or Shanghai, but Hong Kong got unique value.
Well, maybe I can just share a little bit of sentiments in the room so that in our final discussion, maybe you could be aware of what people are thinking. So one participant is saying that sustainability investing is no longer a hot theme on Wall Street, and another person says business corporation may act towards public response. So to what extent are we trying to raise public awareness? Then a last comment here about HSBC even removed their chief sustainability officer. So you can see, now whether that's true or not, we don't. What I'm saying is there are some sentiments in the room that are quite negative. So can we spend our final few minutes on, a little bit of prep talk from you, right? What we can do here, what you want to do here, so that we can end this panel with something specific that can be done or you want to see done. Fred, I'm going to come to you last because I know you'll give us a very high-level comment.
I'll give you a very ground-level answer.
Well, why don't you give a very quick ground-level answer, but I still want you to end later on with a very high-level response. So go ahead.
So if you look at impact investing, it's not just capital investing. The biggest drive is business taking impact investing. Who can transit? The people who knows the business, the oil and gas, the palm plantation, the shipping people. When they take responsibility of changing their business by doing impact investing into the business, they have a model that can easily tweak. You get some investor try to create some model. Hey, this model, you do it. Oh, yeah? Do you know what my situation? So there is the most critical piece, as I said earlier, is business aware and must take their responsibility. I don't want to tell you what I'm doing. If you're interested, I can do in coffee break, how my business is taking responsibility. And then when the business then bring the business model, they can showcase it. Look at the carbon transition. It's viable. There are challenges. Okay, even Bible, you can finance the supply. But where's the asset class to finance the demand? Right? It's viable. I've done the sum, and I'm intended to finance the demand in the business. So these are very. Or, for example, you look at the plastic industry. Well, these guys taking responsibility, chemical plants, I take it back. It's a viable business. I know a family, the Indian family is really big and make the business from there. But you look at textile recycling. Well, all the brands don't want to pay a penny more with a big margin they have. They're not driving it. It can work. We're doing a recycling of of the drilling rigs. And I talked to China and said, look, we have to do the recycling of ships because there's a real problem coming for the industry. Well, it takes time because you have to cross 4 ministries.
Right. Well, I think one of those things is these big businesses, right? Shipping, energy. I think you're absolutely right. We've got to deal with them because they are the ones that will really transform. But perhaps Kang, I saw you nodding your head as Mr. Chow was speaking, so maybe you can go next, and then Poman, maybe some final words from you, and then Pat.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to echo Mr. Chow's point of view about asset side. Literally, I agree with Pat's view. We see the ESG or sustainability investment is a little bit, I'm not sure shrinking, it's moving a little bit slower than compared to years ago. The reason I see is because for Bank of China Hong Kong, we are extremely more careful than before when we try to give financial support to green or transition projects, which label this kind of assets as a green or transition, because we really concerned about greenwashing risk, just Pullman talk about. That's why we see this kind of industry moving a little slowly. I think it's not 100% bad thing, because people are think about greenwashing risk to make sure everything under label of green or transition is really green or really transition process. So that's answer your question. My last point of view is I think it's very critical for the whole industry, for the whole economy to make sure we are on the same page when we talk about green or transition. That's very important. It needs efforts from financial institution, industry, regulator, government, everybody. Thank you.
Homan, some final thoughts from you.
Well, I love the fact that you said we have to talk about a call to action because, again, time is running out. So we have to turn all these dialogue into action. But before we do that, I do think it's very important that we set our expectations right. It depends on how you define hot. Of course, I don't think any green tech company out there is going to give you 100,000x like the AI companies. So if people are expecting that type of return, then perhaps it's not the right category for you. And also there are different projects in requiring different forms of capital. Some could indeed be, very early stage ideas that require grants in terms of philanthropic capital. Some could be, in need of catalytic capital with foundations to help balance returns. And there could be other projects, for example, the prop tech solutions that we invest in as a fund, because we do believe that they can actually drive returns alongside impact. And what I think is most important is that, again, we built that ecosystem to actually make this movement work, to kickstart this revolution. And to do that, Fred and I have founded a nonprofit collaborative platform called One Earth Alliance. One Earth because we all only have one shared home, Mother Earth. And the mission is very simple, to mainstream impact investing by uniting the most influential family business owners, family offices, investors, corporate leaders, innovators, philanthropists, academics, and policymakers to actually build this ecosystem and to foster systemic change. So everyone in this room has a role to play. If you are corporate, we need you to actually identify the pain points in your industry. We also need you to help fine-tune these products and help them thrive and scale. We also obviously need capital from the investors, from the family offices, and then we need the philanthropists to provide, catalytic capital. We also need the academics to help with impact measurement, with research and development, and most importantly, also the policymakers to actually make this sustainable in the long run. So I urge you all to join One Earth Alliance.
Thank you. Pat, you have the last word.
Oh, thank you. I think that, if we're talking about Hong Kong, I really feel that we have everything here. We spent decades to make ourselves an international financial center. And it's so well established globally that we have to use it as a strength. We also have the government support. As Dr. Chu just said, right, we need to avoid greenwashing. And that is already underway, predominantly because the Hong Kong Monetary Authority has already come up with the green taxonomy to say this is what's green, this is what's not green. All right, we're going to use this taxonomy, and this is how we're going to drive finance in this direction. I think that that's very important. The other thing is that the FSTB, the Financial Services and Treasury Bureau, at the beginning of this April this year, issued an announcement to say that in order for us to continue as an international financial center, sustainable finance is going to be a critical aspect of the development of Hong Kong. And next year, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange is making all of these sustainability standards, comply or explain, all mandatory, depending on how big you are, to the listed companies. And finally, we have China and the whole policy direction of 30/60. And that is going to be, I mean, you know, it's for sure going to happen. And the whole nation is going to drive towards that direction. And it's going to probably pull the whole of Asia together to make this happen. And Hong Kong is in the middle, being the international financial center, raising funds for China and Asia. So I think that it's a matter of time. Right now, it's a bit of a lull, but I don't think it's going to stay a lull for long. Thank you.
Well, I think Pat and Fred definitely agrees that we're in the vortex of a change and that we are ready. And we already have Kang, who has moved from London to Hong Kong, right, to benefit from this wave. And we have Poman and her group to kind of try to bring people all together. So thank you, our Hong Kong Foundation, and it's my privilege to be moderating this excellent group. Please put your hands together.
Let's thank our panel speakers and Professor Low for doing us the honor of chairing the session. Could we have our speakers and moderators please stand in the front of the stage for a group photo, please? Once again, we would like to thank Mr. Chow, Ms. Low, Dr. Kang Xu, and Mr. Pat Wu for being the panelists on this session, and Professor Christine Low for chairing the very insightful, slightly provocative, but very thought-provoking as well session. So once again, let's put our hands together for this panel discussion. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much to our panel speakers and moderator, Professor Low. Thank you. Please do be seated. I utterly enjoyed this panel session myself as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be proceeding to our final panel of the day, and I might say that this is a visionary session to brainstorm how to shape our future through the future digital economy. And we will soon be welcoming on stage two keynote speakers for this discussion session, who will be shedding light and building the foundations of our panel session dialogue soon to come. So in this session, we will be gathering our thoughts on how businesses can leverage digital assets to innovate business models enhance cross-border collaboration, as well as access emerging markets such as next-gen digital platforms. To begin with, let's join me in welcoming our first keynote speaker, Mr. Evan Yang, Group President of Animoca Brands, a leader in digital assets and blockchain innovation, to deliver an address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Yang.
Good afternoon. Let's switch our attention to something a little bit different, which is digital assets. I like walking around, so bear with me as I get my energy up to talk about digital assets. So let's talk about sort of why we're here in the first place, right? This is a chart about the time we spend on the internet, right? It's 6.5 hours a day. And why does this matter? Why does this matter? Because it's the data that you created. Now, in terms of how you live your life, you cannot even leave your handphone anymore on a day-to-day basis. And if you look at the most valuable companies in the world, count how many of them are actually data companies. Other than NVIDIA, basically they're basically all data companies. But the data you don't actually own. Now, many of you are on this, right? On Google, on Apple, on Twitter, on Facebook, etc., right? These are all networks that have created network effects that you're living by. Your Apple, your Google accounts, they do not communicate with one another at all. But they extract all the data value via advertising, okay? And this matters a lot as you spend more and more time on the internet. And I would argue that Google knows more about your children than you do, right? And they might actually know more about you than you do as well, because of your purchases and all that. Why are we here? Web 1, information, right? We used to go to the library, right? Web 2, we used to read the newspapers. What happened in the newspaper industry? You can see what happened in Hong Kong as well. Web 3, you can now own digital assets via the blockchain. On the consumer side, why do we matter, right? As I'll go into the institutional side of it, let's talk about the consumer side. Creators matter. Teachers matter, right? Creativity matter. Artists matter. They have never been compensated fairly until Web3 comes about. Users don't get anything, right? You get advertising. You might be manipulated in data, right? But Web3 allows a fair value share, value in creators, builders, not just YouTube. If you're an influencer in YouTube, you create a lot of traffic, but you don't get paid a lot. YouTube gets paid a lot. It's a monopoly market. Now, Hong Kong, very important, because Hong Kong 2 years ago said that it's going big in the Web3, and it's a cusp of doing that, and has done many things to go after digital asset space, especially on the institution side. Green bonds, CBDC pilot, stablecoin, they're all coming on the institutional side. Lots of intrinsics as well in terms of financial services, real estate, tourism, but Hong Kong is also a little bit conservative in the way it looks at Web3. Sort of, there are some scandals that came out, like JPEGs and all that, and we're all sort of scared in development. We should not do that, because innovation is at the heart of what this forum is about entrepreneurship, is about taking risk. Now, this is the key point on what I'm trying to talk about today. You have to have the intersection of what we call new, the innovative Web3 side, and the existing industry in order for this ecosystem to work. We might in Hong Kong, because we're a financial center, look at institutional Web3. But without the native side of Web3, we will not get the innovation. If we go and look at sort of the native side of Web3, there are many, many companies that exist outside of Hong Kong that originally came from Hong Kong, might have left. But this is a hub to bring everybody in, because we are actually located geographically in a very convenient place, and we can bring about the innovation. And all of these that we talk about, access layer, application layer, infrastructure, they can all be in Hong Kong, right? And if you look at sort of what we can do in this ecosystem, what we need to do is to attract and relocate some of these towns into Hong Kong, into Cyberport or Science Park, etc., so that that ecosystem can be built. If you go into institutional side, institutional adoption of Web3, of cryptocurrencies, is just going to come, right? Yes, it is more than Bitcoin, it is more than Ethereum, but if you look at institutional assets that's available in the trillions, right? In thousands of trillions, in fact, if you look at sentiment, believing in the long-term value of blockchain technology is 94% for institutions, right? In terms of actually adoption and allocation, people are looking to diversify in this asset class. Just 1% of that allocation will bring this industry up. Is Hong Kong going to be positioned for it, or is it going to be afraid of it, while Singapore and other places like Dubai, trying to catch behind, London we talked about, are they going to eat our lunch? Hong Kong has a very, very good economy in terms of industries and ecosystems to bring that about. Financial services, consumer tourism, trade logistics, etc. Every one of these industries can utilize the blockchain for efficiency gains. So some of the companies, payment companies, some of them are already in Hong Kong, can we bring them here as a hub of innovation? Now, this is also very, very important as we go talk about mBridge, CBDC, central bank digital currency, etc. We are actually existing in a geopolitically difficult world, right? As you see in another state, the United States choosing its president, we are actually seeing a lot of uncertainty, macro uncertainty going forward. We have a financial system that is essentially a SWIFT-based US dollar system. And this is a weaponized system that you have seen that can be turned off. Here in Hong Kong, as one of the most credible financial centers in the world, we need to move towards that other financial infrastructure to protect ourselves against this and also to neutralize the payment system of the world. Of course, banks are trying to build their own private networks, etc., in terms of not opening itself to attacks in a US dollar-based system. But increasingly, we're going to move towards an open system. But Hong Kong cannot afford to lose its leadership here. And Singapore, obviously, right now in this region is ahead of Hong Kong. And we need to take back that leadership. I'll wrap up with just a couple of things about Animoca Brands itself. Some of you guys know us as the gaming blockchain brand, but we are actually an ecosystem builder. We have 550 companies under our portfolio. We are born and raised in Cyberport, and we'll always be here, and we'll always try to help Hong Kong. We go across traditional, institutional Web2 and also Web3 native companies. We have partnerships with MUFG, Lotte, etc., and other chains as well. And we have 4 businesses: digital asset advisory. We do business building, like the Sandbox, some of you will know, seen in MTR, etc. We have 550 companies under our asset management business. And we have also institutional Web3 applications, such as stablecoin, where we partner with Standard Chartered Bank and Hong Kong Telecom, and bringing that to Hong Kong, a regulated stablecoin. And again, Cyberport Company, this is our Chinese logo. Just want to make sure we introduce the concepts here as we move into our dialogue and our second speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ao Yang. Please be seated, and we will invite you back later for the dialogue. Up next, I would like to invite our next keynote speaker before the session of dialogue begins, and he is Mr. Yifan He, CEO of Red Date Hong Kong Technology Limited, to deliver his keynote speech. 我们欢迎何先生。
Thank you. 谢谢. So, Evan, actually for digital economy, there's 2 things very, very important. One is digital money, digital assets. Second, identity. And also for the Great Bay Area, there's 2 things need cross-border. One is money, second one is people. So that's why now I actually focus on the identity of how people can cross-border and also protect your privacy. So we actually running 4 trials in Hong Kong. So how mainland Chinese people can come to Hong Kong anonymously to register in business platforms and financial services with a national DID system. As a Hong Kong company, we are the vendor to build the DID system for the central government. Okay, this is let me introduce the 4 Sorry, I'm a little bit shaking because I'm still recovering from PT, the shock from the US in the election. So Trump's fault, okay? So this is the 4 trials we are running right now. Because every single year we have 50 million people come to Hong Kong from mainland. So the first trial is how people can access past the immigration with limited information exposed to the Hong Kong government. I mean, it's immigration, they still need some data, okay? So that's why you still need to submit your name, ID number, and probably the photo, so they can compare you with the ID. But after you get in Hong Kong, the second trial, basically you can register in a stablecoin app, regulated stablecoin app from next year when they receive the license. And you can open a public key wallet, stablecoin wallet. In our case, it's a public chain called Flare, anonymously, okay, but still in compliance with the KYC. The way we build it is actually use the China Real DID system. So the China Real DID is a central government DID system, identity system. So it's issued by the Ministry of Public Security. It's built on top of one national citizen database called CTID. Okay, and the reason we build a DID layer on top of that is to give a buffer, so you can actually prove yourself with zero technology. So think about it, the technology actually very, very simple. If you are a technical guy, you understand this with 2 sentences. So basically what we do is to store your public key into national database after verifying who you are, okay? After that, you hold your private key. And you can use private key to log in, to make a signature, to do a lot of things. But all those activities can be proved by the public key in the national database. It's you. Very simple. Okay. It's just like you store your picture into the national database, so people can verify you are you. Okay. Remember, government ID is very, very important. I know many Web3 people don't like government ID, but you go to BNC, you want to open accounts, you need to give them your government ID, okay? That's how important it is. So, but every single time when I talk to people, say, Chinese government have a new ID system called DID, they say, they want to get more control or more data. Actually, the technology we build with Ministry of Public Security is a two-way street. Actually, with the DID, the business side, when you go to a register, you actually only give them your DID address and your private key signature. Then they go to the national database. They don't need a register. They can pull the public key out of national database freely, okay, because it's on-chain. And they compare the public key with your private key signature, pass, which means the business has zero information on you. You can register in a financial services website with no name, no phone number, no email address, nothing, just a DID address and a private key signature. But at the same time, the government have no idea where you used the key. So it's actually, we call this actually a buffer or a wall to actually stop either side to know each other. So this is actually a groundbreaking technology, and the only technology you can build a privacy buffer on a national database. So that's why we think, the fall trials, we actually have a big event the day after tomorrow. So if you guys want to join, can go to my LinkedIn page and, to register. So we actually working with a group of Hong Kong-based company to run this. There's NEC for immigration. They build all the equipment. And IDA is a potential stablecoin issuer in Hong Kong. Flare is a public chain. And also the track number 3 is once you have the stablecoin, you can buy a financial services product from Franklin Templeton. And with chaining technology to go through the Oracle. So that's That's why I think very, very important is, when there's 50 million people come to Hong Kong, and there's millions of Hong Kong people go to Shenzhen every single week, then you need somehow to protect the privacy, because remember, we have two legal systems here. It's one country, two systems, also two jurisdictions. The data cross-border and the privacy data is heavily, heavily regulated. You need to find a way to limit it, how the privacy data cross-border. So this is probably the only technology right now in the world can achieve that. You can verify them in real name, but you don't know who they are. Okay, thank you. That's my.
Thank you so much, Mr. He. Please be seated. And up next in our upcoming session, after the two keynote speeches, we shall be gathering our thoughts on how businesses can leverage digital assets to innovate business models, enhance cross-border collaboration, probably very much echoing what Mr. He had just mentioned, as well as access emerging markets such as next-generation digital platforms. And for our upcoming discussion session, we will be inviting Mr. He and Mr. Evan Ouyang back to the stage, as well as two other speakers to join us for the session. Let's first reset the stage. All right, can we once again have Mr. He and Mr. Evan Ouyang back to the stage to join our speakers for the next session? Thank you so much for joining us. We'd also like to invite on stage Ms. Vivian Koo, CEO and Managing Director of the Private Wealth Management Association. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. And Ms. Sandy Pang, co-founder of Scroll. Welcome to the stage, and allow me to introduce you to our session chair, Mr. Victor Yim, Head of FinTech at Hong Kong Cyberport Management Company Limited. Welcome, Mr. Yim. Let's put our hands together for our panelists and our panel chair. An audience, if you would have a question that you would like to pose to the panel, again, please do scan the QR code at the top right-hand corner on the two screens on your side. So, Mr. Yim, the stage is all yours.
So good afternoon, everyone. Really my honor to be able to moderate this panel with these prestigious guests that we have. And first of all, I need to thank Evans for advertising Cyberport. And we are actually a key stakeholder in supporting the Web3 development in Hong Kong. We established the Web3 Hub almost 2 years ago. And now we actually grow the Web3 related company from like 60 into 260. And based on latest figures, actually the founder or region have like 30% from mainland China. So I guess pretty much aligned with the theme of today, like how Hong Kong can be a bridge between like Web3 founders from China. So, and also, I guess I want to also share a little bit how actually virtual asset or Web3 is actually connected back to the last discussion. So, recently, our community members, Evidence and Link Charge, a alternative investment tokenization platform, as well as a EV charging service provider. They're actually participating in the Project Ensemble, the wholesale CBDC sandbox of HKMA, and successfully demonstrating like how Web3 tokenization can help to support green infrastructure development. So, so I will have the, I guess both Evans and Yifan has shared a lot of great insights and technology, especially the Yifan's style. So I will start also with some technology favor. let me invite like Sandy to talk a little bit about Scroll. So for those who are not from like native Web3, they might not know too much about Scroll. So can you help us elaborate a little bit, and like what kind of challenges that you want to overcome when you found the company, and like maybe some of the latest trends?
Yeah, of course. Thank you. It's good to be here. Good to see everyone. And I want to start by maybe thanking Cyberport. We've hosted numerous events in Cyberport's free venues in support of the industry, and their omnipresence in supporting new organizations moving into Hong Kong and supporting the community is unmatched. And I also want to thank Animoca for inspiring Scroll, for being one of the first kind of pioneers in the Web3 builder space within Hong Kong, and seeing something from Hong Kong being so successful and with a global reach has really kind of raised our level of ambition when we were thinking about potentially what Scroll could be. So for those of you who don't know, that Scroll is building a ZK EVM, and that means a layer 2 that settles on the Ethereum main chain. It's a blockchain with super high security standards, and also the highest decentralization standards you can imagine. And the product market fit is to give developers and also users exactly the same experience as being on Ethereum mainnet, but just 100x faster. So we've been on mainnet for about a year now, and we're supporting about 350 different projects. A lot of them are home to Hong Kong, and but our team and our ecosystem is very decentralized. And I think to kind of what Mr. Yifan was saying earlier, a lot of this Web3 infrastructure and technology is really borderless, and also I think going forward, a lot of the trends I would love to see is that, you know, Hong Kong being a hub of a huge amount of financial talent and a lot of great infrastructure of common law. I would love to see more kind of TradFi participants come into the space and leverage the industry experience they've gained through working in the TradFi sector, and create a very liberal and financially kind of also technically imaginative future where one can have access to global capital, and also global capital can have access to localized asset issuance. And I think if done right, this could be a renaissance and a repositioning of Hong Kong as the financial and also blockchain technology center of the world.
Thank you, Sandy. So let's move a little bit to the more traditional view. So may I invite Vivian, a good friend, where we actually met in the Middle East when we were both on a Invest Hong Kong and FSDC lead the delegation earlier in May. Like also having this mission in bridging between like global and Hong Kong, and as well as GBA on financial services and virtual asset. So can you share with us the current kind of landscape of the virtual asset or crypto adoption in the wealth management industry? And so what are your clients and members seeing crypto in general?
Sure. Apologies about my voice, because I was in Middle East again, so probably spending too much time there. So I've been in what you call traditional finance for a long time, and then I moved into crypto exchange. Currently, I'm working with the Wealth Management Association. So the lens that I see through right now probably would not be what I call totally representative of what private wealth actually participation is. It would be actually representing the key private banks, because if you think about wealth management, you also have buckets like virtual banks, you've got family offices. So I would say that actually the more regulated banks, unfortunately the participation is still fairly low, I think for a couple of reasons. We just came out of a pretty bad cycle, so I think people are still recovering from, getting scared about, as I think Evan said about JPEGs, about the reputation, the security, and also there are just not enough products right now. Actually, that's what we call on the shelf for banks to be distributing in a very confident way. But I'm sure actually a lot is going to change with, I know we'll go into it a bit later about what the government and the regulators are doing to promote infrastructure companies and safe platform to be licensed in Hong Kong. So right now we do have an annual report. So year over year, if you look at the changes, there's still about 80% of our member firm who are in the what you call the wait and see category, because they probably feel that there's never, good to be the first mover, because in case something goes wrong. So they're still in a pretty cautious kind of sentiment, although in terms of firms kind of getting more ready to integrate sort of custody or virtual asset related products, there's a slight increase, a slight single-digit increase year over year. So that's, I think, kind of healthy. But as you all know, the election result just came out. If Bitcoin keep moving up, the prices keep moving up, that might change if we have this session again next year. So we can talk about this next year, Victor.
Yeah, thank you, Vivian. So actually, just a quick personal sharing, which is quite funny. So I also made a lot of attempts, even with what we are doing in Web3, in convincing my CFO, which is my wife, to allocate some asset into crypto. So eventually I was successful, and she opened an account in HashKey Pro. So back to maybe back to Evans. So I guess we talk about the adoption, and you guys now being heavily involved in like working with TradFi and institutional investors. So what, in your opinion, like what are things that we could do to like address this relatively low adoption rate, and how do we like promote this to the institutional player? Because I guess just like net zero, we are also having a big urgency. As you mentioned, Singapore, Dubai, and now I think with Trump's on board, US regulations on crypto will be eased, and some of the project that comes to Hong Kong because of prior US strict regulation may be returned. So everyone is kind of rushing to do business in this space. So what's your solution for us?
So when I saw the question, low adoption, I was kind of like, really? It depends on what you mean by low adoption, because crypto adoption is already in the hundreds of millions in terms of users. I mean, internet, 5 billion users, right? So maybe it's a low relative to that. But in terms of sort of looking at, if you were to look at the usage, which is investments or storage of value versus actual application usage, and you divide that into institutional versus consumer, then you have different adoption rates for sure. I think maybe the question can also be answered in the terms of saying that when will Web3 change our lives, right? That I'll leave to Yifan to answer, because decentralized ID, I think, is extremely important, because you don't need to take out your ID and do KYC in banks every single time. Portable is very, very important. That technology is invented by Red Date, shall I say, and sort of supported by government. It's very important we go there. CBDC is obviously supported by central banks, and stablecoins supported by HKMA. So the institutional adoption side will certainly come, and then that would permeate through the consumer layers. In terms of Animoca Brands is founded as a gaming company, and blockchain gaming is the origin of where we came about. And in terms of that adoption, you see the Ton ecosystem. Telegram has 900 million users, and under that is tied in what we call the open network, which is a Ton coin, or Ton ecosystem that has spurred on that adoption. So we see a lot of consumer apps, a lot of hamster-related apps. Sandy will laugh at that. That is being used a lot today for engagement and for mining, for sort of what we call investment purposes. The fun part of it, obviously, the games that are being played very well as well. Games like Pixels, like Godzilla, and these are games that will take time to build. Applications-wise, you see payment solutions being done, cross-border payments being settled in USDC, Circle as a currency that does cross-border settlement that actually reduces correspondent banking fees. So all of this will come. Internet adoption, by the way, internet, when I was in school, I remember using the school email service, shows my age a little bit, but I had to go to the computer center to use email, and I have no internet connection in my dorm room. But by the time it really gets adopted, it sort of took about 5-6 years before that crescendo comes about. But once it gets adopted, once you have killer applications that consumers are on, the adoption will be very, very quick.
Thanks, Evan. I remember I was still using ICQ at my dorm room, so also a bit of my age. Yeah, I should have make it more clear about this slow adoption. So I would say, based on our experience, so we do work with quite a lot of traditional banks. I think they are still, just like what Vivian said, kind of wait and see, except a few more aggressive ones. And definitely what HKMA has been doing is giving a big push. So both from the angle of doing like virtual asset custody service, as well as having a platform to perform any kind of asset tokenization. I think these two areas, most banks are really actively considering or already working on something. So yeah, I also really glad to hear from Yifan the great development. I think we met last time was quite some years ago, and definitely I was doing EKYC before joining Cyberport, so I totally understand the importance, and I guess the whole fintech as well as e-commerce in China is all driven by having an EID or the ID verification that the government provide. Now with this Web3 ID, so potentially we can recreate a kind of bloom of e-commerce into the Web3 space. Do you think, like I guess continuing that questions, like how does that can help like more institutional players to adopt more of Web3 using infrastructure like digital ID?
Okay. First, the Web3 adoption, just for internet. 1996, it was invented. 1992, probably regular people begin to use it. And for banks, 2010, begin online banking. Okay, that's how long it takes to adopt an infrastructure. Application is very easy to adopt, but the infrastructure, which means you need to change anything on top. The application, you need to go down and adopt the infrastructure. That's why it takes like decades. So Web3, if I can see a mass adoption before I die, I'm happy. Okay, but to answer your question, I think for Web3 adoption, also crypto adoption. Probably one question is why everybody in Hong Kong open a HashKey account, right? That thing I think is still about regulation and the compliance, because the exchange is regulated, but the assets on that is not regulated. Then it actually stops a lot of people, individual investors or institutional investors to buy the asset and holding the asset. Okay, for example, bank, they can register in HashKey, but they cannot hold cryptocurrency or Bitcoin. So I think that's still one problem to solve, how each country can really regulate cryptocurrency. Of course, I know your answer will be then it's not a cryptocurrency anymore. So but also another adoption is Web3 technology. Okay, it's a decentralized technology. That's where my company is focused on how to bring the decentralized technology to all the industries, not only like the DID, right? It's totally Web 2 stuff. But in the Web 2, you need to store everybody's data in your central database, then you can perform business. So the Web 3 gives you a way you don't need those data, but you still can prove who he is. So even for DID, it makes sense. Everybody think it makes sense. It will take 10 years. So before I die. So hopefully it can be adopted and we can make a little bit of money. Okay. So yeah.
Do you think your real DID could help with how we regulate DeFi? Is it a good foundation building blocks? Yeah,
actually that's why we run the 4 trials here. The number 2 is you can anonymously open a financial stablecoin account, right? Or financial services account. So which means when you can buy and trade something anonymously, more people come. Okay. So that's I think the DID can really help to kind of more adoption of the crypto world. Okay, so that's it for DeFi too. Yeah.
Thank you, Eva. So let me turn to Sandy. A question that we haven't prepped, but I'm sure you can answer because of the audiences here are supposing it will be a lot of them are actually entrepreneurs from the GBA region. So what is your advice to them? Like how can they leverage this opportunity of Web3 as well as what Hong Kong trying to do, either to participate or to transform their existing business?
I think on a high level, Web3 it does flatten the org and it levels out the opportunities and it makes it more readily available for someone to participate and be an entrepreneur in this arena. Hong Kong especially well positioned because internet connectivity is great and there's access to a lot of tools that are related to having high-speed internet rails. And also, as I talked about, there's a lot of knowledge here within Hong Kong that are related to robust legal systems and also with financial engineering and also with financial structuring. So all of these existing knowledge and plus the readily available content that are online about how to build in Web3, how to build a product, how blockchain works, those two things in combination is a very powerful mix in terms of creating entrepreneurial energy. I think how we started Scroll was that we identified a problem that is not specific to Hong Kong or the region, but it's more just kind of globally to do with Ethereum as a blockchain need to become more accessible and more affordable and to be more inclusive to those that are living in the emerging economies. So we spotted this problem on the outset. And then we found tools that are available in public open source repos and libraries. And then we also found other key components to piecing together the necessary kind of product to build towards this goal. So our mission is very correlated to the question is about how do we bring more entrepreneurial opportunities to everyone around the world. There are obviously some hurdles that we cannot jump through, so like physical infrastructure hurdles and also things like internet access, those are problems that we can't solve. But as long as those problems are solved, I think everyone, and also basic education level, that's something that we can't solve. But those are not problems that applies to Greater Bay Area or Hong Kong and Macau. And so I think a lot of it is about kind of finding the biggest opportunities and then also trying to find the right kind of tools or the information online or within the local Hong Kong community, and then just kind of going for it, really. So there's plenty of capital support, there's plenty of kind of talent available, and then there are also obviously plenty of problems in the world that need solving.
Yeah, I think that is very insightful. I guess problem solving, a real world problem is very important. And of course, for the entrepreneur who are interested, obviously you have two big ecosystem like Scroll and Animoca brands, and as well as Cyberport. So we have different programs that can support entrepreneur in building their dreams. And of course, nowadays it's also even easier because you have Copilot. So even a lot of the coding, you don't necessarily need to be very good at coding. And you can build some prototypes or even some small apps using Scroll, so on and so forth. So, when we talked to Vivian, we mentioned something about what the government is doing quite a lot. And obviously, you also just came back from Saudi, which I think we all see a very good result and achievement in this delegation. So, so with all these continued efforts from the government, the regulators, so we have stablecoins coming, we have OTC licensing regime. I think we probably will have the custodian licensing regime as well. So what else do you think are missing, and what is your recommendation or your suggestions that we can still do better?
Well, I think, a lot have been done, as you said, in the last couple of years. So we moved from the government and the regulator not really open or entertaining the idea of crypto in Hong Kong to actually, we've moved pretty aggressive ahead, building different building blocks with sort of VATP, as you said, actually OTC, custody, and the like. And then, actually, I wasn't here for the FinTech Week, but I knew actually SFC announced that they're going to start having this council group, which they are proactively letting all the licensed platform actually consult them. So I think these are all really great ways to integrate the Web3 native companies into the broader ecosystem. I mean, if I have one thing that I can suggest is, basically, I don't think the TradFi guys are really talking to the crypto natives enough, because the two ecosystems are very different. I think the banks, legacy, traditional, they want more things to, put on platform. The crypto native, probably more technology, new tech, which the traditional firms don't understand. I mean, you see a lot of acquisition and integration at some of the banks. So, for example, JPM have Onyx, Standard Chartered have, Sodia. So they all have some sort of investment in arms, but I just don't think each other understand enough of, on the other side. So if there was more, it would be a bit like how traditional finance is integrating fintech in general. New technology, new things that can help them do things faster, do more offerings. So that would be my one suggestion if I have one.
Thank you. And Evans, what are your suggestions for the government and stakeholders?
Well, government needs to be a facilitator overall. I think I would really say that Hong Kong is actually tries to be progressive, but in terms of the regulators and the number of departments that is on Web3 and development of Web3, it's not always coordinated. So, you have the Customs Excise Department, you're regulating OTCs, you have HKMA pushing stablecoins, etc. The native virtual asset side is governed by the SFC. If Hong Kong really does want to build financial infrastructure on its rails and really take a leadership role, it needs to take it in both the infrastructure side at a minimum and the regulatory side, because you have domiciles such as UAE, especially in Dubai. Of course, it's Dubai and Abu Dhabi, they're competing, but Dubai VARA is a startup regulator that doesn't even have enforcement. But it really attracts firms to go there to experiment within its own, I would consider it almost like a regulatory sandbox in another way, to spur the innovation, because they start with nothing. We started with something where we protect what we have, But the issue is we have to break off that boxed thinking. I would say that I think there is someone who asked me a question. I want to actually name the person, a senior official here. Do we feel that the SFC is understaffed? I would say absolutely. I mean, you know, we're in our Hong Kong Foundation, talking to Jane as well earlier. We need to think through and put the facts on the table to say that for you to take regulatory leadership, what does it take? It takes a lot of research and thought leadership ultimately about how do you get ahead of all this. It's not an either or. It's not like that, oh, you bring in crypto, therefore JPEGs will happen. It's not either or. You will be able to do both if you're thoughtful about how you lead in the space, but there will always be risk, right? The internet has risk, remember those times? I think most of you are, you know, aged enough, shall we say, to remember that in 1999, don't buy anything on the internet. Now, in China, people don't buy anything except on the internet, right? They don't even go to shopping malls. Things change very, very quickly. You have to be open-minded and take a first step. And the companies created in the mid-90s, like the Tencent, the Alibaba of the world, they are the leaders today, right? We have to remember this. There's only one chance at Web3. There's only one chance at regulatory leadership, right? And financial infrastructure, do we want it to be built from the Middle East? Yes, I love it too. I go to Middle East all the time, but it's not the domicile that you believe is as credible as Hong Kong. I'm biased because I'm from Hong Kong, I'm born and raised here, but you know, I'm passionate about this city taking that leadership while everybody's saying that, oh, Hong Kong is dead and all that. I'm just kind of like, no, it's not. There are a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, thank you, Evans. So we have one question regarding the government. So even though the Hong Kong government said they are very supportive of the Web3 and virtual asset development, the Hong Kong local market is still very slow in adopting the virtual asset market, which we talked about. What do you advocate the regulators should do differently in order to speed up the development? So I think we deal with that already. I guess I totally agree that understaff is a problem. So I guess it's not just SFC, but in general, regulators as well as government departments. We have too many things to do, like look at the policy address, a number of things that we need to do. So, and then we also have like two questions regarding the real DID. So to Ivan. So since in general the banking and financial industry have very stringent KYC. So and now with this anonymous nature, do you think there will be a barrier of adoption from the traditional financial institution?
Yes, actually, I think so. Very good question. I mean, the false trials we are running right now actually is illegal because there's no legislation to define that. It's not illegal. We are mandated by the central government, but it's you cannot really register in a stablecoin app next year after they receive without revealing who you are. It will against the regulation. But I think when all the regulators begin to understand the technologies there, right? I mean, right now the Web 2, the problem is a centralized database. European, they have the privacy law said you no longer use the platform, you can delete all your data. I mean, why they even do that? They can, just as the law said, don't store anything. But if they don't store anything, they cannot run business. But with new technology, say, okay, now we have new technology. Okay, you cannot store the data, but the government will still build infrastructure to link, because I mean the China Real DID actually the Ministry of Public Security, they have a slogan called anonymous on the business side, but the real name in government side, in regulator side. So which means even the bank, they don't need to know who you are. Why they even need to know? No, it's actually liability. It's a liability. So take their money. Don't care who they are. But if they do money laundering, everything, if you detect they committing a crime, report them. But not reporting their real name, because you don't have. You report their DID. And the government actually runs, the government still know who you are. Okay, then, so this is that's why I called the war, right? On this side, they know who you are. On this side, they have no idea. But if they work together, they know everything. Okay? But it's triggered by you committing a crime. So I think that's actually the structure for every single country in the next 20 years. I really, really believe that. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Ivan. I do believe that actually regulated entity could monetize on this golden opportunity. Like one of the good business model is actually KYC as a service. Financial institutions who have done KYC can actually work with this ID system so that the person is already passing KYC. So I think we only have 5 minutes left. So may I start with Vivian? Maybe what we can conclude in the last question is really some takeaway for our audiences. From a GBA perspective, what is your suggestions, the role that we should take in supporting this virtual asset development and how this can benefit the overall international financial center status of Hong Kong and also support a real economy development in the GBA region?
Well, I think a lot is being done already, as I mentioned. So I think these big conferences like FinTech Week is very useful. And something like Consensus, who's going to come to Hong Kong for the first time, because I think these things actually tell the world that Hong Kong is a serious player, that we want the best technology, the best people, and then continue to bring the best. And if you ask people like who they know is from Hong Kong, who are sort of well known in Web3 space, I think other than Animoca and Sandy, I don't know if they can really name a lot. So I think that needs to change. I think would be my view.
Thank you. And Sandy?
So from a more grassroots level, I think I can see a lot of change happening already. So there's a lot of talent that continues to pour into Web3 and a lot of things that I think will just happen organically with time, and I think with the regulatory easing that's going to come for crypto market in the U.S. over the next 4 years, I hope this opens up like a window of opportunity for various kind of regulators to become more brave and more kind of pioneering and more imaginative when it comes to the role Hong Kong could play in this global universe. In my mind, Hong Kong and New York are the only two cities that are capable of playing this role because the prerequisites of strong infrastructure, strong culture of finance, and also access to a lot of technical talents. So only these two cities, I think, fulfill these two requirements. And I think I would love to see kind of Hong Kong fulfill a more proactive role and gauge more like international players, but also local players, and also place people who can kind of paint a picture of what the huge potential Hong Kong could have.
Thank you, Sandy. And Yifan?
What's the question? Sorry.
Your last remarks to the audience.
Okay. Yeah, well, one thing, can I say something bad about the Hong Kong government? So it's because we talk with tons of the government people in technology. Really, we need more tech-savvy government officials in Hong Kong, because I understand, because Hong Kong is not a technology hub in past 30 years. It's a financial hub. So that's why I think it's not a trend for everybody to understand technology deeply. So that's why, especially now, we trying to become a Web3 hub or FinTech hub that involve infrastructure. Infrastructure is really hard to understand. Okay, really, really. Application, you click some button, yes. Infrastructure, have no idea. So that's why I think, probably we need get more people, like Singapore, move more people from Singapore to other positions. So, and, we can, to really understand the technology, because if you don't understand the technology, you cannot put the right regulations and also the subsidies into the right place. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Our ex-CEO actually just moved to the Oasis office at the Director General. So, yeah, we are already doing that. Last but not least, Evans.
I just want to say something maybe a little bit controversial, but what is the point otherwise, right? We're in entrepreneur forum. I would like to say that Hong Kong needs to treat the blockchain financial infrastructure, building up, take that leadership as a matter of national security. It's at that level. Now, we talk about net neutrality for those of us in technology a lot because the internet needs to be neutral. Open source is what got us to where we are today. Imagine the internet is not open sourced and it's owned by somebody. Financial infrastructure was built in a way that the US was rising. It's no longer a neutral country. I think we know that. Think about, as we go forward, what's going to happen if this is shut off from us. It's water, it's air. We have to re-look at this, and that requires a lot of interdepartmental coordination. If we think that way, we'll behave differently.
Thank you. So in conclusion, financial infrastructure, talent, awareness, and events. So I think these are the key takeaways from our speaker. Thanks again for organizer in inviting us to be able to join this event, and thanks for listening, and hope to have more conversation later. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists. If you would please step slightly forward for a group photo together. Thank you. As promised, this is a very visionary panel. So once again, we would like to thank Mr. He, Mr. Ouyang, Ms. Vivian Khoo, Ms. Sandy Peng, and of course Mr. Victor Yim for chairing the panel for us. That's right, smile and pose for the camera. Beautiful. I think we have all bagged some very insightful ideas and thoughts from our panel this afternoon. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated off stage. Wonderful. The panel just now has indeed dived into digital assets, business models, and different types of collaborations and ideas and thoughts from our panelists on action items that we could take. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to conclude our forum by having two closing remarks. And first off, I would like to call upon Professor Wei Xiong, Academic Dean of the School of Management and Economics and Shenzhen Finance Institute of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen, to give us a video closing remarks. 我们有请熊教授。
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I sincerely appreciate everyone taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend this forum. The successful hosting of this event is greatly attributed to your support and affection as the front line for China's engagement in international high-end competition and a significant hub for the Belt and Road Initiative. The Greater Bay Area has always been held to high expectations. Today, with the improved accessibility within the Greater Bay Area, the interconnections among people, logistics, and the capital flow from various regions are accelerating. The deepening collaboration among cities within the Greater Bay Area is becoming increasingly crucial. Hong Kong, as the international city in China, possesses unique advantages in finance, technological innovations, talent gathering, and globalization. We believe it will surely inject new momentum into the development of the Greater Bay Area and facilitate its internationalization. In today's agenda, We are excited to engage with guests from the business and academic communities here, discussing the opportunities and the challenges of the business environment in the Greater Bay Area across key industries such as AI, advanced manufacturing, financial services, green economy, and the digital economy. We have focused on the unique role that Hong Kong plays in this context. Each guest's insights are incredibly valuable, and I'm confident that everyone has gained something from this experience. We also look forward to seeing more market participants contribute to the development of the Greater Bay Area, together shaping its future industrial and economic landscape, and helping it become a model for high-end development. The School of Management and Economics at the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and the Shenzhen Finance Institute have the mission of serving as a think tank and the talent cultivation base. We have dedicated ourselves to creating a more open, innovative, and integrated academic environment. We actively engaged in domestic and international collaborations, establishing strategic partnerships with world-renowned universities and institutions address global challenges. This year marks the 10th anniversary of CUHK Shenzhen and the School of Management and Economics. Over the past decade, we have achieved remarkable results in the development of management and economics fields and cultivating business talent. We have trained over 10,000 undergraduate, master, and doctoral students, injecting new vitality into the construction of the Greater Bay Area. In the future, we will embrace the world with a more open attitude, integrating into the global landscape and enhancing our vitality through shared aspirations. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude again to the Hong Kong Foundation, the CUHK Business School, and the Greater Bay Area Entrepreneurs Alliance for co-hosting this forum with us. I also would like to thank all the guests, friends from the business community, media partners for being here today. I look forward to collaborating with all of you in the future, working together towards our common goals. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Professor Chong, for your thoughtful reflections on today's discussion. And up next to wrap up today, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ryan Ip, Vice President and Co-Head of Research of our Hong Kong Foundation, for the closing remarks. Ryan, please.
All right, so here we are. We are coming to the end of the forum. And we're actually honored to have the last word of the forum. Well, actually, technically, it's the second last word because I'm sure our lovely MC will do the closing. And I'm sure I will keep it short because I know no one wants to listen to closing remarks, right? And okay, so on behalf of our Hong Kong Foundation and the other organizing partners, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all attendees, speakers, and sponsors for making this GBA Entrepreneurs Forum such a resounding success. And your active participation and insightful contributions have been invaluable to this forum. And there are three key takeaways that I learned from today's forum. Firstly, we've seen a clear consensus on the immense potential of the GBA, particularly in leveraging Hong Kong's unique position as a bridge between China and the global market. Secondly, the sessions highlight the crucial role of innovation across various sectors, from AI and advanced technology to green finance and digital assets, in driving high-quality development within the region. Finally, the collaborative spirit demonstrated throughout the forum underscores the importance of partnerships and knowledge sharing in unlocking the full potential of the GBA. Now, as we conclude this forum, I am filled with optimism in the future of the GBA. The opportunities are vast, and with continued collaboration and innovation, the GBA is poised to become a global leader in economic growth and technological advancement. However, we also need to prepare ourselves for external challenges ahead, especially given the outcome of today's election in the other side of the world. And with that, thank you again for your participation, and we look forward to seeing you in future events. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ryan, for the crisp conclusion of the key takeaways and the optimism. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce the closing of the Guangdong-Hong Kong-Macao Greater Bay Area Entrepreneurs Forum 2024. On behalf of the organizers, we would like to once again thank all our speakers, guests, media friends, and our online audience today for joining us. Our appreciation goes to our title sponsor, the Chinese Manufacturers Association, our gold sponsor, Nissan Food Company Limited, and Greater Bay Area Homeland Youth Community Foundation. Our silver sponsor, Ernst & Young. Our venue sponsor, Conrad Hong Kong, your support in making this forum a great success. And our technical sponsor, CITIC Telecom CPC. Our supporting organizations include Constitutional and Mainland Affairs Bureau, the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Commerce and Economic Development Bureau, the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Invest Hong Kong, the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Hong Kong Trade Development Council, Department of Commerce of Guangdong Province, Guangdong Federation of Industry and Commerce, Hong Kong and Macau Affairs Office of Shenzhen Municipal People's Government, Commerce and Investment Promotion Institute, Macau SAR Government, Shenzhen Hong Kong Macau Corporation and Innovation Research Association of Shenzhen, Hong Kong Institute for International Finance. Our strategic partners, China Center for International Economic Exchanges, China Development Institute, the Hong Kong ASEAN Foundation, Greater Bay Area Homeland Youth Community Foundation, CCGM China ASEAN GBA Cooperation Center, Good City Foundation, APEC Focus, Institute for Greater China Studies. Why don't we put our hands together for our sponsors and co-organizers, as well as supporting organizations. Should any one of you be interested in revisiting the forum today, please hop on to our Hong Kong Foundation's Facebook page and YouTube channel for a review. We look forward to seeing you at our upcoming event. Please do mark your calendars for December the 2nd, because it's the next event titled Rethink Hong Kong Forum, its new role as an international city under the New Normal Forum, December the 2nd of this year. Stay tuned. And for our guests in the auditorium, please do be reminded to return your SI headsets as you exit the room. Once again, I would like to say it has been a great honor to MC today. Thank you so much for having me. Once again, happy birthday to our Hong Kong Foundation. Thank you everyone for joining us today. We wish you a great rest of the day, and we will see you next time. Thank you.